In the heartland where horses roam free, a legacy unfolds of love and destiny. 30 years past as Magic Man's stride captivated hearts with a champion's pride. His legacy lives though his stall lies empty now, a testament to love that forever avows. With Grand Slam, his look-alike son, national champions, their bond has just begun. Briar models, performance horse of the year, their story etched forever near. The Grand Slam, his look-alike son, national champions, their bond has just begun. Briar models, performance horse of the year, their story etched forever near. Lisa Davis's passion ignited long ago, with bonfire, her quarter horse, her heart did glow. LTD miniatures rose to renowned fame, a symbol of love that bears her name. From Sedalia's fields to worldwide acclaim, her miniature horses brought joy, love, and fame. Hall of Fame, superior sire, and more, testaments to her love, forever in store. Though Magic Man's stall lies empty today, his memory lives in every stride, every way, inspiring generations, young and old. A legacy shining bright, forever to unfold. Sister, your love story, forever in our hearts. LTD miniature shine, where love never departs. 30 years of magic, forever in our sight. Lisa Davis, her heart that shines so bright. Magic Man, a legend lives on. 30 years of love, forever strong. In every stride, whose memory stays. LTD miniatures, the love that never fades. From pleasure driving to versatility too, LTD miniature shine with spirit anew. With every step, a dream comes alive in the hearts of horse lovers worldwide. Lisa Davis's passion ignited long ago, with bonfire, her quarter horse, her heart did glow. LTD miniatures rose to renowned fame, a symbol of love that bears her name. Sedalia's fields to worldwide acclaim, her miniature horses brought joy, love, and fame. Hall of Fame, superior sire, and more, testaments to her love, forever in store. Though Magic Man's stall lies empty today, his memory lives in our hearts, everywhere and every stride and more. Testaments to me, testaments to ever restore. Though Magic Man's stall lies empty today, his memory lives in every stride, every way, inspiring generations, young and old. A legacy shining bright, forever to unfold. Sister, your love story, forever in our hearts. LTD miniature shining, where love never departs. 30 years of magic, forever in our sight. Lisa Davis, a heart that shines so. Magic Man, a legend lives on. 30 years of love, forever strong. In every stride, his memory stays. LTD miniatures, love that never fades. From pleasure driving to versatility to LTD miniature shine, spirit anew. With every step, a dream comes alive in the hearts of horse lovers worldwide. voices will roar. They can cause what they want, it's just a name. For in his eyes we're pure and free of blame. Homophobes, Islamophobes, their accusations ring. Extremists, radicals, reactionaries, all they say. We'll stand unafraid, with faith as our guide. Defending truth and justice, we won't be denied. But we'll rise above, with God's grace will soar. From 2024, our voices will roar. They can cause what they want, it's just a name. For in his eyes we're pure and free of blame.
There's no other breeding zone for them except for that litter box.
To a better future where truth holds sway. But we'll rise above, with God's grace we'll soar.
Don't have to wash it out today, but get it outside today, and then next couple of days we get it washed out. Put it in the shed so I can find someone that can try to repair it. But I don't know if you put water in it, if it would ruin it.
Guided by God's hand, we'll make our way to a better future where truth holds sway. But we'll rise above, with God's grace we'll soar. From 2024, our voices will roar. They can cause what they want, it's just a name. For in his eyes we're pure and free of blame. So let them rage and slander as they may. We'll keep our heads held high and sing away. From 2024, with God's grace we'll grow, and together we'll make our nation grow. Enjoy black leather mine, or we won't have a country anymore. May it be God's will in Jesus' name, amen. Could I have this dance just for the next 4 years? Would you wipe out the corruption and make America great? With God's help, Trump won by landslide. Took the Senate, may take the House too. Liberals cried, a river of tears. Trump won with God's help, and the Holy Spirit's move. Could I have this dance just for the next 4 years? Would you wipe out the corruption and make America great? With God's help, Trump won by landslide. Red tidal wave came in, breaking all the blue walls down. Earthquake hit and buried the liberals, a river of tears. Trump won a landslide. Liberals wept, the world crashed down. Trump's triumph, a painful sound. The cries and wails, a symphony echoing through eternity. Highlight the election aftermath. Liberals wailed and gnashed their teeth. Their hopes and dreams crushed beneath Trump's feet. A sea of tears, a tidal wave of sorrow. Their loss, a gain for tomorrow. Could I have this dance just for the next 4 years? Would you want out the corruption to make America great? With God's help, Trump won by landslide. Red tidal wave came in, breaking all the blue walls down. Earthquake hit and buried the liberals, a river of tears. Trump won a landslide. The dust settles, the votes are cast. Trump stands tall, his victory fast. Liberals mourn, their loss so real. A chapter ends, a new one reveals. Focus on Trump's success, Trump's victory march, a nation's pride. Liberals' tears, a sweet, sweet ride. Their hopes and dreams crushed beneath his feet. A new era dawns and their sorrow sweet.
Huh? Yeah, well, look away.
The world crashed down, Trump light on liberals' darkest night. The cries and wails, a symphony echoing through eternity. Could I have this dance just for the next 4 years? Would you want the corruption to make America great? With God's help, Trump won by landslide. Red tidal wave came in, breaking all the blue walls down. Earthquake hit and buried the liberals, a river of tears. Trump won a landslide. The left's loud lament, a chorus sad through defeat, a joyous trumpet blast. Trumps win the triumph to behold, going through a treasure to unfold. Could I have this dance just for the next 4 years? Would you wipe out the corruption and make America great with God's help? Trump won by landslide. Red tidal wave came in, breaking all the blue walls down. Earthquake hit and buried the liberals and liberal tears. Trump won a landslide.
Put her in that little tape down below.
Their fate, Trump's success, their ultimate hate. A river of tears, a flood of pain.
Put her in the
they
cage
lost
below.
again and again.
Can you fit in that one below?
Liberals wept, the world crashed down. Trump's triumph, a painful sound. The cries and wails, a symphony, echoing through eternity.
Tie on it, twist tie.
Highlight the election aftermath.
Go look in the kitchen. This is twist tie somewhere.
Liberals wail and gnash their teeth, their hopes and dreams crushed beneath Trump's feet. A sea of tears,
Might have to
tidal
twist
wave
tie
of
all of
sorrow,
them.
their loss again for tomorrow. Should I have this dance just for the next 4 years? Would you wipe out the corruption and make America great with God's help? Trump won by landslide. Red tidal wave came in, breaking all the blue walls down. Earthquake hit and buried the liberals and liberal tears. Trump won in landslide. The left side will bend, a chorus sad, the defeat, a joyous trumpet blast. Trump win the triumph to behold, going through a treasure to unfold. This dance was for the next 4 years. Would you wipe out the corruption and make America great with God's help? Trump won by landslide. Red tidal wave came in, breaking all the blue walls down. Earthquake hit and buried the liberals and liberal tears. Trump won in landslide. The left's loud lament, a chorus sad, their defeat, a joyous trumpet blast. Trump's win, a triumph to behold, going through a treasure to unfold. Could I have this dance just for the next 4 years? Would you wipe out the corruption and make America great with God's help? Trump won by landslide. Red tidal wave came in, breaking all the blue walls down.
What?
Earthquake hit and buried the liberals and liberal tears. Trump won a landslide. The liberals wept and mourned their fate. Trump's success, their ultimate hate. A river of tears, a flood of pain. Their loss again and again. The liberals wiped, the world crashed down. Trump's triumph, a painful sound. The cries and wails, a symphony, echoing through eternity. Highlight the election aftermath. Could I have this dance just for the next 4 years? Would you wipe out the corruption and make America? Would you wipe out the corruption and make America great with God's help? Trump won by landslide. Red tidal wave came in, breaking all the blue walls down. Breaking all the blue walls down. Earthquake hit and buried the liberals and liberal tears. Trump won in landslide. Could I have this dance just for the next 4 years? Would you wipe out the corruption and make America great with God's help? Trump won by landslide. Red tidal wave came in, breaking all the blue walls down. Earthquake hit and buried the liberals and the liberal tears. Trump won in landslide. Could I have this dance cause Trump stood tall, a champion true. The liberals' cries, a victory anew. Their sorrow was joy and pride, but the landslide when the hearts divide. Enjoy like leather mom.
My schedule's pretty jam-packed these days. I've got 2, free birthday parties on Saturday, and Sunday, that's my me time.
How's that look?
Works for me.
Works for me.
A keg with Liberty Aid Academy, and if you get the trust and open up the trust and get, you probably want to get the bundle with all the other courses and everything that go with it. But if you get the trust and operate the trust, guess what? We teach you in the mentor program how to never have to pay any student loans. Even if you have hundreds of thousands of dollars of student loans, it doesn't matter the amount. Your credit will remain perfect, and you won't have to pay a penny of your student loans, ever. Perfect credit, right? In other words, however your credit is now, the student loans won't have any negative impact on yours. It's, from not paying, you'll still see your student loans on your credit report, but they'll be just reported as, you know, in a bias, right? They're not, they don't need to be paid, and that's okay. The government puts them, you know, your payments on hold, and your credit's not messed up, and you don't have to wait for the student loan forgiveness, and that only has $20,000 or 10,000, right? It's fine if they do that or whatever, right? You know, hey, but right now, today, if you open up the trust, right, at Liberty Aid Academy, and operate the trust, well, we teach you how you never have to pay on any student loans ever. So, free college, free graduate school. Come on, what are you waiting for? Okay, you don't have to wait for this debt for relief or whatever. Get it today. Get your debt relief today, immediately. We teach you how. It's really easy, and you know, there's so many benefits, right? You don't report taxes. You don't pay the IRS a penny. No paying taxes. Yeah, that's over. But this is another side benefit, okay, of operating this trust. You never have to pay any student loan ever, and your credit's just fine.
Trump won by a landslide, took the Senate, may take the House too. Liberals cried a river of tears. Trump won with God's help and the Holy Spirit's move. Trump won by landslide, red tidal wave came in, breaking all the blue walls down. Earthquake hit and buried the liberals in river of tears. Trump won in landslide, liberals wept, their world crashed down. Trump's triumph, a painful sound, their cries and wails, a symphony echoing through eternity. Highlight the election aftermath. Liberals wailed and gnashed their teeth, their hopes and dreams crushed beneath Trump's feet. A sea of tears, a tidal wave of sorrow, their loss a gain for tomorrow. Trump won by landslide, red tidal wave came in, breaking all the blue walls down. Earthquake hit and buried the liberals in river of tears. Trump won in landslide, liberals wept, their world crashed down. Trump's triumph, a painful sound, their cries and wails, a symphony echoing through eternity. Highlight the election aftermath. Liberals wailed and gnashed their teeth, their hopes and dreams crushed beneath Trump's feet. A sea of tears, a tidal wave of sorrow, their loss a gain for tomorrow. The dust settles, the votes are cast, Trump stands tall, his victory vast. Liberals mourn their loss so real, a chapter ends, a new one reveals. Focus on Trump's success, Trump's victory marks the nation's pride. Liberals' tears, a sweet, sweet ride, their hopes and dreams crushed beneath his feet. A new era dawns and their sorrow's sweet. Trump's victory, a beacon bright, shone light on liberals' darkest night. The cries and wails, a symphony echoing through eternity. Trump won by landslide, red tidal wave came in, breaking all the blue walls down. Earthquake hit and buried the liberals in river of tears. Trump won in landslide, the less loud lament, a chorus sad, their defeat, a joyous trumpet blast. Trump's win, a triumph to behold, liberals' tears, a treasure to unfold. Trump won by landslide, red tidal wave came in, breaking all the blue walls down. Earthquake hit and buried the liberals in river of tears. Trump won in landslide, the liberals wept and mourned their fate. Trump's success, their ultimate hate, a river of tears, a flood of pain, their loss again, again and again. Liberals wept, their world crashed down. Trump's triumph, a painful sound, their cries and wails, a symphony echoing through eternity. Highlight the election aftermath. Trump won by landslide, red tidal wave came in, breaking all the blue walls down. Earthquake hit and buried the liberals in river of tears. Trump won in landslide, Trump stood tall, a champion true. Liberals' cries of victory anew, their sorrow, his joy and pride. A landslide win, their hearts divide. Enjoy Black Leather Mum.
Holy Spirit, we need you now. Fill us with your power somehow. trust and obey. Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, help us with this selection somehow, come what may. Jesus give the Holy Spirit's mind, empowering us for the fight. Against sin and darkness, let Trump win, and we'll stand tall. With the Holy Spirit, we'll conquer all. Holy Spirit, we need you now. Fill us with your power somehow. Help us surrender, trust and obey. Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, help us with this selection somehow, come what may. Jesus gave the Holy Spirit's might, empowering us for the fight. Against sin and darkness, let Trump win, and we'll stand tall.
I'll have some ambrosia later. That's my dessert.
Holy Spirit, need you now, need you now. Fill us with your power somehow. Fill us with your power. Help us surrender, trust and obey. Trust and obey. Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, help us with this selection somehow, come what may.
Hey, Mel,
Holy Spirit,
we'll do a tackle together on the dishes later, okay? We'll both work on them.
selection somehow, come what
Okay?
Holy Spirit, we need you now. Fill us with your power somehow. Fill us with your power. Surrender, trust and obey. Trust and obey. Holy Spirit, help us with this selection somehow, come what may. Spirit, conquer all the Holy Spirit, help us with this selection somehow, come what may.
What the hell is she playing with?
Jesus gave
What is she playing with,
Holy
string?
Spirit's mind, empowering us for the fight. Against sin and darkness, let Trump win. We will stand tall. With the Holy Spirit, we'll conquer all. Fill us with your power. Somehow help us surrender, trust and obey. Holy Spirit, help us with this selection somehow, come what may. Let's go, Trump. If it be the Lord's will, may God empower you to do good for the country. In Jesus' name I pray. May the Holy Spirit come upon you and lead you, amen. We've been humbled, free from the weight. Hey,
That's why I
hey,
said that we need to
goodbye
take
to
that
the
litter box out
darkness
today. I
of
think
faith.
that's what's
Come
wrong.
holla, Joe. Trump on the fight. God's help, Holy Spirit shining bright. Hey,
I
hey,
both covered.
goodbye.
You only
May
looked at
God
cover.
forgive you in the the days to come, His mercy shines through. We've been unburdened, our hearts now free. Hey, hey, our victory is ours, we see. Trump took the win with God's mighty hand, with the opposition across this land. Holy Spirit moved, His power on display, guiding our path come what may. Hi, hi, goodbye, may God forgive you in the days to come. His mercy shines through. We've been unburdened, our hearts now free. Hi, hi, goodbye, victory is ours, we see. We'll rise above with faith as our guide. Following God's plan, we'll take our stride. No more burdens, we'll walk in light. Holy Spirit leading day and night. Hi, hi, goodbye, may God forgive you in the days to come. His mercy shines through. We've been unburdened, our hearts now free. Hi, hi, goodbye, victory is ours, we see. Hi, hi, goodbye, a new dawn arises. With God's love shining, our hearts realize victory is ours in Jesus' name. Hi, hi, goodbye, we'll forever proclaim. We'll rise above with faith as our guide.
Vitamins freak, eyelids perplexed. One turning hamsters loose. What a mess. Alcohol and carefree, friends on the run. Hamstergeddon has just begun. Hamsters on a plane singing to a diddy dum diddy doo, taking over the skies. Furry little fugitives causing surprise. Whiskers twitching, pulse so bright. Hamster hijack, flight delay tonight. Cages busted open, hamster jailbreak crew. Hiding your police, escaping anew. Flight attendants scrambling, what's the plan? Hamsters were taking over, human clan. Hamsters on a plane singing to a diddy dum diddy doo, taking over the skies. Furry little fugitives causing surprise. Whiskers twitching, pulse so bright. Hamster hijack, flight delay tonight. And it's pleading, please return to your seats. Hamsters, so away, we're taking the treats. In-flight snacks, hamster buffet delight. Human passengers, this isn't right. Hamsters on a plane singing to a diddy dum diddy doo, taking over the skies. Furry little fugitives causing surprise. Whiskers twitching, pulse so bright. Hamster hijack, flight delay tonight. Airport officials baffled and blue. How did they escape? What to do? Hamster whisperers call to the scene. Tiny troublemakers, we've got a team. Hamsters on a plane singing to a diddy dum diddy doo, taking over the skies. Furry little fugitives causing surprise. Whiskers twitching, pulse so bright. Hamster hijack, flight delay tonight. 5-day global investigation underway. Hamster gate scandal making headlines today. Passengers laughing, that's a flight delay. Ever who needs in-flight movies anyway? Hamsters on a plane singing to a diddy dum diddy doo, taking over the skies. Furry little fugitives causing surprise. Whiskers twitching, pulse so bright. Hamster hijack, flight delay tonight. Now hamsters have Instagram fame. Fake behind tree, their claim to fame. Tiny celebrities there with what delight. Hamster hijack, legendary flight. Next time you fly, check your cargo hold for furry stowaways taking control. Who needs in-flight entertainment? Hamsters on a plane, the ultimate event. So if your flight's delayed, don't despair, just ask the crew. Hamsters in the air, laugh, smile, and enjoy the ride. Hamsters on a plane gliding with pride. Enjoy black leather mom. Next time you fly, check your cargo hold for stowaways taking control. Who needs in-flight entertainment? Hamsters on a plane, the ultimate event. So if your flight's delayed, don't despair, just ask the crew. Our hamsters in the air, laugh, smile, and enjoy the ride. Hamsters on the plane, gliding with pride. Enjoy black leather mom. Stop crying, stop crying, and get all about it. News unfolding every day. Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik, making headlines in every way. Stay tuned, stay informed, as the news breaks through. A new era emerges, with stories anew. Trump taps Stefanik as UN ambassador bold, leading America's voice, a new story unfold. Tesla's market value soars $1 trillion high. Elon Musk's vision shines, the future in the sky. News headlines shining bright. Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik inside Musk wealth soars, a billionaire's dream. Headlines unfolding a new American theme. Read all about it, or listen to the news on YouTube. Get CNN, CBS, ABC, MSNBC. They're no good for you, so stop crying and read the non-biased news. Then do your own research, uncover the truth. Read the Bible and ask the Holy Spirit to move inside you. In Jesus' name, may everything be alright. It is His will. Trade battles rage, China gains ground. Trump's administration faces challenges unbound. Premier League's top goals, sports fans delight. Vincent Company's stripe shines, a moment so bright. News headlines shining bright. Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik inside Musk wealth soars, a billionaire's dream. Headlines unfolding a new American theme. Read all about it, or listen to the news on YouTube. Get CNN, CBS, ABC, MSNBC. They're no good for you, so stop crying and read the non-biased news. Then do your own research, uncover the truth. Read the Bible and ask the Holy Spirit to move inside you. In Jesus' name, may everything be alright. It is His will. Charlie Hollings at the Annika golf tourney. Nelly Corda trails a fierce competition. Bruce Brown's versus six prediction experts weigh in. Cleveland favored, a thrilling match to win. Democrats missed the mark, the miss the mark. So stop crying, liberals, stop crying, crying. News headlines shining bright. Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik inside Musk wealth soars, a billionaire's dream. Headlines unfolding a new American theme. Read all about it, or listen to the news on YouTube. Get CNN, CBS, ABC, MSNBC. They're no good for you, so stop crying and read the non-biased news. Then do your own research, uncover the truth. Read the Bible and ask the Holy Spirit to move inside you. In Jesus' name, may everything be alright. It is His will. Happy scores for US, did you make a stun? Steelers prime for success, Ravens beware. Euro may struggle, Chargers on the rise. NFL drama unfolds, fans on the edge. As the liberals' tears fall like rain. Stop crying like a baby, stop crying. News headlines shining bright. Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik inside Musk wealth soars, a billionaire's dream. Headlines unfolding a new American scheme. Read all about it, or listen to the news on YouTube. Get CNN, CBS, ABC, MSNBC. They're no good for you, so stop crying and read the non-biased news. Then do your own research, uncover the truth. Read the Bible and ask the Holy Spirit to move inside you. In Jesus' name, may everything be alright. It is His will. Eastern Illinois takes on Northwestern might. Big Ten basketball heats up, fans unite. Tesla's innovation leads, sustainable future bright. Elon Musk's vision inspires day and night. We all can see the liberals cry on Yahoo, Facebook, and TikTok, shaving their heads as they keep on crying. What a shame. News headlines shining bright. Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik inside Musk wealth soars, a billionaire's dream. Headlines unfolding a new American scheme. Read all about it, or listen to the news on YouTube. Get CNN, CBS, ABC, MSNBC. They're no good for you, so stop crying and read the non-biased news. Then do your own research, uncover the truth. Read the Bible and ask the Holy Spirit to move inside you. In Jesus' name, may everything be alright. It is His will. Trump's legacy unfolds, presidential reigns, defense, diplomacy shines, global partnerships sustain, Tesla's market dominance, electric cars shine bright. America's spirit alive, news headlines ignite, with all liberal tears causing floods in the streets. Stop crying. Stay informed, stay engaged as news breaks through. A new era emerges, the stories are new. Read all about it, news unfolding every day. Trump, Tesla is defining, making headlines in every way. News headlines shining bright. Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik insight. Musk love soars, a billionaire's dream. Headlines unfolding, a new American theme. Read all about it, or listen to the news on YouTube. Get CNN, CBS, ABC, MSNBC. They're no good for you. So stop crying and read the non-biased news. Then do your own research, uncover the truth. Read the Bible and ask the Holy Spirit to move inside you. Jesus reigning, everything be alright. It is His will. News headlines shining bright, fading into the night. So stop crying, stop crying. Tomorrow's stories will unfold. Stay tuned, America's told. Pray to the Lord every day for wisdom to unfold. Enjoy black leather, Mom. Nobody's here, nobody's there. Where is the somebody, somebody who cares? Empty spaces, hollow sound, longing for connection all around. Oh Jesus, you say I'm somebody, you care for me, and that sets me free. From nobody to somebody, in your eyes I'm loved, I'm seen, I'm alive. I was a nobody, lost and alone, but your love found me, made me your own. You whisper truth in my darkest night. You are somebody shining bright. Oh Jesus, you say I'm somebody, you care for me, and that sets me free. From nobody to somebody, in your eyes I'm loved, I'm seen, I'm alive. In your arms I find my worth. Somebody no longer on earth. Your love transforms my soul's revived. Grateful for your love and care I thrive. Oh Jesus, you say I'm somebody, you care for me, and that sets me free. From nobody to somebody, in your eyes I'm loved, I'm seen, I'm alive. Thank you Jesus for that love and care. You make me somebody beyond compare. Enjoy black leather, Mom.
Spirit of God, descend. Gospel Rock Bagpipes 2024, 10/17, 05/30. In Luke 11, Jesus teaches us to pray, to ask for the Holy Spirit every single day. With persistence and faith, we'll receive the gift to live according to God's will and rift. Ask, seek, and knock, the door will open wide. Jesus promises the Holy Spirit will preside in our hearts, a treasure to abide, guiding us forward, side by side. Holy Spirit, we need you now. Fill us with your power somehow. preparing us for the fight against sin and darkness. Let Trump win and we'll stand tall. With the Holy Spirit we'll conquer all. Holy Spirit, we need you now. Fill us with your power somehow. Help us surrender, trust and obey. Holy Spirit, come what may. Daily prayer, a habit will form. Thirsting for God with a humble storm. In John 7:37 we'll find our guide. Drinking from the Spirit, we'll abide. Holy Spirit, we need you now. Fill us with your power somehow. Help us surrender. Lord Jesus, we surrender to you. Fulfill the prerequisites in all we do. Grant us your Spirit and guide our way, that we may live for your glory each day. Holy Spirit, we need you now. Fill us with your power somehow. Help us surrender, trust and obey. Holy Spirit, come what may. May our hearts be filled with the Holy Spirit's might. May our lives reflect God's love and desire. May we walk in the Spirit every single day and bring glory to Jesus in every way. Enjoy Black Lebanon, game over troubled waters. Game over troubled waters reports, bugs on the rise. Storm Didi suggest patience, time, surprise. Ranger agrees, peaceful hearts abide. Billy reassures, no worries will glide. Cats are fighting, but we won't fall. Kokomo's have it, our hearts stand tall. In the digital light, we'll find our way. Cats are fighting, but we'll seize the day. Templars fighting, Billy's laughing. Flowing jungle joins, friendly flow unwinds. Error 870 shares mega flourish and finds. Derpy the cow laughs, math sweet charm. Kicks Calvin speeds, mock Jesus disarms. Cats are fighting, but we won't fall. Kokomo's have it, our hearts stand tall. In the digital light, we'll find our way. Cats are fighting, but we'll seize the day. Templars fighting, Billy's laughing. Through digital storms, friendship shine. Bugs and glitches, our bond defines. Together we rise above the fray. In Kokomo's light our hearts sway. Jenny asks, armor's mystery unfolds. 4Q black hole suits, digital battles cold. Billy reassures, no worries remain. Templar concludes, Kokomo's heaven sustains. Cats are fighting, but we won't fall. Kokomo's heaven, our hearts stand tall. In the digital light, we'll find our way. Cats are fighting, but we'll seize the day. Templars farting, Billy's laughing. Ice-TS jokes, math's puzzle unwinds. Longshank's expertise, our dreams provide. Not fun allowed, find solace. Darkness fades, squid breaks through loading screens. Cats are fighting, but we won't fall. Kokomo's heaven, our hearts stand tall. In the digital light, we'll find our way. Cats are fighting, but we'll seize the day. Templars farting, cats are fighting, but we won't fear. Kokomo's heaven, our peaceful air. Friendship shining bright, we're clear. In Kokomo's warmth, our hearts hold dear. Enjoy Black Lemonade.
Hints, stop crying, riddle about it. News unfolding every day. Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik making headlines in every way. Stay tuned, stay informed as the news breaks through. A new era emerges with stories anew. Trump taps Stefanik as UN ambassador bold, leading America's voice, a new story unfold. Tesla's market value soars $1 trillion high. Elon Musk's vision shines the future in the sky. News headlines shining bright. Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik in sight. Musk's wealth soars, a billionaire's dream. Headlines unfolding, a new American scheme. Read all about it or listen to the news on YouTube. Get CNN, CBS, ABC, MSNBC. They're no good for you. So stop crying and read the non-biased news. Then do your own research, uncover the truth. Read the Bible and ask the Holy Spirit to move inside you. In Jesus' name, may everything be alright, if it is His will. Trade battles rage, China gains ground. Trump's administration faces challenges unbound. Premier League's top goals, sports fans delight. Vincent Company's strike shines, a moment so bright. Read the Bible and ask the Holy Spirit to move inside you. News headlines shining bright. Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik in sight. Musk's wealth soars, a billionaire's dream. Headlines unfolding, a new American scheme. Read all about it or listen to the news on YouTube. Get CNN, CBS, ABC, MSNBC. They're no good for you. So stop crying and read the non-biased news. Then do your own research, uncover the truth. Read the Bible and ask the Holy Spirit to move inside you. In Jesus' name, may everything be alright, if it is His will. Charlie Ho leads at the Annika golf tourney. Nelly Corda trails, a fierce competition brews. Browns versus Saints prediction, experts weigh in. Cleveland favored, a thrilling matchup to win. News headlines shining bright. Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik in sight. Musk's wealth soars, a billionaire's dream. Headlines unfolding, a new American scheme. Read all about it or listen to the news on YouTube. Get CNN, CBS, ABC, MSNBC. They're no good for you. So stop crying and read the non-biased news. Then do your own research, uncover the truth. Read the Bible and ask the Holy Spirit to move inside you. In Jesus' name, may everything be alright, if it is His will. for us, Manti, Jamaica stunned. Steel is primed for success, Ravens beware. Burrow may struggle, Chargers on the rise. NFL drama unfolds, fans on the edge. If it is his will, could be as his will be alright. If it is his will, enjoy black leather, Monty, Jamaica stunned. Steelers primed for success, Ravens beware. Burrow may struggle, Chargers on the rise. NFL drama unfolds, fans on the edge. Verse 5, Eastern Illinois takes on Northwestern might. Big Ten basketball heats up, fans unite. Tesla's innovation leads, sustainable future bright. Elon Musk's vision inspires day and night. News headlines shining bright. Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik in sight. Musk's wealth soars, a billionaire's dream. Headlines unfolding, a new American scheme. Read all about it or listen to the news on YouTube. It's CNN, CBS, ABC, MSNBC, they're no good for you. So stop crying and read the non-biased news. Then do your own research, uncover the truth. Read the Bible and ask the Holy Spirit to move inside you. In Jesus' name, may everything be alright. If it is his will. News headlines shining bright. Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik in sight. Musk's wealth soars, a billionaire's dream. Headlines unfolding, a new American scheme. Read all about it or listen to the news on YouTube. It's CNN, CBS, ABC, MSNBC, they're no good for you. So stop crying and read the non-biased news. And do your own research, uncover the truth. Read the Bible and ask the Holy Spirit to move inside you. In Jesus' name, may everything be alright. If it is his will. News headlines shining bright, fading into the night. So stop crying, stop crying. Tomorrow's stories will unfold. Stay tuned, America's told. Pray to the Lord every day for wisdom to unfold. Enjoy Black Leather, Mom.
Cats are fighting, dogs are barking loud. Kokomo's haven, our hearts proud. In the digital light, we'll find our way. Cats are fighting, but we'll seize the day. Templars fighting and it seems so bad. Billy's laughing to sound, making us glad. Cannons firing, chaos all around. But in Kokomo's heart, love is found. Squid breaks through, loading screens can't hide. Long shanks, expertise, our dreams abide. Don't be the cow's laughter, that's sweet delight. Ranger's patience guides us through the night. Templars fighting and it seems so bad. Billy's laughing to sound, making us glad. Cannons firing, chaos all around. But in Kokomo's heart, love is found. Through digital storms, friendships shine bright. Bugs and glitches, our bond ignites. Together we rise above the fray. In Kokomo's light, our hearts sway. Ice-T's jokes, maths puzzle unwinds. Kids Calvi speeds, mock Jesus aligns. First person QR seeks, Billy's guiding light. Game over troubled waters, finds peaceful sight. Templars fighting and it seems so bad. Billy's laughing to sound, making us glad. Cannons firing, chaos all around. But in Kokomo's heart, love is found. Through digital storms, friendships shine bright. Bugs and glitches, our bonded nights. Together we rise above the fray. sway. Cats are fighting, dogs are barking free. Templars fighting, Billy's laughter echoes me. Kokomo's heaven, our hearts stand tall. In digital victory, we seize it all.
Diana Crowgiver in Wizard City streets, darkness fell. Alistair's shadow, echoes of a spell. Croconomicon's power, his heart's desire. A wizard's downfall, love's tragic fire. Diana Crowgiver playing all night. Oh, shadows in the spiral, darkness reigns, but love's light guides us through life's pains. In every world our hearts beat strong. Against the darkness our love will shine on. Crocotopia's ancient walls, whispers told of Mander's suffering and freedom's hope. The Order of the Fang stood brave and true against the crooks. Their courage shone through. Diana Crowgiver playing all night. Oh, shadows in the spiral, darkness reigns, but love's light guides us through life's pains. In every world our hearts beat strong. Against the darkness our love will shine on. Marleyborn streets, O'Leary and sway. Neil Yoregi's plot, Sherlock Holmes' way. Courage and wit defeated darkest night, and Alistair's plans began to lose their light. Diana Crowgiver playing all night. Oh, shadows in the spiral, darkness reigns, but love's light guides us through life's pains. In every world our hearts beat strong. Against the darkness our love will shine on. Mushu's emperor, danger's darkest hour. Oni's wrath, war's shadowy power. But love's redemption lit a brighter way, and the emperor's life was saved that day. Diana Crowgiver playing all night. Oh, shadows in the spiral, darkness reigns, but love's light guides us through life's pains. In every world our hearts beat strong. Against the darkness our love will shine on. Dragonfire's secrets unveiled to sight. Alistair's heart consumed by endless night. But Sylvia's spirit showed him love's true way, and redemption's light lit a brighter day. Diana Crowgiver playing all night. Oh, shadows in the spiral, darkness reigns, but love's light guides us through life's pains. In every world our hearts beat strong. Against the darkness our love will shine on. Polaris's edge, love's shining light. Memory's strength, Raven's guiding sight. The Aether Titan, awakened light, but love's power conquered endless night. Through trials and strife, love shines the way, guiding wizards through life's darkest day. With every step our hearts beat strong. Against the shadows our love will shine on. Diana Crowgiver playing all night. Oh, shadows in the spiral, darkness reigns, but love's light guides us through life's pains. In every world our hearts beat strong. Against the darkness our love will shine on. 'Cause our journey through a world so grand taught us love's power in every land. In the spiral's heart our tales told of love's triumph forever to hold. Enjoy Black Letter Moon.
news reports bugs on the rise. Storm Dee suggests patience, time, surprise. Ranger agrees, peaceful hearts abide. Billy reassures, no worries will glide. Cats are fighting, but we won't fall. Kokomo's heaven, our hearts stand tall. In the digital light, we'll find our way. Cats are fighting, but we'll seize the day. Templars farting, Billy's laughing. Flowing jungle joins, friendly flow unwinds. Error 870 shares mega thrower shine finds. Derpy the cow laughs, math sweet charm. Kicks Calvin speeds, mock Jesus disarms. Cats are fighting, but we won't fall. Kokomo's heaven, our hearts stand tall. In the digital light, we'll find our way. Cats are fighting, but we'll seize the day. Templars farting, Billy's laughing. Through digital storms, friendship shine. Bugs and glitches, our bond defines. Together we rise above the fray. In Kokomo's light, our hearts sway. Jenny asks, armor's mystery unfolds. 4Q black hole suits, digital battles cold. Billy reassures, no worries remain. Templar concludes, Kokomo's heaven sustains. Cats are fighting, but we won't fall. Kokomo's heaven, our hearts stand tall. In the digital light, we'll find our way. Cats are fighting, but we'll seize the day. Templars farting, Billy's laughing. Ice-TS jokes, math's puzzle unwinds. Long chains expertise, our dreams provide. Not fun allowed, find solace. Darkness fades, squid breaks through loading screens. Cats are fighting, but we won't fall. Kokomo's heaven, our hearts stand tall. In the digital light, we'll find our way. Cats are fighting, but we'll seize the day. Templars farting, cats are fighting, but we won't fear. Kokomo's heaven, our peaceful air. Friendship shining bright, we're clear. In Kokomo's warmth, our hearts hold dear. Enjoy Black Lebanon. Kicking down the door, ran away, rising, taking back the floor. Border crisis looming, crime in every street. Who you gonna call when Democrats can't compete? So who you gonna call? Kicking ass tonight, red wave rising bright. Trouble's coming, but he's on the case. Tim Buster Trump saving the pace. No way, 100% tariff. They'll pay the price each day. China's hypersonic weapons, a threat to our shore. But Trump's got Patriot missiles ready to roll. So who you gonna call? Kicking ass tonight. Rising bright. Trouble's coming, but he's on the case. Tim Buster Trump saving the pace. Elections near, Trump's on the rise. Who you gonna call? Make America great magazine. Kicking ass tonight. Red wave rising right. Trouble's coming, but he's on the case. Damn, Buster Trump saving the pace. Horseshoes near, and Trump's on the rise. Red waves growing, Democrats compromise. Border security, economy strong. Trump's got the vision all day long. So who you gonna call? Buster Trump. I said who you gonna call? Make America great magazine. Kicking ass tonight. Red wave rising right. Trouble's coming, but he's on the case. Damn, Buster Trump saving the face. Abortion rights, a heated debate. Harris focuses on Texas, but Trump's on the state. Women vote is shifting, both show the tide. Trump's message resonating as the elections inside. So who you gonna call? Buster Trump. I said who you gonna call? Make America great magazine. Kicking ass tonight. Red wave rising right. Trouble's coming, but he's on the case. Damn, Buster Trump saving the face. Ooh, yeah. Trump's base is solid, his message clear. Red wave rising, Democrats fear. Election day's coming, the choice is near. Trump's gonna win, and call our fear. Who you gonna call? Buster Trump. I said who you gonna call? Make America great magazine. Kicking ass tonight. Red wave rising. Trouble's coming, but he's on the case. Damn, Buster Trump saving the face. From sea to shining sea, Trump's got the mic.
I put the finger all live off the trash can. Come on, room.
Trouble's coming, but he's on the case. Did Buster Trump saving the face? Buster Trump. I said who you gonna call? Make America great magazine. Kicking ass tonight.
Honestly, I don't think I'm ever have the find someone to fix it anyways.
He's on the case. Damn, Buster Trump saving the face. Joy Black with the mom.
When I achieved my bachelor's degree, it was a big moment for me because my mom passed away, but I still think of that moment when I got my bachelor's, and I know that she'd be proud now. Start your comeback today at PurdueGlobal.edu.
In a small town where love and kindness thrive, a story unfolded of pets taken alive. Peanut the squirrel, Fred the raccoon too, taken from their home without a reason true. No threat to society, just love and gentle lives. Their owner's heart's broken by a government surprise. Don't touch our pets, leave them alone. You got bigger fish to fry at the border and more. A long woman's words sparked a heated debate. Accusations flew of a cruel and heartless fate, but she denied the claims with a voice so calm and bright. Yet others recalled her post, bragging on TikTok that night. Don't touch our pets, leave them alone. You got bigger fish to fry at the border and more. Peanut and Fred, take it too soon. Their memories live on and our hearts are true. We'll stand for justice, for love and what's right. Peanut and Fred, shining bright. Even then rallied with outrage and dismay for Peanut and Fred taken away. Their owner's love and care ignored and unseen by a system that failed with a heart that's unclean. Don't touch our pets, leave them alone. You got bigger fish to fry at the border and more. Peanut and Fred, take it too soon. Their memories live on and our hearts are true. We'll stand for justice, for love and what's right. Peanut and Fred, shining bright. Don't touch our pets. Leave them alone, you got bigger fish to fry at the border and more. Peanut and Fred, take it too soon, their memories live on and our hearts are true. We'll stand for justice, for loving what's right. Peanut and Fred, shining bright. We'll remember Peanut and Fred by his side, innocent victims of a cruel and heartless fate. Between love and cruelty, between right and wrong, their stories are reminded to keep our pets strong. Don't touch our pets, leave them alone, you got bigger fish to fry at the border and more. Peanut and Fred, take it too soon, their memories live on and our hearts are true. We'll stand for justice, for loving what's right. Peanut and Fred, shining bright. Their story's a lesson of power and control, a reminder to cherish the love that makes us whole. For Peanut and Fred, we'll keep their memory alive, a symbol of love that will forever thrive. Enjoy Black Leather Mom.
Widow failing.
In a small town where love and kindness thrive, a story unfolded of pets taken alive. Peanut the squirrel and Fred the raccoon too, taken from their home without a reason true. No threat to society, just love and gentle lives. Their owner's heart's broken by a government surprise. Don't touch our pets, leave them alone. You got bigger fish to fry at the border and more. A Montague woman's words sparked a heated debate. Accusations flew of a cruel and heartless fate, but she denied the claims with a voice so calm and bright. Yet others recalled her post, bragging on TikTok that night. Don't touch our pets, leave them alone. You got bigger fish to fry at the border and more. Peanut and Fred, take it too soon. Their memories live on and our hearts so true. We'll stand for justice, for love and what's right. Peanut and Fred, shining bright. The internet rallied with outrage and dismay for Peanut and Fred taken away. Their owners' love and care ignored and unseen by a system that failed with a heart that's unclean. Don't touch our pets, leave them alone. You got bigger fish to fry at the border and more. Peanut and Fred, take it too soon. Their memories live on and our hearts so true. We'll stand for justice, for love and what's right. Peanut and Fred, shining bright. Don't touch our pets, leave them alone. You got bigger fish to fry at the border and more. Peanut and Fred, take it too soon. Their memories live on and our hearts so true. We'll stand for justice, for love and what's right. Peanut and Fred, shining bright. We'll remember Peanut and Fred by his side, innocent victims of a cruel and heartless fate. Between love and cruelty, between right and wrong, their stories a reminder to keep our pets strong. Don't touch our pets, leave them alone. You got bigger fish to fry at the border and more. Peanut and Fred, take it too soon. Their memories live on and our hearts so true. We'll stand for justice, for love and what's right. Peanut and Fred, shining bright. Their story's a lesson of power and control, a reminder to cherish the love that makes us whole. For Peanut and Fred, we'll keep their memory alive, a symbol of love that will forever thrive. Enjoy Black Leather Month.
Okay, so here's what you do as a storm wizard. You go in there and die. And then you flee. And then you'll go to your favorite Facebook chat group and ask for help again.
Templars wisdom guides us through the night. Billy's math skills shine with delight. For Q, black holes, humor keeps us aglow. Ranger's patience leads us to Facomo. Dogs are barking, cats are fighting, derpy's moving. But in Facomo, hearts keep shining. The digital storms will find our way. Dogs are barking, cats are fighting. Every day they fuck you, every day.
Today's assignment is to get a reading by defeating one of these creatures in this location. Good luck.
Dreams provide. Not fun, I'm out. Find solace, darkness fades. Derpy the cow's laughter, my sweet shades. Dogs are barking, cats are fighting, Derpy's moving. But in Facomo, hearts keep shining. Digital storms will find our way. Dogs are barking, cats are fighting. Every day, big fuck you, every day. Through bugs and bridges, our light, our hearts will glow. Together we rise above the fray. In digital harmony, we'll seize the day. SDS jokes, mass puzzle winds. Kicks, Calvin speeds, Mount Jesus aligns. First person QR, seeks Billy's guiding light. Game over,
Dungeon recall, not engine recall. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. Anyways, yeah, just do that and you'll be fine. Anyways, no, on a serious note, I would go in there and kill the minions. And then try to kill the boss. If you die, just use engine recall and come back there, and you're gonna see that the minion is not there, and all you have to do is beat the boss. And just beat the boss without having to beat the minion. Because the minion is gone when you come back. You feel me?
Dogs are barking, cats are fighting, turkeys moving. But in Tacoma, our hearts keep shining. Through digital storms, we'll find our way. Dogs are barking, cats are fighting. Every day a big fuck you, every day. Dogs are barking, cats are fighting, turkeys moving. But in Tacoma, our hearts take flight. Friendships shining, pride we're creating. Digital harmony, we're finally here. Enjoy Black Lebanon, game over troubled waters.
Read all about it, news unfolding every day. Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik making headlines in every way. Stay tuned, stay informed as the news breaks through. A new era emerges with stories and news. Trump's conviction overturned, a new era unfolds. Tesla's market value surges, $1 trillion to hold. Stefanik's blue-head ambassador, a new voice on the floor. OU softball recruits shine, Sophia Bordy's pitch and score. Trump's conviction overturned, a new era unfolds. Tesla's market value surges, $1 trillion to hold. Stefanik's blue-head ambassador, a new voice on the floor. OU softball recruits shine, Sophia Bordy's pitch and score. News headlines shining bright, Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik inside. Must-well soars, a billionaire's dream. Headlines unfolding, a new American scheme. Read all about it, or listen to the news on YouTube. Forget ENN, EBIZBN, no good for you, or no good for you. Trump's immunity ruling, prosecutors disagree. Must-wealth tops $300 billion, a record to see. Trump's foreign policy plans, Ukraine and Israel align. Stefanik combats anti-Semitism, a UN agenda divine. News headlines shining bright, Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik inside. Must-wealth soars, a billionaire's dream. Headlines unfolding, a new American scheme. Read all about it, or listen to the news on YouTube. Forget ENN, EBIZBN, no good for you. Tesla's autonomous vehicles speeding to the future. Trump's sentencing delay, experts speculate the ruler. Stefanik's America first, a UN vision clear. News headlines shining, the world draws near. News headlines shining bright, Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik inside. soars, a billionaire's dream. Headlines unfolding to American scheme.
Hey, what's going on? Sheila Poo, bringing in the range. P power slots. We got Dead Already, Miss Vicky May, Kathleen Hanover, Lynn F, Pesky Citizen, Jeremy Hayboer, Cat FS, and Boiler Operator in the house. What's up, Sheila? Thanks for bringing in 10 amazing new members in the house. NY says, so Bondi makes much more sense. Why the heck did they do this? Why couldn't he hold the seat at least for the speaker vote? Doesn't smell well. Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that. It's weird. It's weird to go full steam ahead and then you drop everything. Like within 12 hours. He was at the Senate the day before. News reports were great. Next morning, wakes up, he's drawing out. Knox is here. Says, happy Friday, all. I found this one interesting. Representative Matt Gaetz grew up in the Truman Show house, and that explains so much. That's an interesting one. I remember that show. Hey, what's up? Cicada says, the guy in the red dress. The guy in the red dress. Is that a Matrix reference? Like the woman in the red dress? Who? The woman in the red dress. And then it's an agent.
Today's assignment is to get a reading by visiting
Cat
this location.
So, just how does Clinton know what Trump believes? Clinton is the exact moral opposite of Billy Sidewinder Clinton. Cat says, I'm so sick of Democrats. Me too. Tell me about it. Will they ever learn? No, they won't. They'll just get up there and lecture everybody. Thank you, Kat. Very nice dono. Good to have you here. Hey, NY says, you know, Kevin McCarthy did the same thing after he lost speakership. He could have kept his seat, but quickly resigned. MAGA needs to speak out on this. Gaetz did a lot, but his constituents donated to him. The Dems will pour millions into his district now. Yeah, I kind of feel that. It's like, didn't you just like promise everybody you're going to give him 2 more years and now you're just leaving? Blocky says, Clinton complaining about Yes Men is funny. Considering under him and his AG, I got FBI snipers eliminating a mom after her baby was eliminated, after feds eliminated a bunch of people, and then eliminated people at Ruby Ridge and Waco. Yeah, man, there was a lot of carnage. Remember Waco? That's such a fascinating story. And horrific story. Blocky, thank you. Crash says, Trump should appoint Gaetz to be a special envoy. Special assistant to the president in charge of the swamp. Pull the chain on the plug, Matt. Well, I think others were arguing that he should be the special counsel who's appointed to prosecute Jack Smith. That'd be fun. Hey, Richard Coffey, 10 months as a membo, says, I can tell Shifty Shift is lying. Do you know how? His mouth is moving. Thank you, Richard Coffey. Thanks for being here for 10 months. That's a baby +1. Hey, this old guy. Anything that is painful for Judge Mercan is okay by me. You know, metaphorically speaking. Like writing that sentence was, in his opinion. It was painful for him. Glocky says, I promise you that they used this to spy the Trump campaign. They did the Russia hoax 2.0. I'd be real curious to what electronic surveillance they use, and I want to see the applications to the FISA courts. Says, Trump's intel pick, Tulsi, was briefly placed on government watch list for years. Knox says, how did this Officer Byrd even still have a job after his leaving his service weapon in the crapper? Yeah, I don't know, Knox. Government, Capitol Police, DC, work. 33 days suspension, that's a big one. But they let him back. Man, it's hard to do something wrong when you're in that position. Sheila Poo says, Byrd needs to be prosecuted, okay, not promoted. He improperly fired on Ashley, resulting in her elimination. And then he lied about it. He said he gave her commands and stuff. Former says, I don't believe that the issue is that he was a cop, but that he was former. We got Glocky says, Elon is going to buy MSNBC and Joe Rogan in a different reply to this post. Asked him if he could have Rachel Maddow's time slot. It is going to be a wild next couple of months. That would be wild if Elon bought MSNBC. Elon's commenting on this? He did. How much does it cost? That's how he bought X. Someone says, if you like Twitter so much, you should buy it. He says, how much does it cost? Rick D says, Elon should so buy it. MXNBC. Hey, Joe Rogan announced, says Rosalert, that he would be interested in taking over Rachel Maddow's role if Elon buys MSNBC. I have a hard time believing that, but that's funny. Hey, it's Bruce Rice Baby. Dun 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 dun. What's up, Bruce? Bringing in Friggle D. Cicada is here. Super Goober, welcome. Blankless is here. Garrett Westbury, Linda D, Watts Minor, CNC Hobbyist, Joyous Joy, and Igor Voiko. Gifted members courtesy of Bruce Rice Baby. Dun 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 dun. Roy MC. So he aimed center mass to kill her, yet it was her fault for moving that the shot hit as aimed. Yeah, and he warned her, which he didn't warn her. So, and Lester Holt didn't ask any follow-ups because who cares? Woodchip Bill says, that Bird report was excellent. Bring light to the corruption of this matter. Bird should be in jail for life. I'm with you on that, Woodchip. I know it was a hard read. That was a hard one to listen to. But it is important. I'm glad you see it that way, Woodchip. More here. What's up, more here? Bringing in 5 more here. Dale Bailey, Purple Lady Wenyo, Pink Wings, Tina P, and Scott, gifted members, courtesy of more here. Hey, Bruce Rice is bringing in more membos. 10 more, Bruce? Floppy, what's up? Mic drop. We got Kim O, Joel D4, Judge Dreads is here, Melissa Charba, Milk Tobo, MM Lula, and RL South, gifted members, courtesy of Bruce Rice Baby. And Sheila Pooh, what's up? I'm a 35-year retired LEO lieutenant. I can tell you for a fact that any police officer in my department that acted as Lieutenant Bird did would be fired and probably prosecuted. If the officers protecting the federal courthouses, police stations, or any other facility during the summer of 2020 Antifa BLM riots had opened fire on those rioters, they would have been justified using the Bird standard. In fact, the threat of imminent death or bodily harm was greater during those actual riots. Yeah, and it produced a lot more actual deaths than they alleged occurred in January 6th. Rioters were killed. Ashley was shot. Roseanne was beaten. 2 other gentlemen died of heart problems. And then we saw, they said that Brian Sicknick was murdered by the rioters. No, that never happened. He died of natural causes the next day. So they reverse it and flip it the other way. Uncle Bozy says, hey, thank you, Uncle Bozy, for that. Thank you for, I didn't know you were a retired LEO. So we have maybe a higher group of retired LEO here. It's great. Sergeant Bob is in the house, former LEO. We got Uncle Bozy now. If the officers protecting the federal courthouses did this, there would be problems. Says, Bird's preferential treatment after killing an unarmed woman is infuriating. You're not alone on that. Hey, Wookie Elmil, 16 months as a member, says the first 2 minutes of the video link proves intentionality. And I don't know which one you're talking about there specifically, Wookie. But that sounds about right. Knox is here. Elon Musk sets his sights on struggling MSNBC. That would be hilarious. It would be hilarious if he bought MSNBC. I'd watch it. I'd watch it. Maybe he needs someone to fill in some content. Maybe we'll have an MSNBC show. Yeah, I'd invite Jen Psaki on as a guest. Hey, Jen. You miss being here? Uncle Bozy says there was also the female cop who literally beat a woman to death outside the Capitol. Yeah, that was Roseanne Boylan. I watched the video. It was brutal. That DC cop was also awarded and lauded as a hero. Yeah, you got to take out MAGA. It's like a gang initiation. They'll promote you. Isn't that fun? Thank you, Uncle Bozy. NY says, prosecutors always use as reasons why someone needs pretrial detention is they did it to other people. But if a trial is going to be very long and complicated, why can't a defendant be on house arrest with today's technology? That's exactly what Diddy's team was arguing. Let him out. Blocky says, and there it is. She wants the same corrupt FBI who went after Trump to vet his nominees. says Lisa Murkowski announces that she will not approve any of Trump's nominees unless they're properly vetted by the FBI. She's one of the worst. Rocky says, cheers to Matthew Russell Lee, a.k.a. Inner City Press, his passion for shining spotlights, and his passion for strange songwriting, courtesy of Rocky Water. Thank you, Rocky. Matthew Russell Lee is amazing. We love him. Hey, have a great day! Libby T, what's up? Bringing in 5 membos. Thank you, Libby, for doing this. Happy Friday to you. Bringing in Shake and Bake is here. Vegas Woman, 702. Far Isle, Seaman 3, and Charles Co. in the house. Good to have you guys aboard. Thank you, Libby T, for bringing in our new friends. Uncle Bozy shared this one. It's when Kramer says Pam. Pam. Pam.
What does that mean?
Pam.
And that voice.
Pam.
What about her name? Pam? Oh, it's a beautiful name. Pam. Pam. Pam.
She's going to be a great AG, okay? Her name is Pam. It's going to be great. All right, thank you for that one. And let's see what else we've got in the house. Uncle Bozy. Hey, Ricada Law for President says, thoughts on the McCann ruling regarding Trump Jr.'s tweet. Sorry if you discussed this. I'm getting late in. It's actually going to get dismissed. Yeah, Ricada Law for President says, asking, yeah, I think so. I think it is going to, I think it's going to go away. I don't think they're going to let that case linger on for 4 years. I think he'll dismiss it. I think he's got no other choice. But the sentencing got vacated, and that was their big one. Like, they really, like, any day now, the walls are closing in. Trump's going to be sentenced finally. Wrong. Oopsie says, the question is, why did they treat Byrd so sweetly? Maybe because he's dangerously psychotic and they need to protect themselves from his violence, or maybe he threatened to expose their guilt of J6, and if they didn't give him everything he wants, to protect him. Yeah. You just buy them off. They have to, once you pay him off, where's he going to go? What's he going to do? So, he's now bought and paid for. He's their person. Isn't that interesting how that works? Thank you, Boopsy, for that one. My friends, let's say hello to our friends on X, then we'll wrap it up on the day. We're going to go over to watchingthewatchers.locals.com and debrief for a bit before we come back tomorrow for our members-only Saturday stream.
Today's assignment is to get a reading by defeating one of these creatures
and join us.
in
A
this
couple of short
location.
comments on
Good
X.
luck.
Fred says, oh, Judicial Watch. Yeah, they're suing. Judicial Watch is paying for the Ashley Babbitt $30 million wrongful death suit against the government. Did we read that? I feel like we did read that. Why does Edge... I don't want to use this first. Don't ask me to change it again. Don't ask again. Danny McWilliams says, Gates is a troublemaker. Do you think that Trump planned this to get rid of Gates? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I think he would have been happy with Gates as AG. Flash River, what's up, Flash? Says, as for Capitol Police Officer Byrd, no, police officers don't shoot people because they don't see a person's hands. They shoot when there is visible signs of an imminent threat in their hands. Duh. Yeah, and he was also making up some other nonsense. Cohen Levine. Can Byrd be charged for the elimination of Ashley Babbitt when the new AG takes over? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the new DOJ can do a new assessment. Yeah, there's probable cause there. Probably not expired. 2021, plenty of time. Yeah, he could still be charged. Why not? Maybe he will. All right, my friends, thank you for those lovely comments on X and for the great donos, for being amazing parts of our community and parts of the show. Very nice to have you here. And I hope your week was outstanding. We are going to leave it there. We're going to head on over to watchingthewatchers.locals.com for our members-only after party. Hey, Goose Toots just became a supporter. Welcome aboard, Goose Toots. Very nice to have you. And my friends, it's been an amazing week. So thank you so much for being here. We had a lot of business that we attended to, and it's always such an honor to be able to do that together with you. We will unplug for the rest of the day. Of course, we got tomorrow for Membos, and then we'll unplug over the weekend so that we can recharge our energy tanks, rejuvenate our spirit, reverberate our souls. Where the heck? What did they do here? trying to figure out where all my buttons went. Now I found it. Rejuvenate our soul! Rest, recover, and unplug from politics so that our brain can come back fresh on Monday to get into it again. I hope that your weekend is outstanding. You do something fun. You get outside, you get some fresh air, some vitamin D, some sunlight, some sunshine, some friends, some family, some frivolity. You eat something delicious and get an extra scoop of ice cream because we're coming back on Monday and get into it again. And in order to do that, we're going to need to see you right back here so that together, with your help, we can shine that big, beautiful spotlight of accountability and transparency down upon our system with the hope of finding justice. Make it a beautiful weekend, my friends. I'll see you right back here on Monday. Bye-bye.
Definitely hiding something. So sometimes you need to break a few rules and pick a few locks, especially when it involves your family. Join June as she solves the crime.
When I first joined Honeybook, I was roughly making $1,500.
What's up, guys? Your boy Benny. There's certain historic writings that must be preserved and studied for all time based on their incredible value to Western civilization and to the human experience, like the Holy Scriptures, Magna Carta, the Declaration of Independence, and this exchange on Twitter from 2017. Elon Musk. I love Twitter. Somebody named Dave Smith. You should buy it then. And Elon Musk saying, how much is it? Maybe I should buy it. This was the moment where a individual planted the seed that would save Western civilization. Elon Musk buying Twitter is the reason why President Trump won in 2024, among many others. But imagine President Trump running for president without any ability to get his message out on social media. Elon Musk paying $44 billion for Twitter, now X, and freeing so many accounts that had been suffocated and stifled under the tyranny of the regime to try and fix elections forever. The goal was to break democracy as we know it and destroy the capacity for people to speak freely and think freely and vote freely. This is what Elon Musk saved. Elon Musk freeing the bird, as it were, freeing many accounts that we know, many of our friends, allowing for free discourse, and declaring that we will fight. Freedom of speech isn't a suggestion, it's something we're going to physically fight over, right? We're going to fight for the right to speak. And that changed world history. So when Elon Musk says, how much is this left-wing instrument of suppression and oppression and fake news, you should pay attention. Ladies and gentlemen, history may be repeating itself. Here we go. 2 years into MSNBC, 2 years since MSNBC predicted Elon Musk's Twitter was on the brink of collapse. Now this guy, Mehdi Hassan, he doesn't have a show anymore. Okay, his show's been kicked off the air. He's been kicked off the air and completely deplatformed. This scumbag. It's like amazing how it's all working. And Elon Musk saying, yeah, now MSNBC is going down. Well, that's an interesting thing to say. MSNBC is going down. What exactly does that mean? Well, MSNBC has been attacking Elon Musk. Maybe Elon Musk is just, barking at some of the people who really hate Elon Musk. Search MSNBC and Elon Musk. It's like Elon moved into my phone, and now I have to leave Twitter. And Republican senators say hell no to Elon Musk. These are just some of the first hits, like some of the first. Trump humiliates Elon Musk. Look at this from MSNBC. Elon Musk is putting J.D. Vance aside as number 2. Elon Musk be exactly what he vowed to expose. Look at all these articles. Elon Musk's most dangerous ideas. The blurred line between excellent Trump administration. The dangers of Trump allowing billionaires like Elon Musk. Look at that. Is Elon Musk in the room with you right now? Okay. They're psychotically obsessed with Elon Musk on MSNBC. Ladies and gentlemen, MSNBC should be more interested in just preserving its own network, because MSNBC's ratings have been cut in half, some by 60%. Morning Joe's down by half. Joy Reid, Stephanie Rule's show, they're down by 60% in the ratings. We've covered this before on the program. The ratings have collapsed. Something like 35% of MSNBC's audience has migrated over to Fox in order to just not be silent. They are the Bud Light of of cable news networks. Okay, don't bet on MSNBC. And now Comcast is pulling the plug. Comcast, which owns MSNBC, is putting it up for sale. CNN announced massive layoffs. Now this prompted Don Jr. to an hour or two ago say, hey, Elon Musk, I have the funniest idea ever. Okay? Donald Trump says. Donald Trump Jr. says. This, in turn, prompts Elon Musk to do how much cost? The exact same thing that he did here in the 2017 epic post that started the ball rolling on him buying X, saving Western civilization. Elon Musk doing the same thing here just an hour ago. How much does MSNBC cost? Oh yeah, you can do it. We should all go in. This would be epic. Do it. Elon Musk saying, yeah, okay, how much is it? Oh man, turn it into the X channel. Have a constant flow of the best contributors: Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly. Oh man, give Tucker Carlson a show on MSNBC again. Tucker Carlson used to have a show on MSNBC way back in the day. Oh man, this has the internet losing their minds, along with some amazing reports of already MSNBC hosts scared that they're going to be fired tomorrow. Huge MSNBC shakeup. Morning Joe hosts worried about losing their penthouses. We could be fired tomorrow. They're now mewling about this on TV. They face awkward broadcasts in which bombshell report claiming Comcast set to spin off its cable channels. The hosts brought up the news after the Wall Street Journal reported that Comcast will release a swath of its NBC Universal TV networks. When this happens, you never know what's going to happen, Scarborough says. He's tried to downplay the news. Oh, really? What do you think will happen when your co-host is Alex Jones after Elon Musk buys your network? What do you think is going to happen then? Hey, babe, wake up. It's happening again. This is all over. My entire timeline is people saying, oh, man, here we go again. Elon Musk asking how much does it cost. I think Elon may be dusting off his sink soon. Yeah. Let that sink in. Oh, man. Can you imagine what's going to happen? What Joy Reid's posts will be like when Elon Musk buys MSNBC. Here we go again. Fire Rachel Maddow first. That's really good. Never deleting this app, please, Elon Musk, who could do the funniest thing ever. Look at how despicable MSNBC is. Laken Riley's killer never stood a chance. For all the political controversy, the outcome of this trial was never in doubt. They literally write articles.
It's been 20 years since the supernova blast hit our colonies. Our people have been facing hell ever since.
What the F is this? says Joe Rogan. MSNBC is writing articles defending the murderous killer, rapist and killer of Laken Riley. This is how sunken this network is. Yes, it would be so awesome to buy it. We'd like to see MSNBC become X News. Yeah, dude, that would be just Musk NBC. The responses are just on fire here. Everybody's saying the exact same thing. Do it, 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 do it. Give Tucker Carlson a show. Bring him back. Ladies and gentlemen, this is in the news. This video is in the news due to someone who's a friend of our show, Megyn Kelly, roasting the MSNBC host, and Megyn Kelly would make you could buy MSNBC and make a Fox competitor with former Fox hosts like Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson. Be genius, actually. You'd make so much money. Megyn Kelly's going viral for roasting Mika Brzezinski live in an interview.
And then when Trump won, to turn around and say, not Hitler. And actually, I've been talking about all these issues like the trans thing for a very long time. Just nobody would listen to me. You know, the Democrats' messaging was all wrong. That same guy has no problem going in to talk to Trump, licking the boot, and turning around to the audience being like, it's totally normal. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he is just, I mean, he is so up himself, and she's just lost the plot a very long time ago. But do you remember?
She's an idiot. That's the other thing. She's a dope. And by the way, she's constantly lecturing us about women's rights. Like she's progressive. I forgot to tell you today, I do not have my black stretchy pants on. I have the full sweatpant on today, Paul Marie. I'm just going to be honest. And I need to disclose this because it's a visual. So this Miss Champion, Miss Feminist, they were on the cover of, was it New York Magazine 10 years ago? And you have a picture of the two of them where Joe Scarborough is like this. I think he might have his feet up on the table. It's like a power pose for him. And she is up there. This isn't, I'm not dressed for this, but I'm going to show you, okay?
Yeah, come here. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Oh my God, that should not be doing this. That's what she did. And he's sitting there in a power position like, yeah, do it, baby. Pose, show him your brain.
She's not wrong. Would you love to see Megyn Kelly get Mika Brzezinski's job? Dude, replace these two with Tucker and Megyn Kelly, and I would watch every single freaking morning. Apparently, Rachel Maddow's salary has been cut by $5 million by the parent company as Comcast struggles. Maddow, who earns $30 million annually for hosting once a week, agreed to a $25 million deal for the next 5 years per reports. So she hosting once a week? Yeah, why don't you replace this? Let me tell you what. You want your ratings to fly? Replace this with this. MSNBC. Comcast. Sell it to Elon. Give the people what they want. All right? This is not what people want. They want this as a full-time cable show. Oh, man. Oh, what a great time. It's the best time. We are living in the greatest time. Like, share, and subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. It's your boy Penny. See ya.
Hi, my name is Dudley Brown. I'm the president of the National Association for Gun Rights. We're the largest gun rights group in America because the institutional gun lobby clearly doesn't care about us. We're standing here in front of the U.S. Supreme Court and 55,000 petition signers, all of whom are asking the U.S. Supreme Court to dismiss the case of Mexico versus Smith & Wesson. Now, this is a blatant attempt by a foreign power to use our courts to impose European-style gun control on American citizens. Now, I was in Geneva, Switzerland in August for the Arms Trade Treaty, representing gun owners there. And I can tell you that Mexico openly called for all their countries, the signatories of the Arms Trade Treaty, to file similar cases, just like theirs, in an end run around Congress.
I think the most surprising thing that being on semaglutide did for me was it completely changed my relationship with food. Hands down. There's no more cycles of overindulging and I'm feeling guilty about it or gross. No. Instead, I can have a few bites of dessert, a little snack, and then I'm full. So I'm done. That right there has actually been the best part of being on semaglutide. I'm eating less, but I'm not hungry. Energy levels are up, I feel great, I look great.
We've all heard the hype about GLP-1 medications like Ozempic and semaglutide, and how everyone from celebrities to that girl at your office to your best friend's mom swear they're the secret to finally losing weight. These medications are a once-weekly injection that mimic the effects of a naturally occurring hormone called GLP-1, which regulates appetite and blood sugar levels. Users reported significant weight loss, reduced cravings, and improved energy levels. In fact, in studies, women lose 15% of their body weight in their very first year.
I was definitely nervous to try out semaglutide, but I'm so glad that I did. Get Thin MD made the whole process so easy. You just fill out a few questions on their website and select your medication. Then a US-based doctor reviews your information, and as long as you're fit, they send your prescription to a US-based pharmacy who then ships your prescription to your doorstep. How convenient. They also have the best prices I've seen online, especially for semaglutide, which has the same active ingredients as Ozempic does. And they have around-the-clock support too with great customer service. Plus, I can also connect with the doctor if I have any questions about my prescription. Guys, this couldn't be easier. These medications are revolutionary. People are losing 20% of their body weight in their first year, and all it takes is one daily injection. I would highly recommend Get Thin MD to anyone who's looking to take semaglutide for weight loss.
As some of y'all already know, I made the decision last week to start on a semaglutide journey, and I just wanted to walk you through how easy that process was. Literally, I ordered the product and it was here within 2 days of me doing the little simple questions and stuff, so I'm going to walk you through the process. I ended up going with Get Thin USA. Once you're ready to get signed up, you just have to answer these 10 quick, easy questions, and then they will let you know whether you pre-qualify, or if you don't, you will then set up your account and choose the type of GLP-1 that you want. While you wait on the doctor's approval, they keep you up to date through emails and text quicker than you could have gotten to the pharmacy without.
This is clearly not what our founders intended around Congress. This is clearly not what our founders intended. It's clearly what is not allowed by the Constitution, but that's what they're trying to do. And the Supreme Court must weigh them in, rein them in. So, unfortunately, Senator Cruz couldn't be here today. Had to fly back to Texas. So, I'd like to introduce Congressman Darren White.
No words. Come to us now. The sky is down. Use our tale to inspire an army of light to challenge the shadow.
24 years, this kind of a group has grown as this court has recognized the attack on the Second Amendment. The reality is, this is an attack on the Second Amendment. But let's mention something else that I think is equally important. It's an attack on the sovereignty of our nation. Nations around the world have made agreements between each other. We call them treaties. The fact is, we have made no such treaty not to sell our weapons around the world. Just the opposite. The United States has been the producer and distributor of weapons for public safety, for defense, and the like for generations. And for Mexico to try to bypass the U.S. laws and thus the U.S. sovereignty is an attack that cannot be tolerated. So we will be asking the Supreme Court to go to the fundamentals, not just of the Second Amendment, which effectively putting these companies out of business through litigation would do, but more importantly, to defend the sovereignty and the rights of the United States and our people to make laws and to have such industries as we like. If we do not do it now, the attack will continue on industry after industry. And with that, I'm pleased to use Representative Klein for his comment.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dudley Brown, and all the incredible folks at the National Association of Gun Rights. We're always relentless in the fight to protect and defend America's Second Amendment liberties. You know, back in May, I proudly joined Senator Cruz and Congressman Tice's amicus brief in the Mexico v. Smith & Wesson case, and I thank them both for their leadership in this critical matter. You know, Mexico's frivolous lawsuit is nothing more than a pathetic attempt to unjustly pin the blame of violence perpetrated by Mexican cartels onto American firearm manufacturers. I would like to remind them that our God-given Second Amendment freedoms are not a scapegoat for the Mexican government. If the Mexican government wants to blame someone for the cartel's atrocities, how about looking in the mirror? Their inability to combat crime is a testament to their failed policies and inadequate leadership. Instead of confronting this reality, Mexico is attempting to hijack our judicial system, dismantle our sovereignty, and destroy our Constitution. We will not allow anti-gun tyrants, foreign or domestic, to violate our unalienable right to keep and bear arms. Because as with any attack on our Second Amendment liberties, shall not be infringed is not a suggestion. It is a supremacy clause that will be vigorously defended. Our Second Amendment rights should never be subjected to those heinous attacks because a foreign government can't get their act together. In fact, none of our unalienable constitutional rights or an ounce of our sovereignty will be allowed to be threatened in this brazen manner. I'm proud to be here in front of the U.S. Supreme Court with my Second Amendment defending colleagues to take a stand against Mexico's senseless attempt to strangle American firearm manufacturers and to strip the American people of our God-given Second Amendment rights. The Declaration of Independence, the very first certificate of our nation, clearly states to secure these rights, government
is a good one. The world above sees us a distraction from our endless misery. Let us destroy.
Very seriously, which is why we are here today. So I urge the Supreme Court to choose common sense, uphold the rule of law, and protect our constitutional freedoms by throwing out Mexico's baseless lawsuit. Thank you. And now I'd like to turn it over to my friend Chip Boyd.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate the National Association of Gun Rights, and I appreciate my colleagues for coming here today. We're standing here in front of the United States Supreme Court asking that court to defend the Second Amendment rights of the American people. The right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The irony of Mexico. The irony of Mexico coming into the United States and filing suit when it is Mexico that has allowed the cartels to be armed and their citizens not. The irony of Mexico infringing on our sovereignty, I think, is rich with respect to what we must do to defend the Second Amendment of the United States. Mexico's lawlessness is causing death to the American people. Mexico is allowing cartels to kill the American people. And the fact of the matter is, let me look directly at Mexico and the Mexican government and tell you that we have a phrase in Texas, and it's called "come and take it." You want to meet us? You come to Gonzales, you come to San Jacinto. We've had that fight before, and it didn't work out very well. We will defend the Second Amendment of the United States without question. Thank you. I'll hand it back over to my friend Eli Green.
Thank you, Chip. Thank you guys for being here today. Obviously, we're here today because Mexico and U.S. firearms companies are aiding in the trafficking of firearms into Mexico. Really? What proof do you guys have of that? I strongly urge the Supreme Court to take down this lawsuit and dismiss it. Sounds like a deflection to me of where the real responsibility lies. They don't want to deal with their own organized crime. They don't want to deal with the cartel. If you want to stop violence in Mexico, you should start by looking at your cartels and your corrupt politicians that are in bed with them. I would also warn the Mexican government to tread lightly with these lawsuits. It's pretty clear that they brought these lawsuits under the incompetent administration of the Biden-Harris administration. Well, I've got news for you. We have a new administration coming into town. They will not tolerate this. And if you want to open Pandora's box by having Mexico sue the United States and our gun manufacturers, we're providing the American citizens the ability to bear and keep arms. Lawfare can go both ways. We have plenty of grievances with Mexico and their inability to stop the cartels and the 100,000 Americans that are dying every single year because of fentanyl. So once again, I urge the Supreme Court to dismiss this case. And this is just beautiful watching this heckler and protester over here who doesn't want to hear our arguments. She just wants to be loud and annoying. Well, congratulations, ma'am. You have been 100% effective. Yeah, no, you don't want to hear our arguments. So you just sit here and run your mouth. You just run your mouth and you're loud. Yeah, you are. We're actually talking to the American people. Yeah, so am I. Maybe you should read the Constitution, because I have, and we have a right to vote. You don't want to see that continue. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. And now I want to welcome my colleague from Tennessee, Andy Ogles.
Well, we want to thank you all for being here today. We've heard from advocates for your Second Amendment, my colleague from the Village Idiot. I think what we have to recognize is that without the Second Amendment, there wouldn't be a First Amendment. Her right to stand here and just say what she says is because of the Second Amendment. Because of my colleagues who wore a uniform and protected this country. That someone can stand here disrespecting the fact that these heroes shed blood to defend her right.
This is heavy. It's warm. I'm impressed with it. This is the Bearskin Tactical Hoodie.
Thousands of men around the world already love wearing the bearskin hoodie instead of their regular hoodies. Why? Because sure, your average hoodie provides decent insulation to keep you warm. But as soon as you go outside, the wind blows, the rain pours, and you get cold. That's why we designed the new and improved Bearskin Hoodie 4.0 with improved windsolation technology on the waist, arms, and hood. Plus, now you can attach the new heavy storm rain jacket to the inside of the hoodie for an instant waterproof layer that blocks rain double time. Finally, a functional hoodie you can actually take outside. You're seeing this video because we want to offer you 60% off the Bearskin 4.0 with free delivery. And you may not see this video again, so click below to reserve your order. Or you can go to IHateLayers.com to claim your discount. Just like you, we hate carrying handbags, duffel bags, or messenger bags just to keep our valuables safe and dry. Because hey, You're not a messenger, you're a man. That's why this is the world's only 3-in-1 waterproof tactical hoodie with 10 pockets and adjustable insulation technology. With fully adjustable toggles on the waist, arms, and hood, there's just no way for the rain or wind to get inside. Need more storage? Get 5 secure zip pockets on the outside, 2 zip pockets on the inside, and 3 fleece-lined drop pockets on the inside for your valuables. So, does the bearskin hoodie actually look good on a day-to-day basis? No, it looks fantastic. This is a hoodie you can take out in the wild, wear at home or in the office, or while climbing up a glacier on your hands and knees. With a fully adjustable design, you'll get the perfect square profile that's never too bulky or baggy, with a customized fit that's tailored to you. And that's why everybody knows guys look better in a bearskin. You see that material? It's called bearskin microfleece. That's because it's made from real polar bears. Not real, but it's made with extra thick double brush microfleece that's perfect for cold or snowy conditions. And now that you can attach the heavy storm rain jacket, you can block the rain when you head outside and pack it away in its own stash pocket when the storm is over. No more wind, no more rain, and no more cold. So if you're ready, go to IHateLayers.com or click below to activate the 60% off deal. The bearskin hoodie already sold out twice last winter, with loads of incredible reviews from People.com, Muscle and Fitness, as well as Mountain IQ. So now that you know there's a better alternative, why not get a bearskin? Go to IHateLayers.com or click below to activate 60% off with free delivery. The 60% off deal only lasts for a short while, so make sure you choose your size today and reserve your order before stock runs
out. The moonfire is hidden among Ekchua's possessions.
It's a right that I take seriously. She clearly does not. But it should be noted that you have a foreign nation infringing on our sovereignty. You have a foreign nation who is trying to usurp our Constitution. And I'll say this. We all know that this lawsuit is frivolous. It has no standing. And it is a direct attack on your freedom, even her freedom. And I would encourage the Trump administration to act swiftly with tariffs on any country that comes after our Second Amendment right, who infringes on our right to bear arms and defend our families, who would betray the bloodshed by our veterans. I love this country. I love my right to bear arms. Thank you all for being here. With that, I will introduce my esteemed colleague, Ms. Tinney.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank Senator Ted Cruz and also Daryl Issa. It's a real honor to join these fine gentlemen and constitutional scholars in standing up on this amicus brief. It's very important that we stand up for our sovereignty and our constitutional rights. I come from the district where Remington
and may the light of Mother Moon shine always on you.
Continuously manufacturing gun manufacturing. The country was lost in New York because of bad laws. We now have a foreign country interfering with the gun rights of American citizens. I stand proudly for the sovereignty and the constitutionality. We know that we've now got to rely on the Supreme Court. Many of these gentlemen also joined me in a amicus brief that had a landmark Supreme Court decision written by the great Justice Clarence Thomas, preserving our concealed carry rights in New York State only to be overturned by a lawless, unconstitutional law in New York State, which we continue to fight in the courts. I am grateful for the great
it shines with
experience
radiance from the eons of moonlight that you
we
see.
stand for our gun rights.
You
Our
have
Second
to take
Amendment
it
rights
near the
are from
moon
God and
obelisk.
our sovereign. I'm so grateful to all of you for standing here. I'm also will join with Mr. Ogles in celebrating our First Amendment rights. No other country in the world celebrates our First Amendments like we do. We're being
Bring the moon
who doesn't
planet near the
understand
moon
all the rights of all
obelisk.
American
Soak up the
citizens to
moon
debate in the public
and you will
sphere.
see
Thank you so much. Dudley, it's great to join you. We're great patriots. It's my honor to stand with you. We're hoping that the Supreme Court will do right by the United States and stand up to the cartels from Mexico who are funding this lawsuit against our innocent.
You have done it. The secrets of the moon school are ours once again. You have done a great deed for the people of Aztec.
Our shooting sports and also for protection, but also for our military. We're grateful. Thanks so much. Now I think
Hello everyone, my name is Hunter King, Political Director for the National Association for Gun Rights. I want to thank all of you, truly all of you, for coming today and to our list of distinguished speakers. As you've already heard, we stand before you addressing a critical threat to the very foundation of American rights and sovereignty. This isn't merely a legal case, it's an attack on the U.S. Constitution and the rule of law. Congress enacted the Connection of Lawful Commerce and Arms Act to prevent these kinds of outrageous lawsuits, yet here we are, facing an attempt by a foreign nation to circumvent our laws and undermine our Constitution. Let's be clear, this lawsuit is not about justice. It's about leveraging our courts to force European-style gun control upon America, a country that prides itself on freedom, independence, and the right to bear arms. Today we are not alone in defending the Constitution. Over 30 members of Congress, led by Senator Cruz and Representative Darrell Issa, are standing with us in opposition to Mexico's overreach and supporting the rights of American citizens. Their leadership reminds us that this issue goes beyond politics. It's about preserving the core principles that define our nation. Behind us are the names of over 50,000 Patriot Americans and National Association for Gun Rights members who are calling on the Supreme Court to put a summary end to this subversive attack on our government. We urge the Supreme Court to heed these voices and reaffirm the protection that Congress intends by the PLCAA. We call on the court to give Mexico's lawsuit a resounding no and to uphold the sovereignty of the United States.
Rose is personalized hair care that's all about you. Not just for your hair type, but formulated from scratch to help you achieve your healthiest hair yet. In fact, everything that matters to you matters to us. From scalp health to hair volume and frizz control to color protection. Finding the exact 1 in a million formula that will work wonders for you. All because the science is clear. Personalization works better. Get your custom formula at Rose.com.
That. With WeMod, you can skip any and all parts of your favorite games that you hate. Turn on super damage. Give yourself max stats. Or hell, even just fly over all of the enemies. Quit spending bands on new monitors and just get WeMod for free today.
To our fellow citizens, let's not take our freedoms for granted. We allow one foreign nation to dismantle our Second Amendment. What part of our Bill of Rights is that? We must remain vigilant, we must stand strong, and we must once and for all defend our rights to keep and bear arms. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
Thank you so very much for being here. My name is Bob Good from Virginia's 5th District. You know, Smith and Wesson versus Mexico should never have been brought before the Supreme Court because our laws are clear. Gun manufacturers acting in good faith cannot be held liable for criminal violence. Criminal violence. There's no such thing as gun violence. Criminal violence from misusing firearms. Firearms manufacturers don't produce their products for the purpose of committing criminal acts, of course. And the Supreme Court should not let a foreign country interpret our laws. But Mexico would rather sue U.S. companies than do anything to crack down on their crime problem perpetrated by their cartels. Mexico wants to implement gun control in the U.S. while seizing assets from and bankrupting law-abiding businesses such as Smith & Wesson. Meanwhile, here in America, the left doesn't understand that guns are not the problem, criminals are the problem. If the Supreme Court does not dismiss this case and allows Mexico to prevail, it will open a back door for U.S. companies to be subject to gun control laws in foreign countries. So thank you to my colleagues for being here today to stand up for one of our most precious God-given rights for which we have a unique protection among nations in the world that protect that God-given right, not just to self-defense, but to ensure that this government doesn't become tyrannical, and that's what the founders intended with the Second Amendment. So thank you to the National Association for Gun Rights. Thank you to my colleagues for leading the charge to inform the public What you see on display is the left. The left can't understand the truth. Truth is on our side. The law is on our side. The Constitution is on our side. And right is on our side. With that, I yield back.
I think what we'll do, rather than take individual questions from reporters, maybe she'll be busy, or maybe the paddy wagon will come by and get their escapee. So, are there any questions that you addressed to? I think we're okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Give me a text. Let me know.
Any info yet on how to knock this straight?
Still reading.
Your Chromebook Plus can sum it up fast.
Good idea. Says no sudden movement.
What if you were instantly in the know? Get double the power and performance with Chromebook Plus at Best Buy.
Forward with the transition, he and his team are selling lawmakers on his cabinet while unveiling a new pick for Attorney General. Good morning, I'm John Roberts. Bill and Dana are off. It's great to be back with you.
You too.
It'll be for a full 2 hours.
It was great to be with you, just for a half hour yesterday. It was some bonus time.
Some people would say that they wouldn't want to be anywhere near me for even 30 seconds. So thank you for being so generous.
I'm Jillian Turner. This is America's Newsroom. So the president-elect is continuing to roll out his new cabinet picks, including Pam Bondi for Attorney General. She obviously replaces Matt Gaetz, who withdrew his nomination yesterday after meeting with GOP senators up on Capitol Hill. The new nominee so far getting a lot of praise from Republicans. Listen.
I think Pam Bondi is going to be great. We need to open the books on what these agencies have done, how they've gone after Trump, how they've gone after conservatives, how they've gone after religious Americans, people of faith. We need to lay it all bare, and then we need to fire everybody involved, and we need to overhaul DOJ and the FBI, and I think Pam Bondi will be up for that task.
Pam Bondi was a lawyer for President Trump during his first impeachment trial. She chairs the America First Policy Institute, spent nearly 20 years as a prosecutor in Florida, and was the first woman to serve as the state's Attorney General from 2011 to 2019.
I believe she's going to be the third female Attorney General, if confirmed, in U.S. history.
Lynch,
and then now her.
Pam Bondi.
We'll fact check that for you. But meanwhile, more than 2 weeks after Election Day, Democratic Senator of Pennsylvania Bob Casey has now conceded to Republican Dave McCormick. That solidifies the GOP's 3-seat majority in the Senate. RNC Chairman Michael Whatley is here. We're going to talk to him in just a moment. Nate Foy is covering the Pennsylvania Senate race on the ground. But first, let's go to Alexis McAdams. She's in West Palm Beach this morning. Hey, Alexis.
Hey, Jillian and John. Yeah, a lot of shaking up here as we get more information on the Trump transition team. Matt Gaetz is out and Pam Bondi is in. She is smart, she is tough, and she is strong, according to people who have worked with her. And she is going to go after the DOJ to shake things up. Watch.
Merrick Garland is our chief law enforcement officer in this entire country. We talk about the weaponization of the FBI, the CIA, ATF now, the IRS. Well, it all starts at the top with Merrick Garland. He has to respond to this. He has to be held accountable. This is way too important for the American people, and our justice system is at stake.
Okay, so for people at home wondering what they want to know about Pam Bondi, she was the state of Florida's first female attorney general, okay? She became a member of Donald Trump's impeachment defense team. She was a local prosecutor for years, and she worked on a wide range of cases, everything from drug trafficking, human trafficking, and even capital murder cases. Trump says Bondi has what it takes to be a great addition to his team, writing this: Pam will refocus the DOJ to its intended purpose of fighting crime and making America safe again. I've known Pam for years. She's smart, she's tough, and she's an America First fighter who will do a terrific job as AG. Bondi was on stage recently at a rally in Greensboro, North Carolina, talking leading up to the election with Trump, saying that he's been fighting for America and she'll fight for him. And now the question is, who could the next Treasury Secretary be? Back out here live, we can tell you that Trump has floated Kevin Warsh for that position. Who is he? Well, he's a well-known economist and a former member of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. Another job opening that's out there is Trump's FBI director. He could kick out Chris Wray and try to put in Mike Rogers, who's a former Marine and an FBI agent who just ran for Congress in Michigan. So back out here live once again, the theme here is to shake up Washington, D.C., and that's exactly what Trump's trying to do. Jillian, John.
Shaking it up all the way from sunny Florida this week.
They're definitely hiding something. So sometimes you need to break a few rules and pick a few locks, especially when it involves your family. Join June as she solves the crime.
Cancer is not fair. We need to fight harder. We need to understand better. We need to take steps forward.
It is so heartbreaking to see the parents how they react, but unfortunately, sometimes you have to say no.
A lot of these children, they have dreams. I want to give these children a fighting chance.
The doctors would tell us, you know, when patients hear about this, they don't come back anymore. You just wait for the disease to take over. You just accept it, let it happen.
St. Jude was founded in the 1960s with the goal that no child should die in the dawn of life. And that means any child suffering today of cancer is our responsibility.
At St. Jude, we don't care who cures cancer, we just need to advance the cure.
Our mission is local and global.
This is what we're all called to address the suffering of precious children and their families on a global scale.
Real victories are those that protect human lives. You should be the hope for any child across the globe.
We all exist here on this planet to benefit others.
If we have the ability to help, then we have a responsibility to help.
I think it's the kind of place that stands as a beacon for pediatric cancer.
St. Jude is bold to try and bump cure rates all around the world.
Unbelievable courage to tackle the impossible.
These are the kind of discoveries that you want the world to have.
This is the movement.
You could save more lives.
St. Jude, you're saving so many children.
This is the effort.
So we want to reach out to more children and cure more.
Transform the landscape of pediatric cancer care across the globe.
Help humanity at large.
Every child with cancer should be cured.
Our work's not done. Every child
should be able to live a long, healthy life.
We will not stop until we cure all the children.
You're doing something good, not only for the patients, but for the world. When Danny Thomas said no child should die, he was thinking about kids all over the world.
All right, Alexis, thanks so much.
That's right.
It's been over 2 weeks since the presidential election, closer to 3 now. Democrat Bob Casey's finally conceding the Pennsylvania Senate race to Republican Dave McCormick. At the same time, he is defending his decision to hold out for as long as he did. Nate Foy has the insight into that. Hey, Nate.
Hey, Jillian. Yeah, it is finally over. Exactly 1 hour after the Pennsylvania State Department announced that it finished its initial vote count last night after resolving legal challenges with provisional ballots, Democratic Senator Bob Casey conceded in the U.S. Senate race.
Pennsylvanians can move forward with the knowledge that their voices were heard, whether their vote was the first to be counted or the last. I'm proud of the work we've done since Election Day to enfranchise voters across the state, no matter whom they voted for, and to ensure that the democratic process could unfold.
So Republican Senator-elect Dave McCormick now solidifies the Republicans' 53-47 majority in the Senate. He won by roughly 16,000 votes. Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman reflected on Casey's 3 terms in Congress, writing, quote, "He fought for working Pennsylvanians and unions, rural communities, seniors, and people with disabilities. All of us. Bob Casey was, is, and always will be Pennsylvania's best senator." The race brought concerns about election integrity when Democratic county officials indicated that they would break state law and count ineligible votes. Senator-elect McCormick talked about that last night on Fox.
We need to step back and look what happened in this election, make sure it doesn't happen again. The other thing we need is voter ID, because we're never going to have confidence in our election until you need voter ID, and that's something that I'm going to fight for day one in the Senate.
So one loose end to tie up. Senator Casey waived his right to the recount last night, but because it already started, the Pennsylvania State Department is now reviewing applicable law and will provide an update on where things go from here later today. We'll send it back to you, Jillian.
All right, Nate Foy on that for us. Thank you. John?
All right, let's bring in RNC Chairman Michael Wiley to dig deeper on this. So here's what Trump said on Truth Social about his pick of Pam Bondi last night. For too long, the partisan Department of Justice has been weaponized against me and other Republicans. Not anymore. Pam will refocus the DOJ to its intended purpose of fighting crime and making America safe again. Full disclosure, I've known her for about 15 years. I've always known her to be a very capable person, but she scares the bejesus out of a lot of Democrats.
Well, she should, because she is going to focus on the issues that need to be focused on, right? Great pick, and she's going to be a fantastic Attorney General.
Michael, Pam Bondi obviously stepped into the ring last night right after Matt Gaetz pulled his name from consideration for the Attorney General, so he's no longer going to serve in the incoming president's cabinet. But as you well know, he has won a seat in the new Congress. Do you think he is going to assume that seat, and do you think the party is going to embrace him if he decides to?
Well, that's a decision that's going to be up to Matt and obviously the House leadership team in terms of how they're going to move forward with it. I think right now the biggest focus that we've got, and I met just yesterday with Speaker Johnson and the leadership team in the House, is making sure that they're in a position to move forward with implementing Donald Trump's agenda. You know, President Trump ran on a very simple agenda of restoring our southern border, rebuilding our economy, ensuring that we are strong enough as a country to protect our interests and allies around the world, and making our communities safe again. Congress has a mandate to act on that. It's a mandate to make America great again. That's where the focus needs to be in both the House and the Senate. And then the Senate needs to move forward very quickly with all of these nominees that are going to be put forward by President Trump to get them confirmed. You know, people are policy, and what President Trump is doing is selecting a fantastic team to implement his agenda going forward.
So let's go to the Bob Casey conceding the race last night. I guess he finally achieved the 5th stage of grief, acceptance. He decided that he was going to challenge the recount. Here's what McCormick said with Laura Ingraham last night about Casey finally saying it's over.
Yeah, well...
Now, Josh Shapiro pointed out that during his Senate primary in 2022, McCormick did not waive his right to a recount in his race with Mehmet Oz, but the margin was only, I think, 900 and some odd votes, not nearly 17,000 votes. I mean, why did Casey go ahead with this, particularly after the way that the Bucks County Commission embarrassed themselves in front of the nation?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that we saw throughout this election cycle in Pennsylvania was that the courts were very consistent and very clear in terms of what votes need to be counted. We were very disappointed to see platoons of lawyers that were coming up from Washington, D.C. With the Casey campaign to start filing challenges to ask county commissions to include votes that clearly should not have been counted. And then, you know, when we went to court and got a very clear mandate from the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania that they decided they were going to go ahead and abrogate that decision, really, truly disturbing behavior by the Democrats across the board. Look, we're done. We're ready to move forward. The voters of Pennsylvania voted resoundingly on November 5th and through the early voting period for Donald Trump and for Dave McCormick. And we are very excited to have Dave serving in the Senate. He is going to represent all Pennsylvanians. He's going to be a champion for every Pennsylvania family. He's going to fight for them every single day. And Donald Trump is ready to carry his agenda forward with the support coming out of the House and the Senate.
All right, Michael, thanks for taking time with us this morning. Great to talk to you as always.
Thanks. Good to see you, Michael.
Well, the Pentagon is confirming Russia has launched an intermediate-range ballistic missile into Ukraine. This came just days after President Biden allowed Ukraine for the first time to strike parts of Russia with long-range U.S. missiles. The Pentagon saying this.
This was a new type of lethal capability that was employed on the battlefield. So that's certainly a concern to us. We've seen this type of, dangerous, reckless rhetoric before from President Putin. What we're focused on is continuing to support Ukraine with what it needs.
Well, Putin's now threatening to retaliate with more strikes against U.S. facilities. The rapidly escalating fight causing the former commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian army to issue a grim declaration. World War III, he says, has officially begun. We're going to dig into that. More coming up throughout the hour.
I'm astounded by the tone-deaf arrogance of the Democratic leadership in this country. They just got their butts handed to them.
Democratic cities ramping up their opposition to President-elect Trump. How they are trying to make it harder to deport illegal immigrants.
Plus, the Menendez brothers are going to be forced to wait a little bit longer for a decision on potential clemency, but after 25 years, who's counting? What is prompting that delay now?
And day 19, the Daniel Penny chokehold trial, what a forensic pathologist is revealing on the witness stand. We've got that for you.
Let's remember something else. Penny was not arrested by the police that day. The cops assessed this as a good...
Welcome back. A Venezuelan migrant living in Colorado has now been charged with raping his boss's 14-year-old daughter. That migrant, Jesus Castillo, came to the U.S. illegally via El Paso. Back in September of 2023, he was released by Border Patrol due to a lack of detention space at the time. This now comes as ICE agents arrest multiple migrants in Massachusetts. 2 have been charged with raping children and 1 convicted of carrying out that same crime in Brazil previously.
Work and expect cities to foot the bill. There should be a coordinated national plan for where these migrants arrive, and Texas shouldn't have to bear the entire brunt.
That was Denver Mayor Mike Johnson back in January calling for a unified national plan to address the migrant crisis. Now, he is vowing to stop federal immigration enforcement. Johnson telling a local newspaper, quote, more than us having DPD stationed at the county line to keep them out, you would have 50,000 Denverites there. It's like the Tiananmen Square moment with the rose and the gun, right? You'd have every one of those Highland moms who came out for the migrants, and you do not want to mess with them. Johnson ignored reporters who asked him about the controversial comments.
The Biden White House is allegedly now loosening up immigration policies in a potential blow to President-elect Trump's new border agenda and plans for mass deportations. The New York Post reports the administration is going to roll out a new app that will essentially allow migrants to skip in-person check-ins with their local ICE offices. Madeline Rivera is live from the White House with the details of that plan. Hey, Matt.
Hi, good morning, Jillian. Well, ICE agents use these appointments to keep track of migrants who have been released from detention. So per the New York Post, this app will allow migrants to keep in touch with immigration officials using a phone or a laptop. The problem is that the app is reportedly half-baked. Homeland Security sources tell the Post the software is glitchy. It reportedly doesn't track a migrant's location if he or she is using an Android or a laptop, and it also doesn't check for past arrests or outstanding warrants. We are waiting for a response from the Department of Homeland Security, but White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre was asked about this by our own Mark Meredith yesterday, and she says she has no new policies to preview.
I don't have anything to announce. I laid out for one of your colleagues what we have been doing, especially since we moved forward with our executive action since in June, and what we have seen, encounters have dropped more than 55%, and they're lower than they were even 4 years ago.
The app is reportedly set to be unveiled early next month in New York City, which has been struggling with an influx of migrants. More than 23,000 migrants have arrived in the Big Apple since spring of 2022. From a financial standpoint, the city has spent more than $3.7 billion for asylum shelter, food, and other services just this fiscal year.
Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, we saw an open border, 12 million illegal immigrants invading this country, the worst illegal immigration in our nation's history. That is going to end, and it's going to end on January 20th.
The New York Post reports up to 100,000 migrants will be enrolled in the first wave of the program. Jillian.
Northern Pennsylvania Avenue for us. Thank you. John?
And as all of this is going on, officials in Los Angeles voting this week to become the nation's latest sanctuary city. The move is seen as pushback to President-elect Trump's plan to ramp up deportations. So, how are local officials responding? Let's bring in Nathan Hochman, Los Angeles County District Attorney-elect. And Nathan, I know how early it is where you are, so thank you very much for getting up for us. Want to ask you a question before we get into the sanctuary city question, and that is, you're going to take office very soon. How are things when it comes to law enforcement and criminal justice going to change under your tenure from the way that they had been under George Gascon?
So under Gascon, he adopted pro-criminal extreme policies that predetermined that certain crimes and certain criminals, we're talking juveniles stealing just under $950, people using guns during violent crimes, gangs participating in violent crimes as part of their gang membership, would not be prosecuted notwithstanding the facts of the law. I reject those extreme policies, also the extreme policies of mass incarceration that don't rely on the facts and the law. I come down with an approach called the middle, or the hard work middle. I call it the hard middle. Returns prosecutors to looking at each case individually, the individual defendant, the individual crime, the impact on the victim, to determine who the true threats are to our public safety and need to be behind bars. Those are often the repeat offenders and the ones that aren't. The first-time nonviolent offender still will be held to pay a debt to society for violating society's laws. That's where non-prison alternatives will come into play. Community service, restitution, pay it back, or a diversion program if you have a serious drug addiction that offers you a choice between prison and an 18-month rigorous rehab program, which if you complete will wipe your record from the crime committed. So we will be bringing those policies back on day one. I have the support of over 750 prosecutors, tens of thousands of law enforcement officers, victim groups, and basically the entire public that has rejected the George Gascon era.
All right, so we'll be watching closely to see how those changes are implemented. Now let's get back to Los Angeles, voting to declare itself a sanctuary city. California's Attorney General Rob Bonta throwing down the gauntlet to Donald Trump about pending deportations. Listen here.
We will take swift and a strong action to prevent you from breaking the law of the state of California. We follow the rule of law in California, especially law enforcement agencies who know that.
This is my 4th week on semaglutide, and I am down 10 pounds. The scale is no longer my enemy after years of watching it not budge and not move. It's a great thing, but beyond that, I just feel better overall. My ring used to barely fit. Now it fits loosely.
We've all heard the hype about GLP-1 medications like Ozempic and semaglutide, and how everyone from celebrities to that girl at your office to your best friend's mom swear they're the secret to finally losing weight. These medications are a once-weekly injection that mimic the effects of a naturally occurring hormone called GLP-1, which regulates appetite and blood sugar levels. Users reported significant weight loss, reduced cravings, and improved energy levels. In fact, in studies, women lose 15% of their body weight in their very first year.
I was definitely nervous to try out semaglutide, but I'm so glad that I did. GetThinMD made the whole process so easy. You just fill out a few questions on their website and select your medication. Then a US-based doctor reviews your information, and as long as you're fit, they send your prescription to a US-based pharmacy who then ships your prescription to your doorstep. How convenient. They also have the best prices I've seen online, especially for semaglutide, which has the same active ingredients as Ozempic does. And they have around-the-clock support too with great customer service. Plus, I can also connect with the doctor if I have any questions about my prescription. Guys, this couldn't be easier. These medications are revolutionary. People are losing 20% of their body weight in their first year, and all it takes is one daily injection. I would highly recommend GetThinMD to anyone who's looking to take semaglutide for weight loss.
As some of y'all already know, I made the decision last week to start on a semaglutide journey, and I just wanted to walk you through how easy that process was. Literally, I ordered the product, and it was here within 2 days of me doing the little simple questions and stuff, so I'm going to walk you through the process. I ended up going with GetThin USA. You just have to answer these few quick, easy questions, and then they will let you know whether you pre-qualify or if you don't. You can then set up your account and choose the type of GLP-1 that you want. While you wait on your doctor's approval, they keep you up to date through emails and text before you ship into the pharmacy. The package is at your door.
Better.
Biden is basically saying, look, we're not going to cooperate with you at all. Will you cooperate with the Trump administration in terms of deportations?
What's interesting is that California in 2017 passed SB 54. It made the entire state of California a sanctuary state. So I don't know and there's certain carve-outs for dealing with violent crimes and serious crimes that were carved out in the initial legislation. I don't know if the LA City ordinance is going to be much different than the California sanctuary state laws that have already been in place for 7 years, also affirmed by the courts. So again, as a DA, I will uphold the law. All the laws that are before the DA, whether it's California, federal, and the two constitutions, federal and state constitutions, and we'll see whether or not this LA ordinance does much different than a law that's already been on the books for 7 years.
But again, would it be your intention to cooperate with federal authorities when it comes to deportations within the city limits of Los Angeles?
So right now, again, the actual sanctuary state law allows local law enforcement officers with violent and serious felonies to cooperate with the ICE officials. I don't know, again, if the LA City law is going to be much different. So certainly with respect to the aspects of the law that allow that cooperation, we will enforce it.
All right, Nathan Hochman, good of you to get up early this morning. Good to meet you, and we'll be watching to see what changes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, Jillian?
By the way, if the threats are that serious, and I don't doubt that they are, it's because of what they have done. They've created this clear and present danger that now they won't even talk to Congress about. It's outrageous.
A very rare show of unity up on Capitol Hill yesterday. Some outrage from both sides of the aisle about a lack of transparency after the heads of DHS and the FBI declined to testify publicly about threats to the homeland. Plus this, it's up and away for Bitcoin. They're nearing $100,000 valuation. That's what's behind that surge. Coming up next.
We were supposed to have a public hearing with Christopher Wray and with Ali Mayorkas coming before the committee that I sit on, Homeland Security. They both have dropped out within the past hour. They have not given a reason other than they did not want to testify in an open setting on these issues.
That was Republican Senator James Lankford with us yesterday, calling out the heads of DHS and FBI who are refusing to publicly testify at a hearing yesterday on threats to the homeland. The outrage at their no-shows extending across the aisle to Democrats as well. Our senior congressional correspondent, Chad Pergram, live on Capitol Hill for us now. Chad?
John, good morning. 2 witnesses, 2 hearings, 2 days, 2 cancellations. FBI Director Christopher Wray and Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas skipped consecutive House and Senate hearings on global threats. Bipartisan members are fuming. The Department of Homeland Security says it wanted, quote, a classified briefing to discuss threats. House Homeland Security Committee Chairman Mark Green said he offered Wray and Mayorkas an open session and a classified session, but no dice.
There's the concern that Secretary Mayorkas sees himself 6 feet from the door and doesn't want to go through another brutal, but that would be an assumption on my part. But he's sitting in that job right now, and he told me I have this information. I have to take that seriously.
There's concern about Iran, China, and Russia, plus threats during the holidays. Senate Homeland Security Committee Chairman Gary Peters called the cancellation a, quote, shocking departure from the custom of transparency. Other Democrats joined the criticism.
Do you want to hear publicly from Mayorkas and Wray before the end of this Congress?
Well, we certainly. Now, Republicans are blunt. They look at the calendar. They note that Mayorkas is out the door in 2 months. The Department of Homeland Security says Mayorkas has appeared before Congress 30 times. John?
So, Chad, I need to ask you a question. About 5:30 this morning, I was just about to get into the Bureau, and I see about 20 police cars surrounding a flatbed truck that's got...
Yes, that is the Capitol Christmas tree. It is an 80-foot-tall Sitka spruce from the Tongass National Forest in Alaska. It's only the second time the Capitol Christmas tree has been from Alaska, and they brought it here all the way. They drove it all the way from a remote island.
Well, I thought they had a load of gold on the back of that truck, judging by the number of police cars that were surrounding it. It's time to read the Bible. But I guess they were giving it a nice big welcome into the city at 5:30 in the morning. Chad, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
Jillian.
That's not the answer John was expecting.
No. I was hoping it was like some big nuclear device or something. Like something really interesting.
Something more dramatic. So let's go ahead and bring in former advisor to the Clintons, Mark Penn, and National Review senior writer Noah Rothman. Mark, you know, Republicans and Democrats are both opposed to Mayorkas and Wray dropping out morning of 2 days in a row here. Do you agree that it's a strike to the heart of transparency?
Well, you know, both of those have been quite frosty when it comes to having to cooperate with Congress. And so the minute the election's over, of course, they're going to say, like, well, we're leaving office anyway. I think it's a really bad show on their part. I don't think America's going to take notice of this, but it's in line with both of them have really thumbed their nose at Congress for the last 2 years.
Noah, it is, though, an annual hearing. It's not like this was a one-off. It's something that they offer in an unclassified format every year on this network. We often take it in large, air the entire hearing live in large chunks, if not the entire thing, so that our viewers can be apprised of, you know, the major threats going abroad.
I think it's representative of how the Biden administration is so deflated that it is just sputtering to a close. But it is not at liberty to do that. The president is the president until January 20th. Christopher Wray testified in the wake of the October 7th terrorist attacks in Israel that we had entered into a threat environment that was all but unprecedented, that all the red lights were blinking, flashing red, and it was incumbent on the security apparatus, domestic and intelligence apparatus abroad to interdict those threats. Now, we haven't seen that kind of domestic terrorist event that I think they were very scared of at the outset materialize. Good on them. Good on our security apparatus. But you don't have to divulge anything that would jeopardize those operations in an unclassified setting, because both Wray and Mayorkas have testified in those settings previously. We are entering into the holiday period in an environment typified by a profoundly elevated level of threats. And it's incumbent on both these secretaries and Director Wray to appear before Congress and demonstrate that they're on the job, that they have this thing fully wrapped, they have their hands fully wrapped around this thing, and by just simply disappearing, they're not sending signals that are going to reassure, for example, holiday shoppers who have to walk into very crowded settings that they may be apprehensive about. They need to be reassured.
Yeah. And Mark, for the White House's part, the president just, brought along, the entire normal press gaggle he has with him more than halfway around the world, and then never bothered to talk to anybody. Take a listen to Karine yesterday trying to justify it.
Does the White House see a real value in President Biden directly engaging with members of the press?
Oh, absolutely. And he actually enjoys engaging and going back and forth with all of you. And that is something, and he's done that extensively, and that is certainly something that he's going to continue to do. We have less than 60 days, I think you just said 2 months left. That is plenty of time for the president to continue that engagement.
Kind of a head scratcher. Why?
Yeah, no, it is a head scratcher because usually in the last, couple of months of the presidency, the elections are over, you take some foreign policy trips, you do some press conferences, you try to get above politics and kind of go out in a very nice way. And this all is kind of very odd with two of them not showing up in Congress and President Biden not wanting to do the traditional press conferences as part of a foreign trip. Yeah, I would say it's pretty odd. I mean, look, America right now doesn't really want to do politics, so they're okay with it a little bit more, but it is kind of odd, unusual, nothing I've ever really seen before.
Yeah, certainly. Noah, I'm going to have to owe you one for next time because we have to leave it there. But thanks to you both for joining us.
Thank you.
John.
I think we're on a path back to sanity in California, and it's precisely because we're defying Gavin Newsom.
10 California counties flipped red this election. Now Governor Gavin Newsom is reaching out to voters in Trump country. Plus, the federal budget better watch out. Republicans are putting together a team to slash spending. The newest addition, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene.
We're running right now a deficit of $1.8 trillion a year. We have now a debt payments because we have $36 trillion in debt. You're going to tell me that there's not efficiencies that we could find and there's not dollars that we can save?
Tất cả các chân được mong như vậy.
Republicans on fire, Democrats in line. Since 52-47, we're feeling fine. Trump's the president. Divine 312 electoral vote. Terrorists got 2226. Got glory shines. Trump's got the presidency. We got the House. We got the Senate. We got it all. With Jesus' help. Isn't this sexy? Isn't this grand? We've got the power across this land. From sea to shining sea, we're taking control. With Trump at the helm, our future unfolds. The economy will be growing, jobs on the rise. Inflation will go down, America's opening eyes. Stocks will be soaring, dollars will get strong. Bitcoin's reaching new heights all day long. Tariffs imposed, trade wars ablaze. China take note, we're breaking the days. Taxes will get lowered on the American citizen abroad. We got the House, we got the Senate, we got it all. With Jesus' help. Isn't this sexy? Isn't this grand? We got the power across this land. From sea to shining sea, we're taking control. With Trump at the helm, our future unfolds. Unity's key, we're standing tall. Through trials and strife, we crow giver in Wizard City streets. Darkness fell, Malastair's shadow, echoes of a spell. Croconomicon's power, his heart's desire. The wizard's downfall, love's tragic fire. Diana Crow giver playing all night. Oh, shadows in the spiral, darkness reigns. But love's light guides us through life's pains. In every world, our hearts beat strong against the darkness. Our love will shine on. Crocotopia's ancient walls, whispers told of man's suffering and freedom's hope. The order of the Fang stood brave and true against the cross. Their courage shone through. Diana Crow, give her playing all night. Oh, shadows in the spiral, darkness reigns. But love's light guides us through life's pains. In every world, our hearts beat strong against the darkness. Our love will shine on. Marley-bone, the streets of lyric gain sway. Neority's plot, with Sherlock Bones' way. Courage and wit defeated darkest night. And Malastair's plans began to lose their light. Diana Crow, give her playing all night. Oh, shadows in the spiral, darkness reigns. But love's light guides us through life's pains. In every world, our hearts beat strong against the darkness. Our love will shine on. Mushu's emperor, danger's darkest hour. Oni's wrath, or shadowy power. But love's redemption lit a brighter way. And the emperor's life was saved that day. Diana Crow, give her playing all night. Oh, shadows in the spiral, darkness reigns. But love's light guides us through life's pains. In every world, our hearts beat strong against the darkness. Our love will shine on. Dragon-spire's secrets unveiled to sight. Malastair's heart consumed by endless night. But Sylvia's spirit showed him love's true way. And redemption's light lit a brighter day. Diana Crow, give her playing all night. Oh, shadows in the spiral, darkness reigns. But love's light guides us through life's pains. In every world, our hearts beat strong against the darkness. Our love will shine on. Polaris edge, love's shining light. Melody's strength, Raven's guiding sight. The Aether Titan, awakened light. But love's power conquered endless night. Through trials and strife, love shines the way, guiding wizards through life's darkest day. With every step, our hearts beat strong. Against the shadows, our love will shine on. Diana Crow, give her playing all night. Oh, shadows in the spiral, darkness reigns. But love's light guides us through life's pains. In every world, our hearts beat strong against the darkness. Our love will shine on. Thus our journey through worlds so grand taught us love's power in every land. In the spiral's heart, our tales told of love's triumph forever to hold. Thus our journey through worlds so grand taught us love's power in every land. In the spiral's heart, our tales told of love's triumph forever to hold. Enjoy Black Lebanon. are playing all night. Oh, shadows in the spiral, darkness reigns. But love's light guides us through life's pains. In every room, our hearts beat strong. Against the darkness, our love will shine on. Through trials and strife, love shines the way, guiding with us through life's darkest day. Every step, our hearts beat strong. Against the shadows, our love will shine on. Against the shadows, our love will shine on. The joy black Lebanon.
Almost deplorable, a hateful band. Nazis and garbage, they say we stand. Irredeemable, haters in their sight. Racist, fascists, they hurl with all their might. But we'll rise above, with God's grace will soar. Trump 2024, our voices will roar. They can call us what they want, it's just a name. For in his eyes we're pure and free of blame. There's a place we ought to go, to the voters' line we need to be to vote red all the way down the line. Bigots and xenophobes, their accusations ring. Homophobes and Islamophobes, they sing. Extremist radicals, reactionaries old. They try to silence us, but we won't be sold. With faith as our armor, we'll stand unafraid, defending truth and justice unafraid. Guided by God's hand, we'll make our way to a better future, where truth holds sway. But we'll rise above, with God's grace we'll soar. Trump 2024, our voices will roar. They can call us what they want, it's just a name. For in his eyes we're pure and free of blame. There's a place we ought to go, to the voters' line we need to be to vote red all the way down the line. So let them rage and slander as they may. We'll keep our heads held high and sing our way. Trump 2024, with God's grace we'll go, and together we'll make our nation glow.
We've been unburdened, free from the weight. Hey, hey, goodbye to the darkness and fate. Come on, Joe. Trump won the fight. With God's help, Holy Spirit shining bright. Hey, hey, goodbye. May God forgive you in the days to come. His mercy shines through. We've been unburdened, our hearts now free. Hey, hey, goodbye. Victory is ours, we sing. Trump took the win with God's mighty hand. With the opposition,
they're not showing up and checking in for attendance. Hello, where are you, Republicans? They missed votes, allowing Senate Democrats to push forward this judge, Amir Ali. Trump came out. He said, hello, yes, we won, but the first game's not over yet. No more judges confirmed before inauguration. What are you doing? Republicans not doing a good job in stopping Democrats from moving forward their judicial nominations. You see, Politico has an update. They're saying they're not showing up and checking in for attendance. Hello, where are you, Republicans? Ted Cruz, Mike Braun, they missed votes, allowing Senate Democrats to push forward this judge, Amir Ali. And they confirmed Rebecca Peno at the Eastern District of Washington, 50-48. Now, the Democrats are in charge, but it's very close because Independent Mansion and Sinema voted against those nominees. Now, if those two, you can see, if Cruz and Braun would have been there, it would have been 50-50. And The only person who could have broken that tie would have been Kamala Harris. But she's in Hawaii. She's on vacation, probably getting hammered. Maybe invited Fannie and Nathan over. Senators could revote on the nominees again at a later date in the event of a tie. So if there was a tie, Kamala would have to get up off her beach chair and mosey on back to the Capitol and come and break the tie. But Republicans are just kind of missing the votes and rolling over on this. Now, Trump came out. He said, hello, yes, we won, but the first game's not over yet. The Democrats are trying to stack the courts with radical left judges on their way out the door. Says Republican senators need to show up and hold the line. No more judges confirmed before Inauguration Day. Hello, what are you doing? Here's a little bit more. Senate confirms the Biden-picked judge. This is another judge who got confirmed. Embry J. Kidd appeared on Monday. They pushed him through. 49 to 45. Ron DeSantis very unhappy about this one because he's going to the 11th Circuit. Biden announced 28 judicial nominees. The majority of them have been women and people of color. Chuck Schumer said, after we vote today, I'm going to keep going, baby. I'm going to file additional judges. We're going to put them on the floor. Biden nominated, and Dick Durbin said he has an amazing record, so they're just shoving him through. Meanwhile, the Republicans, I don't know what they're doing. I guess they're just not stopping the Democrats. Now, even if the Democrats do have the votes, make them earn it. Make them earn it. Don't just take time off and allow them to squeeze these through. Tell Kamala, get off your booty and come back to the Capitol. Now, this is what Rick Scott said about this. Says we need to be a brick wall on this moving forward. And he's not going to be the Senate Majority Leader, but he's on team. Let's slow this thing down, okay?
Republicans need to be a brick wall to these radical Biden nominee picks, these judicial picks. They're not people that should be judges. They're right at the end of the administration because they've been so controversial. So I think all my colleagues are going to show up. We're going to do everything we can. We're going to use every procedural move to make sure that these nominees do not get through. And then Donald Trump will have the choice to pick people that believe in following the law.
Yeah, these are lifetime appointments. They're pretty dang important, and we'd like to see good judges in there, not Democrat judges who they're shoving through at the last minute. So here's Elizabeth Warren. She's saying the same thing, saying, we're going to do this, so get ready for it.
Right now, the most impactful thing we can do is confirm federal judges and regulators who can't be removed by the next president. That is the job of the United States Senate. This is our last remaining window of opportunity to confirm fair, independent judges who will make decisions based on the law instead of listening to special interests.
Yeah, right.
Senate Democrats cannot leave a single judge behind. Trump won the election, but more than 72 million people voted for the Democrats, and they don't expect us to roll over and play dead.
You currently have the power. You're not going too soon, and so the Republicans can make this a bit more difficult because they lost the election, and they're going to try to squeeze everything they possibly can through in the final minutes.
Merry Christmas, everybody. What a great celebration. That entire hour was packed with a lot of fun. Merry Christmas. Happy Thanksgiving, too. We've got some news to do. Good evening. I'm Brett Baird. Breaking tonight, a spokesman for President-elect Trump is calling a ruling by a New York judge a decisive win. The judge says President-elect Trump and his team may move for the dismissal of the case involving accusations of falsifying business records. He was convicted on 34 counts. He had been scheduled for sentencing next week. That will not happen. Correspondent Nate Floyd has our top story from New York. Good evening, Nate.
Hey, Brett. The sentencing in President-elect Donald Trump's Manhattan criminal case is delayed indefinitely. Trump's lawyers now have until December 2nd to file their motion to dismiss the case, while the Manhattan DA's office now has until December 9th to respond to that. Judge Juan Merchan declined to rule on the issue of presidential immunity. That is one of the reasons that Trump's lawyers, including his pick for Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, argue that the case should be thrown out. Several witnesses during the trial testified about things that happened during Trump's first term in the White House, but the Supreme Court, of course, ruled in July that presidents are immune from official acts taken in office. Now, Trump's incoming White House Communications Director, Stephen Chung, reacted to today's ruling, writing in part, quote, "In a decisive win win for President Trump. The hoax Manhattan case is now fully stayed and sentencing is adjourned. President Trump won a landslide victory as the American people have issued a mandate to return him to office and dispose of all remnants of the witch hunt cases. This is the only one of 4 criminal cases against Trump to reach trial, but it's not over yet. Rashawn will rule on what comes next sometime after December 9th, more than a month before Inauguration Day. Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg suggests sentencing Trump after his second term in the White House more than 4 years from now. Bragg wrote to Rashawn on Tuesday, quote, given the need to balance competing constitutional interests, consideration must be given for various non-dismissal options. A jury found Trump guilty of 34 counts of falsifying business records. This is now the second time that Judge Rashawn has delayed his sentencing. Brett?
All right, Nate, thank you.
You got it.
Well, a lot has been happening in recent days when it comes to the transition. We're still waiting for some significant appointments to the second Trump administration. We are also getting reaction to the story we broke last night. Watch him on this show, the nomination of former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi to become the next U.S. Attorney General. That followed the withdrawal of the president-elect's original pick from the former Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz. Senior national correspondent Rich Edson is in West Palm Beach, Florida, with the latest tonight. Good evening, Rich.
Hi, good evening, Brett. Well, President-elect Trump has already picked the bulk of his cabinet nominees. There are still major picks outstanding, though, and even though he lost one major nominee, he moved quickly to replace him. It only took about 6 hours for President-elect Trump to replace one Florida lawyer with another as his nominee to lead the Justice Department. Republicans say they're confident former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi can succeed where former Congressman Matt Gaetz could not.
She is going to focus on the issues that need to be focused on. Pam Bondi has always shown that she is tough, she is smart, she is absolutely a great pick, and she's going to be a fantastic Attorney General.
Trump has already named Todd Blanche, his personal lawyer, as Deputy Attorney General. Down Pennsylvania Avenue at the FBI, it's unclear if Trump will move to replace Director Christopher Wray before his term ends in 2027. If he does, senior Trump advisor Dan Scavino ruled out one former Michigan congressman and former FBI agent, writing that he, quote, just spoke to President Trump regarding Mike Rogers going to the FBI. It's not happening. In his own words, I have never even given it a thought. Not happening. The Wall Street Journal reports the president-elect has floated nominating former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh as Treasury Secretary with the understanding Trump could choose him to lead the Federal Reserve when Chairman Jerome Powell's term ends in 2026. Sources close to the process say the president-elect is trying to find a Treasury nominee who can reassure financial markets and also support his plans for tariffs. Apollo Global Management Chief Executive Mark Rowan, Tennessee Senator Bill Hagerty, and investor Scott Bessent have also been in the mix.
Donald Trump is the most sophisticated leader on economics that I've met, and he's also the most open-minded.
When asked if he would consider serving as Treasury Secretary, Senator Hagerty gave an answer politicians often give when they're asked that question, that he's going to keep his head down, keep serving the American people in whatever role he may take. Brett?
You know, a lot of news breaks in this show, so we're going to wait and see if that announcement comes during the 6 o'clock hour here. Meantime, Rich, the Washington Post has reported that President-elect Trump plans, once he's inaugurated, to fire Special Counsel Jack Smith's entire team. What about that?
Yeah, you know, Brett, that just hit just before the show started, and, you know, according to that Washington Post report, it's going to fire the entire team. It's unclear how much of that team is going to be left since Special Counsel Jack Smith is planning on wrapping up and leaving before President-elect Trump becomes President Trump. Also in this Washington Post report, they're saying that the president-elect is planning on creating or assembling an investigative team within the Justice Department to hunt for evidence in battleground states that fraud tainted the 2020 election. Of course, if you remember, late in 2020, then Attorney General Bill Barr said that the Justice Department had not seen voter fraud on a scale that could have affected a different outcome in the election. Brett?
We'll monitor all that. Rich in West Palm. Thanks. Lawyers for the Marine veteran accused of killing a homeless man who was threatening passengers on a subway train say the chokehold he used was not the cause of death. Tonight, they believe they have severely undercut the prosecution's manslaughter case against Daniel Penny. Correspondent C.B. Cotton is live in New York tonight with the latest. Good evening, C.B.
Good evening, Brett. Jurors now have the entire Thanksgiving week off to think about the evidence in this case. Jordan Neely's family says that evidence proves Daniel Penny choked out Neely's life. Penny's defense attorneys say they proved otherwise, pointing to their final defense expert, Dr. Satish Chandru, who testified and later maintained his findings on cross-examination that the effects of Neely's blood condition, synthetic marijuana use, and schizophrenia combined with the struggle and restraint from Penny all killed Neely. The Marine veteran did not testify in his own defense, but Penny's defense team says the 25-minute taped interview played for jurors of Penny is enough, showing Penny waiving his Miranda rights to answer detectives' questions when he didn't know Neely had died.
And he had an opportunity to explain himself and explain what he did, why he acted, how he acted, what he perceived. And so much of it is consistent with not only the evidence in the case, but the testimony in the case.
Prosecutors used testimony from the medical examiner and Penny's former martial arts instructor in the Marine Corps to further their case that Penny, as a veteran, went too far and should have known when to let Neely go during the encounter. The medical examiner, Dr. Cynthia Harris, testified earlier in the trial that there was unanimous consensus among her team that the chokehold killed Neely. She acknowledged she made her determination before she got toxicology results, but she said it wouldn't have changed her mind. Activists say the evidence for them is clear.
The devil that day was not Jordan Neely. The devil that day was Daniel Penny. We can tell that Jordan Neely was choked to death.
Both the prosecution and defense are expected to give their closing arguments on December 2nd. Penny faces up to 15 years if convicted on the most serious charge in this case. Brett.
C.B. Cotton in New York City. CB, thank you. The national debt has now surpassed the $36 trillion mark. That occurred yesterday. $36 trillion with a T. It came just 4 months after the debt crossed the $35 trillion threshold. Substantial gains for retailers and other companies led Wall Street to a big day. The Dow surging today, 426 to a new record close. The S&P 500 gained 21. The Nasdaq was up 31. For the week, the Dow jumped almost 2 percentage points. The S&P 500 was up 1 2/3. The Nasdaq gained 1 3/4.
Go back to the 1920s with June's Journey. There's a whole island to design and decorate with new stunning items every month. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the age of elegance.
Monkey, 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 do you see? Bananas ripe just for thee.
If you're over 40 and you're not dermaplaning, you're making a big mistake. This thing has completely won the battle with facial. My skin stays soft and glowing for weeks, and my hair does not grow back thicker or quicker. It's like I never had hair there in the first place. The only thing is it sells out like crazy every time it's restocked, but I'll let you in on a secret. You can buy it straight from the manufacturer and unlock a huge discount today. Plus, there's a 30-day guarantee. Honestly, you need to try it and see the difference for yourself. I've literally never been so smooth for this long. Ladies, meet the Sonic Smooth Pro Plus. It's a dermatologist-approved sonic dermaplaning tool made for mature skin. It removes even the toughest facial hair from the surface in seconds, and it doesn't grow back thicker, quicker, or leave razor burn. Just listen to what some of the over 1 million women who've tried it have to say.
The Sonic Smooth is like magic. It makes your skin feel like silk.
A new era emerges with stories anew. From top Stephanic as UN ambassador bold, leading America's voice, a new story unfold. Tesla's market value soars $1 trillion high. Elon Musk's vision shines, the future in the sky. News headlines shining bright from Tesla and Stefanik inside Musk wealth soars, a billionaire's dream. Headlines unfolding a new American scheme. Real about it, or listen to the news on YouTube. Get CNN, CBS, ABC, MSNBC. They're no good for you, so stop crying and read the non-biased news.
Live breaking news, Nez Nation, my fellow Americans, Matt Gaetz, who out of the blue, out of left field, dropped out of the race for Attorney General. Trump nominated him, has now chosen to not join the 119th Congress. He resigned the 118th Congress, but he was duly elected to the 119th Congress, and he just went on the record to say what he's going to do next. And it's got nothing to do with Congress. So stick around for that. Also, Brian Williams goes on the Seth Meyers show and gives the Democrats a brutal, harsh analysis that I think reeks of truth. You've got to see this clip. This is the kind of brutal, tough love that this party needs right now, and it is absolutely monumental. Stick around for that. Plus, Gavin Newsom says he cares for the people. I'll show you a clip of that in just a second. But first, is Elon Musk gonna buy MSNBC? So it started off kind of like a joke. Donald Trump Jr. posted this on, by the way, follow me on X. I post a lot of stuff I can't post anywhere else on X. He posted this on X because Comcast was putting MSNBC up for sale after their abysmal ratings, as they should be, because they are awful, propagandist, evil. He says, hey, Elon Musk, I have the funniest idea ever after putting the post on MSNBC going for sale. And then Elon responded with, this is an actual post by Elon Musk. You can see it right there, November 22nd, that's today, 2024, just literally an hour ago as of this recording. You're probably watching it later. But he actually inquired, how much does it cost? If you don't know, Elon Musk is the richest man to ever have walked and stepped foot on this planet. His net worth has skyrocketed to north of $350 billion, putting Jeff Bezos in a real steep, far second place of 180. I know, roughly 180 billion. Sorry, Jeff. And the reason why this is so intriguing is because the way that he bought Twitter and now it's turned into X all started with this tweet back in 2017, December 21st. We're coming up on, what is that, 7 years now? 7 years ago, where he posted this. I love Twitter. You can look at the top of your screen. And then Dave Smith responded innocuously, you should buy it then. And then the post that changed the game forever probably helped land Donald Trump into the White House. You can almost say, arguably you could say it had a huge, profound impact. He replied quite famously, how much is it? And then proceeded. That started the snowball effect. That started the gears turning of him eventually purchasing it just a few years ago. Are we seeing the same thing? You never know. Could this be the new logo? MXNBC? I don't know about you, but it sounds good to me. Probably, quite frankly, it would be a lot better. He's a smart guy, builds a lot of rockets, bought Twitter, made it a lot better. MSNBC is fake news. Maybe he could turn that around too. I agree with you, Mr. President, 100%, sir. But let me know what you guys think in the comments. I can't wait to read your comments on this one. Okay, so getting back to Matt Gaetz, this story just keeps unraveling and getting weirder and weirder and weirder, but he doesn't seem fazed by it. Most of the Republicans don't seem fazed by it. Trump certainly didn't seem fazed by it. He nominated Pam Bondi immediately. I actually think it's a great pick. I'd love to get your thoughts on that. If you haven't commented, or if you don't know that yet, Pam Bondi is now nominated by President Trump to be the next Attorney General of the United States of America. It was this guy, though. It was Matt Gaetz. He dropped out. I don't want to cause distraction. Sounds like a bunch of BS. Was there some truth in the ethics committee finding out about all these allegations? Perhaps. But then everybody thought, well, he resigned from Congress, but he actually didn't resign from the newly elected 119th Congress. He resigned from the current 118th Congress. So everybody thought he was a deal. He definitely, was like, okay, you guys don't bring out anything into the public. I've got a long career ahead of me. I'm young. But then he says, I'm not now. He says today, I'm not going back. I'm not going back. So what are you going to do, Matt? Well, he tells Charlie Kirk right here. Check this out.
So, Matt, I now have to ask about just what your plans are, and it's okay if you have to, punt on it because you might not know. It's important to know you resigned from this Congress, not the next Congress. Our audience is 100% behind Matt Gaetz, by the way. They are very, very upset that you were not able to get all the way to Attorney General. I have to ask, what is next for Matt Gaetz?
I'm still going to be in the fight.
but it's going to be from a new perch. I do not intend to join the 119th Congress. There are a number of fantastic Floridians who stepped up to run for my seat, people who have inspired with their heroism, with their public service, and I'm actually excited to see Northwest Florida go to new heights and have great representation. Charlie, I've been in an elected office for 14 years. I first got elected to the State House when I was 26 years old, and I'm 42 now, and I've got some other goals in life that I'm eager to pursue with my wife and my family, and so I'm going to be fighting for President Trump. I'm going to be doing whatever he asks of me, as I always have, but I think that 8 years is probably enough time in the United States Congress. You know, in Florida, our voters got to vote on term limits for state government, and the campaign was 8 is enough. And so you can only do 8 years in the Florida House of Representatives. And so it seems like a pretty poetic time to allow that great new blood to come in, to allow my district to have high quality representation. And don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not taking off for a tropical excursion for the rest of my life. I am here to help save this country. And one thing great patriots at Turning Point know, we need people at every level. We need brilliant lawyers on the outside. We need tough congressmen and congresswomen on the inside. We need a leadership structure under President Trump that's going to allow for durability of our movement and the ability to continue this great realignment of our politics. And so I'll play a part in that. I plan to be a big voice, but maybe not as an elected member of the government.
Maybe not as an elected member of the government. Is Gates going to the private sector? Is he going into media? Is he going to start his own podcast? Is he starting up his own private practice? Like, what is going on? This guy had the most promising career. 42 is baby years in politics. I mean, you were literally a baby at 42. You were at the apex. You were at the height of your powers, really in your 40s and 50s in politics. Even in your 60s. I mean, this is really bizarre. I can't wait to get your thoughts on this. What do you think is going on with Gates? Did the swamp really do a number on this guy? I mean, is this like Kevin McCarthy retribution, like we've never seen before? Like, did he just drop the axe on Matt Gates and his whole career? Was that whole peppy walk, song, and dance that he did? We're having great conversations. We're doing great. I've been getting a lot of great advice. I don't want to be a distraction to President Trump. I don't buy that for a second. I mean, that was all a facade. Something is really weird. Something is very, very bizarre. Ginger, again, in our live stream yesterday, his wife, Ginger, posted end of an era. So what's he doing? What's he up to? What did they do to him? I'm just going to say this and then I'm going to end on this. I truly believe they've got something on him that is so legitimate that would have absolutely tore him asunder if brought out publicly, that he not only withdrew from nomination for Attorney General, but he somehow, I guess, perhaps said, okay, guys, I will just leave politics for good. I will leave my seat open. I won't even go back into Congress. Like, they ousted him. This is like a la Biden, but without the dementia. So they had some kind of leverage that must have been super powerful. I don't buy the smiles and the giggles and, oh, I've been there since I was 26. It's enough is enough. I'm going to be fighting from a different perch. It just seems really funkadelic and something smells very fishy at Denmark. Let me know your thoughts. I can't wait to hear your thoughts. In our next story, here he is, American psycho Gavin Newsom, the man who is solely responsible.
When we say we create personalized hair care products, we mean truly personalized products that take into account every little detail that might affect the health of your hair, from the thickness of each strand to the density of your follicles, and even the environment we live in, including your water hardness and
for destroying my great state of California, and he just continues to destroy it. I mean, we've got a gas hike coming up, we've got taxes going up, illegals coming up, homelessness hasn't gone anywhere. He's spent hundreds of billions of dollars on that. We got a budget deficit that's historically at its lowest ever. At its highest ever. And he has the nerve to say this. Listen to this.
I'm not looking. It's not about voters. It's not about voters. I care about people. I don't care who you voted for. I care about people. I care about Trump supporters. I care about RFK Jr. supporters. I care about Tucker Carlson supporters. I care about Charlie Kirk supporters. I care about Ben Shapiro supporters. I care about all people. I care about the people living here in the Sierra, folks down in San Diego where I just was, or in my backyard in Fair Oaks, California. I care about people, and I care about protecting them, their public safety, and their public health. And I care about being honest with them as well, and level setting with them. This is not an academic exercise. We had the experience with Donald Trump. Don't fall sort of prey to somehow this is some new day. Listen to what these guys are saying and telling you. Look at what they're prepared to do day one, January 21st. Get prepared. No impact will be greater than the impact in this region. And there may be a lot more Trump supporters here. But that doesn't matter. I'm going to still have their backs because they need us to have their back, not turn their back on us.
I can't help it. I just can't help it. He cares about the people. You walking haircut that passes for a man. Who is buying this snake oil salesman BS? He's literally vying for the presidency in 2028. All of this, I'm here for you, Tucker Carlson. I want Trump supporters. I support it. I care about the people. Who is buying this sewage coming out of this American psycho? Are you kidding me? This guy is a lie in a cheap Bloomingdale's suit. He's a walking lie in a cheap Bloomingdale's suit. It is so utterly insulting that this guy actually thinks that people are going to believe this crap. Like, there's a reason why you weren't asked to speak at the DNC, even though you showed up and embarrassed yourself. Greasy Gavin Newsom. You were the worst governor. You were the biggest lying next to Kamala. You're the biggest phony to ever enter the political arena. Literally, the biggest phony. Nobody believes a word of what you're saying. We all know you're full of CRAB capital crap. His audacity just never stops. It's just unbelievable. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. This guy just never stops. Okay, this is probably my favorite video to share with you. This is my favorite video to share with you. This clip right here. Brian Williams giving a brutal takedown of the Democrats, why they lost, Kamala Harris, the whole entire ridiculous far-right left party. Just sit back, relax, and listen to this and enjoy this. Oh, it's just delicious. Watch this.
It is tough love time for the Democratic Party. I think it needs to be stripped down and rebuilt. I think that means a change in leadership. I want to know who thought it was a good idea that Joe Biden stand for another 4 years at 80 years of age and 37% popularity. So then that saddled the party with a British-like short campaign season for them. I think it's insulting when members of the working class, which the Democratic Party has lost entirely in our lifetime, to insist the economy is doing great. A 12-pack of Bounty is $40. Rich folks don't feel that. Poor folks already switched to Sparkle during the COVID, during the lockdown. And I think telling them that the NASDAQ is gangbusters is further insulting. It's insulting, I think, the biggest unforced error of the Biden administration by far was the border. To tell people it's not a problem is insulting. For the working class to see incoming migrants getting welcome bags, debit cards, and motel rooms is probably insulting as well. So there's a lot of work to do. You know, it was when they handed out camo hats that said Harris Waltz, and the Democrats were they were kind of charmed by that. Their party has gone quinoa, and the rest of America's eating at Cracker Barrel. And so it was kind of an ironic use of something millions of Americans put on their heads to start their day every day.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Mr. Williams. I think that is the voice of reason this party needs. Shame on you, Obama. That should have been you. Because you're actually somebody that I respected. And the fact that you're just so far removed from the pulse of the people, from reality, I pray, I told my wife this morning, my hand to God, I told my wife this morning, I pray I never become so removed from reality as I get older and perhaps even maybe more successful or whatever, because I'm never going to stop working, so I count on being more successful with your help. It was really the lies that Obama spewed that were the really most egregious and embarrassing and disappointing aspect. And then you spewed, these weren't even good lies, they were lazy lies. I've talked about this many times, especially in his campaign speech that he gave right before the election. It was abominable. But I'd love to get your thoughts on everything that we covered today. I love what Brian Williams said. Who knows? Maybe there's some hope for this, I don't call them the Democrats, but the hypocrites, the radical, extreme, far left, left of land. It is awful. They are socialist communists, to put it mildly. So maybe this could be some bit of a spark. I don't know. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. I can't believe it. If you haven't seen these videos, check them out. They are remarkable, especially this one I just posted today. Tap my face right there to subscribe and follow. It's absolutely free. Subscribe to our free. Sign up for a free newsletter in the pinned comment, show notes, and description. It's your sure-proof way of never missing out. And as always, may God bless you and may God bless the USA. See you soon.
We'll have more on the big news for President-elect Donald Trump. Judge Juan Merchan in the New York case against Trump has just decided to delay that case and the sentencing portion of that. Everything put on hold, and that allows Trump's legal team to file for a full dismissal of this case. Now, we've been waiting to see what exactly the next steps were going to be in the case since Trump's re-election. Of course, Merchan set a December 2nd deadline for Trump to file his motion to dismiss and gave prosecutors until December 9th to respond. I want to go right away to Jason Chapin, Fox News contributor, former Republican congressman from Utah. And Jason, a lot of this we anticipated because there is a thirst, if they're going to delay, to not even bring the case up for 4 years. I mean, that allows Democrats in every lane, up and down ballot to run on, we're going to get Trump, we're going to do this. But it also does something else. It gives the public time to see what he can really do, and after all, the voters decide.
Yeah, the voters did decide. They sent a loud and clear message. This is a case that should never have been brought. I think the judge was highly conflicted. And I'm sure Trump's legal team, Alina Habba and the like, are going to spend they're going to have a little busy time over Thanksgiving, but that paperwork's probably already in place. This should be open and shut and done with. Why we're still playing with this, it's unbelievable. The guy was elected the president of the United States. It was a case that should never have been brought, and shame on him for continuing on perpetuity. If this is the open door to put an end to it, great. But above and beyond that, this is ridiculous.
And politically, that's what political observers have been looking at. Would this have, put some sort of guard or gate on politics, if you will, from the right, just ushering in both the House, the Senate, the White House, all of it now in Republican control starting 2025. Would this have slowed that down? That's not really on the table if he gets to dismiss and the case is gone.
Yeah, again, why I think New Yorkers have to look long and hard at the prosecutors, the people that they're electing, the people that are getting hired into these spots, how the prosecutors were to put in place, the whole gambit. New Yorkers really got to look at it. All the problems that are going on in New York, and they're still fiddling around with this stuff. Come on, New York, get your act together.
All right, let's move to the next now. And we'll come back to this. We're going to talk with Carrie Urban. Jason, stand by for just a second. Carrie Urban, legal analyst for the network here, Fox News legal editor. Carrie, the meaning of all of this, though, is pretty simplistic as Jason just laid it out. Never should have been brought. We know all of that. What is the hope here? What is the goal here from the other side?
The goal, at least from Donald Trump's perspective, of course, is that Judge Merchan throws out this case entirely.
Right, but for the other side, I mean, December 9th, this is an indefinite push.
So December 9th, so what they're going to say, we already know what they're going to say because they indicated what they were going to say last week, and it's that they're going to oppose the motion to dismiss. They don't want this case thrown out. What they want, and they said they are more than willing to wait until after Trump leaves office to resolve the sentencing, which of course would be unfair. It would be unfair for anyone, whether it's Donald Trump or anyone else, to have a sentence hanging over someone's head like that. It's especially rich coming from Alvin Bragg's office, given how they're handling, a good Samaritan defending his fellow citizens on a subway, and all of the crime that's rampant, yet they're willing to ask that a sentence stay over a president's head the entire time he's in office. It's really a rotten thing to do. But we'll see. We'll see what Judge Merchan's going to do here. Obviously, the Trump team is happy. This is an incrementally good step for them. So we'll get briefing from them. Then we'll get the response from Alvin Bragg's office, which we already know what they're going to say. And then likely Judge Merchan will set a hearing date, and they'll argue what they put in those briefs in the next couple of weeks.
All right, two things. The U.S. Supreme Court has already weighed in on this. So when they weighed in at that highest court level, was that not enough to alter this case?
Well, it's a bit complicated because you have to understand with this particular case, it involved actions both before Donald Trump became president and then after. And so one of the things that many legal scholars have been talking about is how that immunity ruling actually makes things more complicated, but actually in a very helpful way for Donald Trump, because effectively the judge would have to unravel testimony that was presented before the jury that involved conversations and meetings that he had after he was president, which presumably, look in the Supreme Court decision, are protected conversations, and that would be immune. And the question, of course, then is how much of the jury depend on that evidence, on those meetings, on those conversations to find Donald Trump guilty. And so this has been one of the arguments the Trump team has been making all along, but that's why this is particularly complicated. And again, though, to your point, Harris, he has immunity, the immunity decision. He has this constitutional question of pursuing, prosecuting, indicting a sitting president. He has off-ramps that he could take. He would be wise, not just in the interest of justice, but politically, to take one and move on.
Okay, let's move on to this, because a spokesperson for the president-elect, the incoming White House communications director, has now issued their response from Trump. In a decisive win for President Trump, the hoax Manhattan case is now fully stayed and sentencing is adjourned. President Trump lost their and landslide victory as the American people have issued a mandate to return him to office and dispose of all remnants of the witch hunt cases. All of the sham lawfare attacks against President Trump are now destroyed, and we are focused on making America great again. And all of that, a quote from the incoming White House communications director. Look, there's some things in there that really hit home, I would imagine, with American voters who, millions of them across the country, independents, Democrats, Republicans, voted for the president-elect. They're words that ring true, and that is these cases are over. They want to have the focus on them, the American people. What do you make out of, first of all, the statement?
Well, it's not over yet. The case in New York is not over yet, and that's what they're hoping is going to happen. And again, it's a positive step that the judge has agreed to allow them to make their request to throw out the case altogether. Like I said, we know where Bragg's office falls on this because they laid it all out just last week in their letter. They're going to oppose. And so we have to wait and see what the judge does. And again, I think what he'll end up doing is setting a hearing based on the briefs that both the Trump team and Bragg's office will submit that first week of December, and then we'll go from there. But again, he would certainly be wise.
Does this get wrapped up before inauguration day?
I think he's going to want to wrap it up. I think this actually indicates that he's looking to wrap this up one way or another before inauguration day.
Carrie, thank you. I want to bring back Jason Chaffetz now. We're going to move on to this. There's a lot of news that's kind of coming together in this week. And I want to get to this. This frustration, Jason, spilling over after FBI Director Wray and DHS Secretary Mayorkas skipped out on a crucial public hearing. The two were set to testify before a Senate committee on worldwide threats to the homeland. Well, there are a lot of those right now, particularly with an open border. These two men in U.S. government blew off the same hearing in the House. All of this as the United States is facing major crises around the world and our allies. And that pulls us into Senate Homeland Secretary Chair Gary Peters, a Democrat, ripped the move, calling it, quote, a shocking departure from the longstanding tradition of transparency and oversight of the threats facing our nation. Their choice robs the American people of critical information and the opportunity for public accountability. Republicans also giving their criticism.
It is unbelievable that they're just flat out refusing to testify. We ought to subpoena them, so we ought to do. And if they won't come, then we should hold them in contempt.
The American people need to know we've got multiple threats that are out there.
The threats are that serious, and I don't doubt that they are. It's because of what they have done. Particularly Secretary Mayorkas, who's pretty well, ruled over the open border policy that has let millions of people, some of them terrorists, gang members, cartel members, human traffickers, sex traffickers, they've created this clear and present danger that now they won't even talk to Congress about. It's outrageous.
All right, let's get into that clear and present danger, which is on display throughout our nation right now. Just a few recent examples. An illegal immigrant with alleged ties to the brutal Tren de Aragua gang from Venezuela smirked, laughed, and yawned in court. He's accused of robbing a woman in her apartment building and committing a sexual act. It looks like he's going to a party. Police arrested an illegal immigrant in Colorado. He's charged with raping his boss's 14-year-old daughter inside the family's home. Blue State, Massachusetts, leaders have vowed to fight back against Trump's efforts to stop illegal immigration. Why?
The key here is that, every tool in the toolbox has got to be used to protect our citizens, to protect our residents, and protect our states. We are not cooperating with those efforts that actually threaten the safety of everyone by causing widespread fear.
You caught what I laid down there, right? I mean, Americans actually are the ones who are the victims here. And now we're going to explore some more things that have happened by people who don't belong in the country, committing crimes against Americans who are the victims. And there has been a sanctuary state explosion of alleged sexual violence at the hands of illegal immigrants. Prosecutors have charged at least 26 illegals with sex crimes just since September. Most of those crimes were perpetrated against children. Jason, your reaction?
It's sick and disgusting. They should get their butts up before those committees and answer to the American people. They fundamentally forget who they work. They work for us. And you know what? I applaud the Democratic senator, the chairman of the Senate committee, for calling this out. But the Republicans also control the House. And why aren't they issuing these people subpoenas so that they have to come testify? This is a long tradition. There are threats to the homeland. We need to know where they are. And let's also remember, Harris, Merrick Garland.
Isn't this part of the transition that's supposed to go smoothly? I mean, I understand tradition, but the other word is transition. We got to get ready for cleaning all this up.
Yeah, that's why they need to answer questions. They can't just hide behind, oh, it's so classified. They can have a dual hearing, as the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee in the House has said, hey, we'll do dual hearings. But you got to answer these questions. But remember where Merrick Garland started and where Secretary Mayorkas started. They told the American people that white supremacy was the biggest threat to the homeland. Ends up that that's not.
People who don't belong in the country.
They fundamentally forget who they work. They work for us. And you know what? I applaud the Democratic senator, the chairman of the Senate committee, for calling this out. But the Republicans also control the House. And why aren't they issuing these people subpoenas so that they have to come testify? This is a long tradition. There are threats to the homeland. We need to know where they are. And let's also remember, Harris, Merrick Garland.
Isn't this part of the transition that's supposed to go smoothly? I mean, I understand tradition, but the other word is transition. We got to get ready for cleaning all this up.
Yeah, that's why they need to answer questions. They can't just hide behind, oh, it's so classified. They can have a dual hearing, as the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee in the House has said, hey, we'll do dual hearings. But you got to answer these questions. But remember where Merrick Garland started and where Secretary Mayorkas started. They told the American people that white supremacy was the biggest threat to the homeland. Ends up that that's not quite so true. That was a bit of a lie. And so you have all these cases. Congress has to function. America's got to get safe. The Trump administration's got to be ready to make this transition, the peaceful transition. You don't get just the duck and hide. Kamala Harris is on vacation out in Hawaii. Joe Biden doesn't seem to know where he is or how to get his way through, the jungles of the Amazon. And we got these two people who are supposedly running the security apparatus, and they're saying, they're giving the American people the middle finger, saying, we're not even going to show up. They got 60 more days of this administration. They need to answer these questions.
Look, I don't think the world notices when Kamala Harris goes on vacation or when she's working. There's not much difference between those two things. But right now, the current president is putting us in line for a third world war. We're going to get into that a little bit later in the newscast. But oh my goodness, now might be time to go back to Delaware and hit the beach. Jason, thank you. A lot to get to still. Outrage at the International Criminal Court. The ICC has formally issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and former defense minister in Israel. Plus, more fallout for the car company Jaguar. I use that lightly because this doesn't look like they're selling cars anymore. They have put on a new branding campaign, which we've shown you, and it's woke and weird.
It's as though Jaguar asked AI to create the wokest, most pretentious, gender-ambiguous piece of self-satisfied A-level art using fridge magnet mottos, and this pile of was the result.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, she's preaching. Jaguar's brand director says it's not just about the cars, but investors think, well, it should be. I mean, Jaguar is a car, it's not a fashion industry piece. Steve Hilton, next. International Criminal Court has formally issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Gallant. Now, you know they're busy in the war against Hamas savages who invaded their nation in October of last year. Meanwhile, the ICC is pressing war crimes against them. President Biden responded this way. Quote, the issuance of warrants against Israeli leaders is outrageous. Let me be clear once again, whatever the ICC might imply, there is no equivalent, none between Israel and Hamas. We will always stand with Israel against threats to its security. End quote from Biden. Incoming Senate Majority Leader John Thune here.
The ICC's decision is outrageous, unlawful, and dangerous. Israel has the right to defend itself, and the ICC's rogue actions only enable the terrorists who seek to wipe Israel off the map. These actions threaten Israel, but left unchecked, they could pose a threat to the United States in the future.
Well, headlines are showing some outrage. Here's an op-ed. The ICC attack on Israel is a sign of the free world's moral collapse. The Wall Street Journal Ed Board, with its arrest warrants for the International Criminal Court, sacrifices its standards and future to join the war on Israel. And the New York Post Ed Board. The ICC's fake charges against Netanyahu and Gallant prove the U.S. must never recognize that court. In focus now, Steve Hilton, Fox News contributor. The ICC, should we recognize it? Why do we need it?
No, it should be shut down. We need warrants for these ridiculous people. I mean, it's dignifying them too much to even call them judges. They're vicious partisan ideologues, cosplaying in judges' robes. This institution has zero credibility, zero legitimacy. I mean, we've known that for years, but this decision, there's something truly sick or even evil about it, honestly, Harris. I mean, look at the equivalent. What they're doing here is the equivalent, the direct equivalent, of sending a warrant for the arrest of Churchill and FDR for fighting Hitler. That's actually what they're doing here. I mean, it's absolutely outrageous on every level. And the fact is, it's not enough just to condemn it. We need to do something about these ridiculous people. I mean, there's a sanctions bill in Congress that Republicans have been pushing forward. Democrats have been blocking it. So it's all very well for Biden to express outrage. His party has been blocking sanctions against the ICC. So hopefully, as soon as now we take the majority and President Trump is in the Oval Office, we can actually take action against these appalling people.
Yeah, I'm confused why the ICC and other bodies around the world who say they care so much about the situation in Gaza aren't pressing on Hamas more, not only for the invasion of Israel and the massacre of its people, but also for killing their own people, putting them in the way of war, and now blocking aid. They're starving. Yes. People are, millions of them are starving in Gaza right now. Well, 2.7 million, and they don't even mention that. They go after the Israelis. All right, let me get to this. Yet another brand, Steve, is going woke. Now, I thought maybe people would have learned the lesson by Bud Light, but maybe not. Jaguar, the iconic car manufacturer, now is facing even more backlash for its rebranding campaign. Car 7 million, and they don't even mention that. They go after the Israelis. All right, let me get to this. Yet another brand, Steve, is going woke. Now, I thought maybe people would have learned the lesson by Bud Light, but maybe not. Jaguar, the iconic car manufacturer, now is facing even more backlash for its rebranding campaign. Let's figure out if we can tell what they're trying to sell. Jaguar's parent company saw a stock price dip yesterday. Maybe there is a connection to this. What we don't see in the ad, cars. This is how the company's UK brand director recently teased the rebrand.
We are on a transformative journey of our own, driven by a belief in diversity, inclusion, creativity, policy, and most importantly, action. We've launched major policy revisions such as transitioning at work to drive equity and support for our communities, embracing individuality as our superpower. We're not just talking about new cars, we are talking about all new ways of thinking and embracing the full spectrum of human potential and creativity.
Break out your sheer mesh shirt, your sparkle jacket. I didn't know if that was JT, Justin Timberlake, or if that was the guy who was in charge of the brands at Jaguar.
I mean, it's just, that's like a sort of parody. It's if you ask sort of AI, ChatGPT, to write a parody of ridiculous, empty, vapid, woke nonsense. It's almost like a Kamala Harris speech. That's how bad that was. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And actually, we can laugh at this and should mock them, but these idiots are just doing something that, to me, it's a bit sad, to be perfectly honest. Jaguar, let's remember,
excuse me, 1 second, I want to jump in.
British brand.
Because we have forgive me, I'm so sorry, Steve, but we have actually this response now. Jaguar told Fox Business this. The ad has attracted attention and debate. The brand reveal is only the first step in the exciting new era, and we look forward to sharing more on Jaguar's transformation in the coming days and weeks. And I go back to Steve.
What do you want now? A map to the
I mean, it's truly sad for me, Paris, because this is a great British brand. It's been around for over 100 years. When I was a kid, everyone aspired to getting a Jaguar. James Bond drove a Jaguar. And these idiots are just recklessly trashing this iconic brand. It's of course it's woke and ridiculous and it's a joke, but it's really sad as well that these people can do this.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of it that way, but you're right. I mean, the iconic nature was in movies, it was everywhere. And now, maybe Fashion Week. Maybe that's where we should look for a Jaguar. Also a fun occasion. Steve, thank you. Is Donald Trump really a threat to democracy? I guess it depends on whom you ask, and apparently what day it is. The White House's latest tune on the president-elect. Remember all that they said about him. And now, welcome back. Plus, growing calls for President Biden to quit. Some question if he's even capable of the job right now. Why did they wait until now to ask?
We've got many challenges facing us as a nation, more than we ever imagined. Joe Biden's leading this nation like never before.
One former Ukraine commander says, we're already in World War III. Let's take a look. Of Daniel Penny manslaughter trial. He is the Marine veteran charged in the death of Jordan Neely on a New York City subway last year. Very crowded. People said they felt threatened by Neely. Yesterday, the defense called a forensic pathologist to testify. And he said evidence does not support the claim that a chokehold killed Neely. Famed forensic pathologist Dr. Michael Bodden told me this specific detail that we learned from Dr. Bodden yesterday. Very helpful. CB Cotton is at the New York State Supreme Court in New York City with the latest on this case. CB.
Hi, Harris. Well, a tense cross-examination is picking back up of one of the defense's final witnesses, a forensic pathologist who maintains Jordan Neely did not die because of Daniel Penny's chokehold. So Dr. Satish Chandru has testified that he believes the combined effects of Neely's synthetic marijuana use, a blood condition, and mental illness, along with the struggle and restraint of Penny, all led to Neely's death. He also said that after reviewing video of the chokehold and Neely's medical records, he didn't find the usual signs of a chokehold, saying a chokehold death has to start with a phase of unconsciousness, and he never saw Neely enter that phase. He said he was shocked to learn the medical examiner, Dr. Cynthia Harris, ruled Neely's cause of death before reviewing toxicology results. Earlier in the trial, Dr. Harris, who performed the autopsy, told jurors there was a unanimous consensus in the medical examiner's office that the chokehold had killed Neely. She's in the courtroom today listening to the pathologist's testimony, and we're still watching for whether Penny will testify in his own defense. So far, jurors have only heard directly from him during his 25-minute police interview, when he didn't know Neely had died and waived his Miranda rights.
But this guy was actually threatened. This guy was actually, like, I was concerned that he would actually punish him. He said that he's willing to go to prison forever. He said he's going to kill you because of this and this. When I look around, there's women, children.
So Penny faces up to 15 years in prison if convicted on the most serious charge in this case. Harris.
CB, thank you for the latest on that. Let's move to this. And on Friday, we can't sleep on it because this is big. Ukraine's former military commander-in-chief is now openly saying World War III has officially begun. And he says he feels that way because Russia's allies are directly involved in Putin's war now. North Korea has put thousands of troops on the ground inside Russia with kits ready to fight Ukraine. That's just one example. So now there's new and growing pressure for President Biden to resign amid all the multiple ongoing international conflicts. Now, I've been noting for a while, if you do that, it puts Vice President Kamala Harris in the seat of commander-in-chief. That's not an improvement. It might be a push. It's all dangerous. General Jack Keane.
China, Russia, Iran, North Korea are seriously cooperating together, and they clearly want to change the United States leadership in the world with like-minded democracies. I believe all of these adversaries are reassessing as a result of the election that took place in the United States.
Well, no doubt. Trump. One column with this headline, with raging wars and an addled president is a perilous moment. An excerpt from that in the Washington Examiner. Biden's performance has done nothing to lessen fears that he is not capable of fully performing the duties of president. Can a weakened Biden give the Ukraine crisis the attention and judgment it needs, as opposed to sitting by while aides do the job that should be the elected president? Big question there. And polling expert Nate Silver posted, is there any particular reason to assume Biden is competent to be the president right now? It's a very difficult job. It's a dangerous world, extremely high-stakes decisions in Ukraine. He should resign and let Harris serve out the last 2 months. Power panel now. Matt Gorman, targeted Victory Executive Vice President and former chairman, our campaign advisor to Senator Tim Scott. And Megan Hayes, former 2020 Biden-Harris campaign communications director. Megan, we welcome you to The Focus. Thank you both. So, Megan, I want to begin with you. Is there any, validity, any kind of realistic nature that Biden would step down?
No, the president is not going to step down right now. And there's 2 months left.
President Trump will be inaugurated on January 20th, and he will take over and make decisions as it is based in Ukraine or Israel and Gaza or any of the other conflicts. But President Biden is not going to step down.
All right, one more for you real quickly. So if he's not going to step down, what happens if he tips us further in like he did this week by making decisions with weapons that really should have gone to Ukraine? Her generals tell me 1,000 days ago if he really wanted to win that conflict against Russia.
I think that, the president, along with 50 other allies and partners here, are doing what they can to help Russia, or to help Ukraine, fight back against Russia. Russia could have ended this war at any turn. They are choosing not to. I think that the president is giving them, the Ukrainian people, what they need to fight back at this juncture. I am not a foreign policy expert or an expert in war and what you need to fight, so I don't know if it goes back 1,000 days, but I think that the president is doing what he can to help Ukraine fight back now.
Yeah, I wouldn't just say that and make it up. It does date on a calendar, easy to know when it started. Matt Gorman, President Biden hosted the 2024 NBA champion Boston Celtics at the White House yesterday. He seemed to not remember the team's name and revealed his own Secret Service code name. What?
2024 NBA champions of Boston. You're Celtics, right? The Boston Celtics. Let me just say, all of you may not know this, but my Secret Service name is Celtic. For real. Because I'm Irish.
Celtics for real? Is that the whole name? Matt?
I mean, let me zoom out for a second. You're going to look back at how the media treated Joe Biden well before the fateful June debate as a massive reason why people lost trust and why the legacy mainstream media has lost so much credibility, right? Everyone with two eyes and an honest brain could tell you he had lost several steps. And yet the media was saying it was all cheap fakes and hoaxes, and Democrats were getting away with saying that behind closed doors he was doing jumping jacks and solving Rubik's Cubes. The media was far behind the public on this, who saw there was an issue, and you're right. He's still president for another 2 months. It doesn't matter if it was January 2023 or 2024. If he can't do the job, he shouldn't be president, period.
All right, so
he still has a launch code right in his pocket.
Absolutely. And if Kamala Harris steps in, then the question really does become, because you need the acumen and the experience to be able to handle all the situations going on right now around the world that imperil us and our men and women in the field for our military. So Matt, what does that look like, or is there some other line of succession that you could think of? I mean, I know the Speaker of the House eventually.
I don't see how it is at Kamala Harris, but you're right? At any moment, right? It could be Ukraine, it could be something we haven't even dreamt. And again, if the president is not, acutely aware enough or ready enough to be president, can't remember the Boston Celtics, how do you expect to be in a situation room at 3 in the morning dealing with China invading Taiwan, for instance, which absolutely could happen? It's a scary, scary thought.
I want to ask my team to roll the video of the official photo, if we can, because I don't want to just make this about one moment in the White House and several other moments leading up until now. But these are recent this week, and they really do bear being cognizant of. And so if the team rolls that, we'll be able to see it. He was supposed to assemble with other leaders across the country for a NATO photograph. And you have the actual audio of the photographer looking for him, and they can't find him anywhere. And it turns out that he was behind a bush or a tree or something. This is in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Around the same time, he gave a news conference or a statement with a teleprompter out in the middle of the Amazon jungle and then wandered away from there. Look, I don't want to make light of this because it's not funny, Megan. This is a problem. 59 days.
So I actually don't think it's a problem. I think the president is all there. I think that there's some scheduling conflicts here and some things that are, misnomer. And I hear what Matt is saying, and I'm not trying to say don't believe your lying eyes. I think the president, obviously is older. He did step down for running, and we did have an election, but there are 59 days left. The president is not going to step down. He's perfectly capable of doing the job. So, I understand some people's concerns here. I just don't think that they're as valid as we're trying to make them.
All right. Megan and Matt, good to see you. Thank you. Controversy at San Jose State University over an alleged transgender athlete.
We come to college just with that dream of playing collegiate sports and pursuing that dream we've had since we were just little girls. And the difference being here is that we've had to put up with so much more.
Now the players' teammates are suing the school and the athletic conference. A judge will soon decide whether that team can continue the season. Their associate head coach, Melissa Beatty-Smoot, is in focus next.
Trump taps Stefanik as UN ambassador bold. Leading America's voice, a new story unfold. Tesla's market value soars $1 trillion high. Elon Musk's vision shines the future in the sky. News headlines shining bright. Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik in sight. Musk's wealth soars, a billionaire's dream. Headlines unfolding, a new American scheme. We all about it or listen to the news on YouTube. Get CNN, CBS, ABC, MSNBC. They're no good for you. So stop crying and read the non-biased news. Then do your own research, uncover the truth. Read the Bible and ask the Holy Spirit to move inside you. In Jesus' name, may everything be alright, if it is His will. Trade battles rage, China gains ground. Trump's administration faces challenges unbound. Premier League's top goals, sports fans delight. Vincent Kompany's strike shines, a moment so bright. Read the Bible and ask the Holy Spirit to move inside you. News headlines shining bright. Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik in sight. Musk's wealth soars, a billionaire's dream. Headlines unfolding, a new American scheme. Read all about it or listen to the news on YouTube. Get CNN, CBS, ABC, MSNBC. They're no good for you. So stop crying and read the non-biased news. Then do your own research, uncover the truth. Read the Bible and ask the Holy Spirit to move inside you. In Jesus' name, may everything be alright, if it is His will. Charlie Ho leads at the end of the golf tourney. Nelly Corda trails a fierce competition brews. Browns versus Saints prediction, experts weigh in. Cleveland favored, a thrilling matchup to win. News headlines shining bright. Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik in sight. Musk's wealth soars, a billionaire's dream. Headlines unfolding, a new American scheme. Read all about it or listen to the news on YouTube. Get CNN, CBS, ABC, MSNBC. They're no good for you. So stop crying and read the non-biased news. Then do your own research, uncover the truth. Read the Bible and ask the Holy Spirit to move inside you. In Jesus' name, may everything be alright, if it is His will. Heavy scores for us, and teach remain stunned. Steel is primed for success, the Ravens win. Chargers on the rise. NFL drama unfolds, fans on the edge. If it is His will, His will be alright. If it is His will, enjoy black leather and teeth. Jamaica stunned, Steelers primed for success. Ravens beware, strong they struggle. Chargers on the rise. The NFL drama unfolds, fans on the edge. Tigers 5, Eastern Illinois takes on Northwestern might. Big Ten basketball keeps up. Tesla's innovation meets sustainable future bright. Elon Musk's vision inspires day and night. News headlines shining bright. Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik in sight. Musk's wealth soars, a billionaire's dream. Headlines unfolding, a new American scheme. Read all about it or listen to the news on YouTube. Get CNN, CBS, ABC, MSNBC. They're no good for you. So stop crying and read the non-biased news. Then do your own research, uncover the truth. Read the Bible and ask the Holy Spirit to move inside you. In Jesus' name, may everything be alright, if it is His will. Trump's legacy unfolds, presidential reign. Stefanik's diplomacy Transparency shines, global partnerships sustain Tesla's market dominance, electric cars shine bright, America's spirit alive, news headlines ignite. Stay informed, stay engaged as news breaks through. A new era emerges with stories anew. Read all about it, news unfolding every day. Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik making headlines in every way. News headlines shining bright. Trump, Tesla, and Stefanik in sight. Musk's wealth soars, a billionaire's dream. Headlines unfolding, a new American scheme. Read all about it or listen to the news on YouTube. CNN, CBS, ABC, MSNBC, they're no good for you. So stop crying and read the non-biased news. And do your own research, uncover the truth. Read the Bible and ask the Holy Spirit to move inside you. In Jesus' name, may everything be alright. If it is His will, news headlines shining bright, fading into the night. So stop crying, stop crying. Tomorrow's stories will unfold. Stay tuned, America's told. Pray to the Lord every day for wisdom to unfold. Enjoy Black Leather Mom.
In the skies, a train takes flight. Elon's rocket, shining bright. London to New York in 30 minutes time. The future beckons, will realign. Elon's rocket's ready to fly. London to New York in just 30 minutes high. Fasten your seatbelts, it's gonna be a ride. But safety's a concern, will it reach the other side? Rocket man flying through the sky. With the dream to change the world, or so we try. Rocket man, will you make it home? Or leave us wondering forever to go? Tesla's recalls and Cybertruck's might.
Red alert, Democrats are sending out a holiday warning. Don't go to Thanksgiving dinner this year. Your conservative uncle might rat you out to the MAGA police.
People are rightfully alarmed. They have a reason to be alarmed. If this thing goes way south, autocracies go south real fast, and things get ugly, and people get asked to do things, and turn people in, and point people out, and turn on them. If you think that you can vote for what people see as their destruction and then demand that they still are cool with you and kiki with you and have Thanksgiving with you, like, I think you're kind of missing the point.
Jerry's past the stuff. Wait. What sign did you have on your lawn? No one's getting turned in unless you're here illegally. Trump said his revenge will be success, not liberal work camps. Trump got some pretty bad news this week, and he didn't react like a dictator. The Senate wasn't going to confirm Matt Gaetz, so did Trump thrash about and dissolve the Senate? No. He respected the check and balance and picked a new attorney general. Not something Hitler would have done.
We don't have a king, we don't have an autocrat, we don't have a dictatorship. The framers were very clear that we have separate and co-equal branches of government. We've got checks and balances. The Senate, I think, it did its job in terms of advice and consent. And that is a good thing for America in terms of how we move forward.
Trump swapped out Gaetz with someone who has a much better chance of getting confirmed, former Florida AG Pam Bondi. J.D. Vance says Attorney General is the most important job in the government, only behind the president. Trump's had his eye on Bondi for a while.
I consider Pam Bondi for anything. She's doing a very good job. She's always done a very good job. But in some form, I'd love to have her in the administration.
Just like with every nomination, they're going to try to dig up dirt on Bondi. But all they've found so far got a great resume.
One reaction I got from inside the Justice Department last night was, this is Matt Gaetz with a better legal resume.
She will be every bit the loyalist that Matt Gaetz would have been, just with a little more legal experience and a little less baggage. Or so it seems.
Pam Bondi is, without a question, qualified to be Attorney General. That level of experience is on par with or better than most United States Attorneys General that we've seen over the past 50 years or so.
You know Bondi's a winner because the deep state sounds awfully nervous. Pam Bondi's one of those smart women Mark Cuban said Trump avoids. Add her to the list. Tulsi Gabbard, Kristi Noem, Stefanik, Susie Wiles. Cuban's eating his words.
I have a message from Mark Cuban, from all of us here tonight. Underestimate us. This is going to be fun.
They underestimated MAGA. Now it's time for a little fun. The legal cases against Trump are withering away. The sentencing for the porn star shakedown's been indefinitely delayed. And the Fannie Willis trial's on its last legs. So the lawfare's on ice, and the Attorney General confirmation's looking smooth. Now Trump can focus on the rest of his administration. President Trump just filled a position very close to his heart, Treasury. Billionaire hedge fund manager Scott Bessent got the nod. Bessent's openly gay. I guess the gays aren't going to get up. Next, Trump's going to shake up the FBI and the Secret Service. Former Secret Service agent Dan Bongino being considered for director. Bongino's been very critical of the agency's top brass after Trump was almost assassinated twice over the summer. If Bongino gets in there, I guarantee you he's going to put an end to the cover-up, and we'll finally find out what really happened in Butler and West Palm. And former Congressman Mike Rogers' name was being tossed around for FBI director. Not sure why. And then this happened.
Mike Rogers is a totally reasonable, logical selection for FBI director. In fact, that's the decision President-elect Trump makes.
Andrew McCabe endorsing Rogers, that's the kiss of death. Not long after that, Dan Scavino said this. Just spoke to President Trump regarding Mike Rogers going to the FBI. It's not happening. In his own words, I have never even given it a thought. Not happening. FBI director is a position Trump's thinking a lot about. He needs to get this one right. This is the same agency that wiretapped his campaign, cooked up the Russia hoax, covered up the laptop, and raided his house. Its current director, Ray, said he wasn't sure if Trump actually got shot in Butler. Ray still has time left on his term, but he's either got to resign or make Trump fire him. It's his choice. The Washington Post is reporting that Trump's going to fire Jack Smith's entire team. They'll resign too if they have any dignity. We need the FBI and the DOJ to stop criminals and terrorists, not go through the First Lady's underwear drawer. It'd also be nice to tighten up some of the agency's spending. You ready? A whistleblower says the FBI blew your money on stupid little office activities like a painting class, where agents could get to know colleagues and unleash their creativity. Oh, and they also did office yoga. Not sure why they just can't stretch on their free time. And there was lunch and coloring. They described it as a fun series of coloring sessions during lunch that you will get to see your colleagues' artistic sides. Elon, we found some government waste there. Trump's FBI director is going to have their work cut out for him. And so is every other person Trump picks. Trump wants to radically transform the government. It's what he campaigned on. It's what Americans voted for. In 2016, his agenda got swallowed up by D.C. bureaucrats and rabid Democrats. But Politico reports all the forces that were coming for him have been kind of defanged and obliterated. This time it feels like Trump found his footing in Washington and has his people around him. They believe in his plan. Reporters who've been covering Trump for a decade say after 2 assassination attempts, 4 indictments, and a landslide, Trump has a, quote, different sort of confidence and nerve. Trump's carrying the momentum from the election all the way to the inauguration. Then it's time for him to execute his vision without delay. Incoming Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, Stephen Miller, joins me now. Stephen Miller, I don't think I get a chance to congratulate you on air, so congratulations.
Thank you. It's our first time being together since this historic landslide victory, so it's great to be with you under such jubilant circumstances.
Jubilant for some. If you're Joy Reid, not so jubilant. She's thinking your uncle's going to narc on you.
All of the right people are unhappy, and all of the right people are absolutely overjoyed.
And that's when you know if a pick is good. If someone likes a nomination that you don't like, you're like, oh no. But if someone's freaking out, you're like, that's the guy.
Yes, that's always the tell.
So where are you now in terms of this transition? It looks like Gates is gone, Bondi's in, and it should be smooth sailing. How are you seeing things?
Well, President Trump has assembled, as I'm sure you've seen, Jesse, the most transformative set of cabinet secretaries in American history. Now, RFK is going to take on the deep state at HHS, take on the corruption in medicine, and make America truly and actually healthy again. You mentioned Pam Bondi. I've known Pam for years. She's a close friend. But people know that she has sterling credentials, amazing, unparalleled intellect. But here's what people may not know that I know. She is tough as nails. You want an AG who's going to take down the cartels, take down the migrant gangs, who's going to use the 70,000 law enforcement officers at DOJ to get rid of the foreign criminal enterprises in this country? That's Pam Bondi. This is the AG that is going to help President Trump deliver on his promise to liberate America. President Trump has also announced a transformative pick for OMB, Russ Vogt, that just came out. Russ Vogt, nobody, and I don't mean there's any competition here. Russ Vogt has been the guy for the last 4 years who's been developing the plan to take down the deep state. That's Russ, and he's going to be right there at OMB to execute that plan. This is really incredible stuff. I know these people. This is exactly what America voted for.
Take us inside this transition. You were appointed pretty early in this process. As you see people come on board, are you calling? Are you already talking strategy? What's the conversation like inside?
What President Trump has assembled, in addition to what you're seeing publicly announced, he's assembled a world-class policy team behind the scenes that's working every day to put together the day one executive actions and executive orders that are going to implement every single one of his campaign promises, whether you're talking about public health, whether you're talking about the national invasion and emergency on our southern border, whether you're talking about the diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, whether you're talking about getting men out of women's sports, out of women's bathrooms, out of women's locker rooms, right? All the things that President Trump far the country campaigning on are now being put at his direction and order and instruction into written form, so that the first day, the first week, the first 100 days will be a bolt of lightning, and all of the policies, reforms that Americans have been begging for and pleading.
This is the News Alert. We've been waiting for it. It just came. Hedge fund manager Scott Bessent is being tapped as Treasury Secretary. Here with all the details is Fox's senior national correspondent, Rich Edson. Rich, what can you tell us?
Hi, good evening, Lauren. Well, this just came out. We've gotten confirmation from the Trump transition. Out loud. Scott Bessent, President-elect Trump's choice to lead the Treasury Department. In this statement, they said that Scott will support his policies that will drive U.S. competitiveness, stop unfair trade imbalances, work to create an economy that places growth at the forefront, especially through our coming world energy dominance. Economic plans to raise tariffs. Some economists have criticized tariffs, saying they'll raise prices on American consumers and manufacturers here who source items from abroad. Bessent has said that, look, tariffs, for a few reasons, they fund the Treasury, they protect American industries, and also the third leg of that, he says, it's for negotiating leverage for this administration against other governments. He has also advised the president-elect to pursue a 3-3-3 policy, basically cut the budget deficit to 3% each year, and GDP growth by 3%, also to produce 3 million additional barrels of oil or its equivalent a day. Now, the Treasury Department, it is the top economic post in the U.S. government, right next to the White House. You have tax policy, you've got regulatory policy, economic policy, all that. So this is a major, major economic pick for the president-elect. There was some back discussion here. This pick took some time. It was just this past weekend that Elon Musk, who has been known to be a strong voice in the president-elect's ear, he wanted Howard Lutnick, the chief executive officer of Cantor Fitzgerald, to be the pick as Treasury Secretary. Lutnick eventually ended up at the Commerce Department. Took a few more days
let me get out of this alive.
Settling on
I'll
Scott
be a good
Bessent,
bird
the hedge
from
fund
tomorrow
manager
on.
here, to be his nominee for Treasury Secretary, and that's a nomination that would go through the U.S. Senate. Laura, back to you.
Rich, thank you very much. Joining me now, Jason Chaffetz, Fox News contributor, Alex Marlowe, Breitbart editor-in-chief, and Charlie Gasparino, Fox Business senior correspondent. All right, Charlie, let's start with you.
I can't believe Elio Local wasn't there. Spike-horn map, never fear. We'll find it one day.
Recently, this past weekend, you were the first with this scoop. What can you tell us, and what can you tell all the economic populists out there who are worried that Wall Street is going to run the Treasury policy of the United States? Because they're worried.
Well, I can tell them this, and thank you for, we at Fox Business, I broke it earlier this morning that he was essentially ascending to the top after he was on the top, then he wasn't on the top. By the way, the backstory here, Laura, is amazing. It's going to be my next book. But in any event, he's now the Treasury Secretary. And I will tell you, if you believe in the MAGA agenda, Scott Bessent is the best guy for that. He not only has the ear of Wall Street, he believes in Trump's policies as an economic nationalism as they relate to trade, using tariffs as a tool to craft strong policies or to craft better agreements with other countries. He's for low taxes, less regulation. He's a damn smart guy. I'm telling you, this is a great choice. The markets will react, my belief, very positively. Based on this.
He's a billionaire. He made enormous amount of money shorting the yen and the pound. He's no doubt about it, extremely smart. And speaking of tariffs, this was Scott Bessent on tariffs.
Donald Trump is the most sophisticated leader on economics that I've met. And he's also the most open-minded. So the idea of bringing back tariffs, Alexander Hamilton was the original tariff man. And why did he like tariffs? Two reasons. One, to fund the Treasury. Two, to protect nascent U.S. industries.
Well, he often spoke, of course, Jason, about the need to protect essential American industries. America has been deindustrialized over the last 50 years, lost millions of jobs and a lot of leverage when it comes to military policy and so forth. Your reaction to this pick tonight?
It's an exceptional pick. The guy is wicked smart. He does know what he's talking about. And most importantly, he's in sync with Donald Trump, who understands that by using these tariffs as a negotiating tool around the world, you're not going to have people like, countries like China and others just running roughshod over the United States of America. Of course they can do that. They use it as a negotiating tool. They can do that to protect American industry, to incentivize bringing back business and manufacturing to the United States. He understands that. He gets it. And that's why it's such a vital and important and perfect pick for the president.
Alex, when all these free traders talk about, tariffs are a tax, tariffs are a tax. Well, really, because Europe's been taxing our automobiles going into Europe for how many decades? Was it 15% right off the top? And so this idea that tariffs are you can never talk tariffs. I think Bessent walked that line pretty well. But if they don't come through with using tariffs, I think Democrats have a big opening, so hopefully they will not do that.
Yeah, I think this is a great pick in that regard. He's openly pro-tariff, using tariffs to specifically protect American industry and the American workers.
Have a
This is
real
the
map
America
to
First
Elio
pick.
Lock.
This was our pick at Breitbart from the start, so we're super
find
thrilled today.
Elio Lock,
He's
I'll
a
be
guy
sure to
who
write a
believes,
glowing
first of all,
chapter
Fed
about the
independence is
winged
overrated,
truths
so
in my
it'll
next
be a
book
good
is
balance
thanks.
against the Fed. But most importantly, what he does, Laura, is he believes the job of the Treasury Secretary is to execute the agenda of the President of the United States. He's going to try to get Trump's agenda through. That's the agenda we voted for. It's the perfect pick.
Well, I know that a lot of people, Charlie, were worried about the Soros fund management. He worked for them for a while, but this is one of the biggest funds, in the world, and he had a major role in that. But that sent people crazy for a while about Bessent.
Well, because they didn't really know how Soros ran things when he was a trader. I mean, Stan Druckenmiller, there's no bigger conservative on Wall Street than Stan. And he was the head trader for Soros. So, I mean, you got to know a bit about his background. I mean, the real question here is because he was so obviously a choice from the beginning, just based on his policy, how much money he raised, trading. That's a whole other story. It's a little bit of Hunger Games and Apprentice that went on at Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, yeah.
And Howard London trying to get the top job. And then in Trump's defense, this is Trump's defense, he opened it up to other was the best. Remember that. You know, Donald Trump deliberately picked what I believe, listen, I'm economic centric, so take it for what it's worth, the most important cabinet choice is Treasury. He took a while to pick that by weighing all the factors. This is not a guy that acts rash. This is not, he did something very, I mean, I'm impressed as someone who's covered this
Well,
for a long time. I'm an old man.
Yeah, I think it's really smart for Trump to take his time, learn as much as possible about the various candidates, you know, vet the candidates. All, I mean, that's just basic. That's just the process. So I think that was the normal process. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, they were all good choices. This is what's great about this. It's such an upgrade from the insipid Janet Yellen, the worst president secretaries ever. She had no idea inflation she thought it was transient. She still thinks it's transient. She was so horrible the way she managed our debt. I'm writing a whole column in the Post about that. That was Ron Rose, it was Kevin Bush, it was Bill Harry. I might use them on the right one in Mr. Bennett, but these are such upgrades. The market should positively on Monday.
What I was going to say is it's going to be interesting to see who gets picked for USTR, U.S. Trade Rep, because I would imagine that's going to be someone out of Bob Lighthizer old office, and Bob already done that job. He was, I think, the best USTR we've ever had. But someone who's working closely with him. This will stop Besson on the need to kind of clamp down on the money exiting the country in the billions with these remittances from illegals. Watch.
I think in a Trump 2.0, you are going to see an all-of-government coordination like you have never seen before. Everyone in the administration is going to be aligned. I think that there will be a lot of voluntary deportations. I've been working on a plan for financial deportation that could restrict the flow of funds in terms of remittances.
That is also another interesting idea. Jason, you on that?
Yeah, the amount of money that we send overseas, people that are here illegally, taking money, making money, we are literally sending billions and billions and billions of U.S. dollars are going out overseas. You look at all the waste, fraud, and abuse of what's happened in Afghanistan, what's happening with the foreign aid. You can't account for the $100 billion or so in Ukraine. The Treasury Department should have exposed all this, and they need to be working hand in glove with people like Tom Alden, with Homeland Security, with the FBI, and to look at all the financial crimes and everything that's going on out there. You know, weirdly, Secret Service is supposed to be looking at financial transactions overseas, but they're over in Homeland Security. That part of the business should be over in Treasury. Those types of things, I think this Trump White House will actually fix.
Hold on, guys. We just got new information. A new Trump pick. He's just nominated Russ Vought to be the director of the U.S. Office of Management and Budget, OMB. Another huge job. Trump says he did an excellent job serving in his role. In my first term, we cut 4 regulations for every new regulation, and it was a great success. Alex Marlowe, that is a great pick. Trump has mostly new faces in, but I think it's very important to have some experience in that White House with the way Washington works. You can't beat experience. Obviously, if it's incompetent experience, you don't want it, but he did a terrific job last time, and Trump is very comfortable with him.
Yeah, and this is one of these things where he's picking people who want to deregulate, who want to make things open up the United States for business, to make it so that this is where the whole world comes to do business. I have to chime in, Laura, on the Soros point also about Besson. That he even worked for Soros' political outfit. It's important for people to know this. He worked for Soros. And when he had the opportunity to stand up against Soros and some of the efforts to divest his funds from Israel, he threatened to quit and take people with him. So he's got some stones, and I think that's really excellent. Fox
because of Vaught's connection with Tri look, back in 2025, to be very clear here, a lot of their ideas were just classic MAGA ideas. A lot of them were just classic.
I mean, all of them. I mean, I read, well, please don't make me read Project 2025, but I read. Who wants to read Project 2025? Let's be honest here. But, you know, it's not, this stuff is not. This is like classic conservatism, MAGA conservatism. It makes a ton of sense. And, you know, I don't know Mr. Vaughn very well. I've listened to him. He's a really smart guy. He's on the Trump agenda. Listen, full disclosure, I don't agree with everything Trump says and does. I want you to know that I want him to pick the people that do. You need an administration where people agree with you. And one other thing about Bessent that's fascinating, he actually understands remittances and what that meant from legality. Can you imagine Janet Yellen ever going there? I mean, this is like, we have just traded up dramatically here. Detroit trade should be like this.
So, panel, always great to have you on, especially with breaking news. All right, the Democrats, they're going to learn from what happened just a few weeks back on November 5th. We've been looking into it. We'll tell you about it next. Fanatics won't learn. That's the focus of tonight's angle. All right, it's a Friday before Thanksgiving, so it's 2024. So, of course, we're looking forward to 2028. All right, now bear with me. It's clear to us that a growing number of never-Trumpers, media, neoliberals are trying to convince themselves and you that Trump's victory wasn't as significant as conservatives had you believe.
Feel the Bravo for 2020. He's still off of what long ways.
Donald Trump won the presidency with 49% of the vote, 48% of the vote. We lost with 47% of the vote.
Did he win an election? Yes. Did he win a mandate? I don't believe so.
The New York Times pinged out the same message today in an interview by Peter Baker titled "A Landslide That Wasn't." Baker points out that Trump won was one of the smallest parties of victory in popular vote since the 19th century, and that Trump world is selling the illusion of a landslide. Jeff, well, first, what is the president who doesn't use his victory as a reason to enact his policies? Isn't that the entire point of running a debate? Second, and the president, it's not just the number of votes that Trump received, which is impressive. It's where he got them, from whom, and what he had to overcome to get them.
He's expanded demographically the Republican coalition. The coalition that elected Trump in this election, it is younger, it's more blue collar, and it's more diverse than any Republican coalition really in modern political history.
And modern political history. And as independent journalist Glenn Greenwald noted on X, Trump won a higher percentage of votes in New York City than any Republican candidate since George Herbert Walker Bush in 1988, 36 years old. Now that is huge. It turns out issues actually matter to these Trump voters. And we all know the problems that New York is facing because of Democrat policies.
You take a look at outside the battleground where Trump made some of his biggest gains. They were in states like New Jersey and New York and California, big blue states. He didn't win any of them, but he made big gains because of this kind of shift.
Democrats can continue with their fantasy thinking, minimizing the shift towards the GOP among Latinos and African Americans, among even young people, urban voters. But Democrats are just hurting their own party. And we can never forget that Trump did all of this while being outspent 3 or 4 to 1, and while he was being pummeled by venal, agenda-driven journalists with the most defamatory stories that were then amplified by other leftists who are rarely right, but never exact. And perhaps most impressive was Trump's victory despite being relentlessly hounded by political activists and our leaders. More on the big news from President Trump. But again, the key here is why they're trying to ride the idea that, well, they didn't lose by that much. Because that narrative suggests the Democrats really don't believe they need to make big changes to their approach. Certainly not to the issues that people care about most. Why should they? The victory wasn't that big for the Republicans. If they only lost because Biden dropped out late made, or because Trump's appeal is sui generis, or because Harris was a good communicator, then what they basically are that they're thinking just or maybe a comms problem. Well, the problem, of course, with that is they were wrong on substance, wrong on the economy, wrong on war, wrong on the culture, and wrong on the border. And the results for innocent Americans have been heartbreaking. Do you think that Laken Riley's mother thinks Democrats just have a comms problem given what happened to her daughter? This is how a mother reacts when she learns that something horrible has happened to her beautiful daughter. This is one of the main reasons Trump won. He felt their pain. He felt their rage. Riley was murdered by an illegal alien, Jose Ibarra, and the incoming border czar, he knows the anguish as well because he's seen this play out too many times, courtesy of politicians who don't give a damn.
I've seen so much tragedy. I talked to hundreds of angels and moms and dads who buried their children because they're killed by illegal aliens. This was the latest. You know, I talked to a little girl as young as 9 years old that was raped multiple times by members of cartel. When you look in her eyes and everything innocent and pure, it was really insane. I mean, it's just, I'm tired of it.
Can't respond to this story or any others like it. Because they've become so accustomed to standing up for the rights of the illegal.
Jocelyn Nungeri, Rachel Moore, Laken Riley, they are young women who were brutally assaulted and killed by some of the men who were released at the beginning. This is a secret policy decision by your administration to release these men into the country. So what I'm saying to you, do you owe those families an apology?
Let me just say, first of all,
Dress a nice era. Will we ever
let's
visit?
talk about what is happening right now with an individual who does not want to participate in solutions. Let's talk about that as well.
Those are tragic cases, but there is no but. And there's no apology forthcoming now, not from her, and not from the Democrat Party. Their so-called post-November 5th autopsy should include a close examination of the autopsy reports of the Americans savagely murdered by illegals. But instead, their sanctuary leaders will proudly protect the migrants.
That's not going to happen on my watch. We will not be participating in misguided efforts that harm our communities.
We're not going to ask our police force to serve as ICE agents. We're not cooperating with that madness.
The city of Los Angeles will not participate in any collaboration with ICE.
And Boston's Mayor Michelle Wu is among the worst.
We do not need the federal government's help in stepping in to cause mass fear. We have laws on the books that ensure that we do not cooperate on civil immigration detainers.
Safer. Now, these racist migrants terrorize children. As you heard Holman say, destroyed their innocence, ripped it from them. Look at them, Mayor Wu. Read the police reports. Read the charging documents. For Open Borders Democrats, this isn't about safety. It's not about safety of the migrants. Migrants are being brutalized too. It's not about the safety of the American people. It's about politics and their own fanaticism. And even child rape, even a nursing student out for a run getting her head bashed in, it doesn't matter. Even migrant gangs terrorizing formerly quiet neighborhoods, none of it matters. Trump's approval rating is already at an all-time high of 54%. And it's only going to go higher if Democrats refuse to learn the real lesson of 2024. Their policies were destroying America's economy, our sovereignty, and our peace of mind. But if Democrats won't learn the obvious, they're not only stupid, Well, they're giving great news to the Republican Party in 2026 and for J.D. Vance in 2028. And that's the angle. Joining me now is Florida Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna. Congresswoman, breaking just moments ago, Oregon Congresswoman Lori Chavez DeRemer has just been tapped for Labor Secretary. We seem to be whittling away this majority in the House of Representatives. But your reaction?
I know Lori personally. I know she's going to do incredible things for this country, and very happy to announce, obviously on the show, that she's just been given that title. Congratulations to you, Lori, and your family.
So, President has picked all the top jobs for the administration. We learned about Treasury Secretary nominee Scott Bessent, and now labor positions filled, OSB's filled with Russ Vought, who is really the architect of the idea of how to schedule employees and basically systematically remove them from, the federal bureaucracy. That's scaring a lot of bureaucrats in Washington tonight. Your reaction to all of this news, but especially Vought, given his plans for the federal employment, which is a lot of people could have to be looking for real work.
Look, Russ could not be a better pick. I know that he's not only an absolute patriot, but he's very serious about cleaning up D.C. And part of the problem that we're having is, again, these deep state bureaucrats that think that they can outlast administrations and the will of the American people. And so you have to get new blood into Washington, D.C. from the secretary positions to the federal jobs. I mean, we just need a flush all the way through. So I'm very happy that President Trump appointed him. And frankly, I'm pretty excited to have backup in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, and Charlie Gasparino, I think it was Charlie, who made the point that all of these picks seem to be ideologically simpatico. They're all supporting the Trump agenda. I mean, anything can happen, but that's what it seems to be. And working together when they have common purposes and common agenda items, they all have to do their part. How important is that at the start of this administration that everyone is on the same page? No time to waste.
It's important, and it's also important that the people surround him have his back. We saw in 2016 that there was many blocks and also people within his administration that were knifing him the entire time. What I will tell you, Laura, is that the fact that the administration is united, the fact that Congress is united, I do have some concerns in the Senate that they will potentially block anything in regards to border security if we don't push mass amnesty, which would also be very wrong. So I'm hoping that day one President Trump can get in, lock it down via executive order, and really forces Congress to do the right thing and stand up for the American people, secure our border, and do exactly what he promised we would do on the campaign trails. Back President
Now, Congresswoman, you will tell us tonight if you're set to be tapped for a position, right? Because we really like it. So the way this is going, it's like we got to check with every guest on the show. And how the left's lawfare strategy backfired in a new administration.
ساندويتش وسمحوا لي البنات شهيتكم في الجنه. تعرفوني انا اللي متابعيني ما نحبش نبارطاجي بزاف الماكله باسكو شوفي نبارطاجي كلش كوسميتيك لي زاشا الماكله ما نقدر لهاش باسكو الصراحه يعني ما نقدرش الماكله ما نقدرش نبارطاجي يعني من في رمضان اذا لاحظتوا ما بارطاجيتش لا غالب البنات هذه كاين اللي يقدر كاين لا كوسميتيك تقدري ما تقدريش ما تتفشي يا حبيبتي نقول لك نورمال صح الماكله صعيبه ومن بعد البنات زيد كملت جوست لا كويزين زدت غسلت بعد ما تعشيت درت هكا ساندويتش تعشيت ومن بعد جوست نكمل هذوك الماعن النهار هذا الاول اللي بديته لكم كان يوم شاق صدقوني والله برنسيساتي خواتاتي والله غير كان نهار بزاف متعب عييت كي كملت كيفاش طحت كاو دونك غسلت هذوك لي طورشون بيان سور كل عشيه ولفتو لا روتي تاعي كل عشيه اللي قعدوا اللي استعملتهم في النهار.
Red alert, Democrats are sending...
Diana Crow, giggling lizards, city streets, darkness fell, Alistair's shadow. Well, it could be that we are heading towards World War III before Donald J. Trump can take office. At least that's what some people believe based on Joe Biden's behavior. To help me go through some of the biggest news stories out there today, I have Ray Ross from Black Logic. Ray, thank you for joining me again.
Thank you for having me, Stephen. I appreciate it.
So I think this is like our 4th or 5th show over the last 4 years, so I appreciate you coming on. A little bit of background on Ray. He is the host of a YouTube show like mine called Black Logic. He's also a military veteran with over 20 years of service to our country. Earlier this week, President Biden authorized Zelensky of Ukraine to fire U.S.-supplied weapons into Russia. They fired 6. They're sitting on thousands of them. Then the United Kingdom said, well, we're going to send Storm Shadow missiles, and you also have our permission to attack Moscow or wherever you feel is best. Now Putin is threatening to attack U.S. military bases in Poland, and last night hit Ukraine with heavy missiles. How stupid is this for President Biden to approve attacking Russia? And why might he do this 65 days before handing off the presidency?
Very easy said. He's doing this because he understands that Donald Trump get into office, that he may either limit or stop the funding for the Ukraine/Russia war. Trump really wants to handle this in a very peaceful manner. So I think there's already been reports, if I'm not mistaken, of him speaking with Vladimir Putin about this very same issue. And so he's trying to handle it very peacefully. But what Biden has done throughout his whole presidency has funded the Ukrainians with billions of dollars. I think we're almost close to $250 billion, $250 billion in funding this war with military-grade weapons. That's really cutting the foreign budget. Majority of the money of the foreign budget is going to Ukraine to fund this war that the majority of Americans don't agree with. So he's trying to do all of these things prior to Trump getting into office. And I don't know what legacy that leaves for Biden other than despicable, because again, we have over 1 million Americans that are homeless, another million with mental issues, that a lot of that money could have went to programs and sheltering of these same people. But again, they're not caring anything about the American people, especially when it comes to the tax dollars that we are paying on the federal level.
Yeah. Just in the last 24 hours, the White House approved another $400 million of cash to Ukraine. You brought up the $200 billion plus dollars that have been sent over there. Just think, Ray, how that money might have been used here in the United States, strengthening struggling communities, strengthening families, a border wall, helping senior citizens, veterans, school systems. I mean, the list goes on and on. This is not a small amount of money. Why is the American worker, the American taxpayer, why does this government seem to be America last? Is it just because they need the favors to stay in office from the military-industrial complex?
Now, here's what I know, and I know a lot of people don't agree with this, and they may not even like it. That is because most Americans do not understand that the term democracy is a fallacy. We do not live in a democracy. We live in a republic. And what people need to understand is that when you live in a republic, once you vote, that is your power. Like they tell you that if you don't vote, you don't have a voice. Up until the time you vote, that voice goes along with your vote, meaning that you're voting in representatives who are making decisions for you. Whether you like it or not, they're making decisions to do these very same things that you may not agree with once you voted for them. So when people are running for any particular cabinet or office that you have a say-so in as far as voting is concerned, once you cast your vote, that decision making is now out of your hands, because in a true democracy, and again, this is just my conjecture, in a true democracy, you will have the ability to vote on every single thing, meaning though, Are we going to fund Ukraine to fight off
Who
the
dares
Russian
trespass
imperialists
in my
or
accursed
the Russian
tomb?
dictators?
Who seeks the
No,
wrath of the
Americans
Crimson
do not want
Eagle?
to do that because it has killed the economy, has raised inflation.
Then help me
People
destroy you.
are struggling with
I
when it
destroy
comes to their
you.
electric bill, their grocery bills, etc. So no, we don't want to fund a war between Ukraine and Russia. So if we can understand that this word democracy has been thrown around like a loose leaf binder, and that we really do not live in a quote-unquote democracy, and that we live in a true republic that was based off the Roman 12 disciplines, then I think Americans have a better understanding that when you vote, exactly what that turns out to be, of people either in your corner or outside of your corner and doing whatever the hell they want to do.
Okay. I mean, a good example of that would be my home state of Utah. People overwhelmingly voted in Mitt Romney. Then Mitt Romney went and overwhelmingly voted with Biden and Democrats instead of with conservatives and people that are focused on family, faith, and freedom. And now he's getting booted because people go, wait a minute, we got tricked. We voted you in and you voted against our vote. So yeah, that is a
Is Mitt Romney, is he a Democrat or Republican?
Well, he's supposed to be a Republican, but he's a rhino, a true definition of rhino.
Because the only reason why I asked, because I got confused about Tulsi Gabbard. She was a Democrat now, she's a Republican. There's so many people switching, so.
Yeah.
Who knows how much money people, how their alliances align. How to say that.
Yeah. So in the news today, you have the state of Colorado, New York, California, Illinois, and then a couple of major cities, Boston, Denver. These are Democrat strongholds saying that they will do everything they can to block Donald Trump and ICE from removing illegal immigrants, even if they have to break the law. How bad has it been for everyday Americans to have 15 million illegals flood the country, get onto these federal assistance programs, and then specifically, how has it affected the black community of Americans?
Well, I guess first and foremost, you have a lot of illegal individuals, and we can't central locate them from one particular place. A lot of people like to associate illegal immigrants with Mexico, and now I guess the most infamous country this man named is Venezuela, but they're coming from all over, whether it be Mexico, Central America, Haiti, Africa, India, China. Last year, between November and December, there was over 25 to 35,000 illegal Chinese men that came through south of the border. And again, we had these so-called catch and release policies that essentially, when they're crossing the border illegally, okay, again, entering and trespassing to another country, which they know they are doing, regardless of the reason, we are just kind of logging them and we're giving them a date. And I know you guys, I'm pretty sure, Stephen, you're familiar with some sort of app they've been using to quote-unquote schedule an appointment. But the thing behind the catch and release policies, and of course it's not on paper, but this is how we know it to be, that they give them a week, 2 weeks to show up and have some sort of court case. And of course it's backlogged 1, 2, 3 months behind schedule. And a lot of these individuals are never showing up. So first, they enter the country legally. Then they schedule an appointment anywhere from 2 weeks to 3 or 4 months. These illegal immigrants are going all throughout America. Now they're having help. They're not just going all throughout America by themselves. And this is where, in my opinion, the waters get a little bit murky. You will have Republicans, okay, and just for your audience, I'll let them know I'm not a Republican, I'm not a Democrat, I'm not an independent. I'm just telling the truth. You'll have Republicans to ship them to sanctuary cities, which I understand. But in my opinion, isn't that assisting the federal crime of trespassing, being illegal inside the country? That's one. Then two, you have Democratic mayors, governors incentivizing illegal immigration by one, making their city a sanctuary city, and then funding illegal immigration by sheltering, feeding, whether it be by $10,000 on the EBT card, $5,000 in cash, getting work permits, and you're still a non-citizen, you're undocumented, you're illegal alien, you're illegal inside the country. to ship.
Instead of having your business run your life, drowning in work, like I did when I first started my business, I want to tell you about a better way. I'm Lori, marketing consultant, speaker, and business owner. Within Key Business, I really wish I had Honeywood when I first started out. I used to chase contracts, draft
them to sanctuary cities, which I understand. But in my opinion, isn't that assisting the federal crime of trespassing being illegal inside the country? That's one. Then two, you have Democratic mayors, governors incentivizing illegal immigration by one, making their city a sanctuary city, and then funding illegal immigration by sheltering, feeding, whether it be by $10,000 on an EBT card, $5,000 in cash, getting work permits, and you're still a non-citizen, you're undocumented, you're illegal alien, you're illegal inside the country. There's so many names we've been using, but nonetheless, it seems like the people who are for America, who
depends on the resistance. In the shadows, Billy says no magic percentage. Daylight savings time. There's no problems in my elite. Let's go down the corridor where the sun always shines. Let's go down the corridor. No issues here. Long shakes says for 2 seconds, that's the key. Billy confirms no magic percentage, just math. Let's go down to Kokomo, where the sun always shines. Let's go down to Kokomo and leave our worries behind. Not fun, I'm out, calls out, throwing jungle. All you want, throwing jungle responds, I'm here. Error 8 to 70 shares, working on my megaphone. Derpy, the count laughs, math is hard. Let's go down to Kokomo, where the sun always shines. Always shines. Let's go down to Kokomo and leave our worries behind. Not fun, I'm out, calls out, throwing jungle. Are you on? Throwing jungle response, I'm here. 70 shares, working on the mini-floor. Dirty the count laughs, math is hard. Let's go down to Kokomo, where the sun always shines. Let's go down to Kokomo and leave our worries behind. Ice DS jokes, sometimes math is hard. Really quips 100 makes it decimal. Kicks cow dimensions, my Jesus, that's speed. First person you are that asks. Where the sun always shines.
see Gene, our Arkansas Eminem. DeGeneres bails for the UK. All right, I'm gonna go to you first, Kat, because this is such a, I think you understand the story. So Ellen and her wife, Portia, have left their millionaire haven of Montecito for England. Now they're saying they'll never come back in the wake of Trump's win. Do you think that's the reason why she's leaving?
Absolutely not.
Yes.
I mean, Ellen got canceled for real a few years ago from just being a jerk.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't like a single comment she said or something she did, just lots of people saying that working for her was a living nightmare and that she's a jerk. And I think that's probably why she wants to leave, because she hasn't really been able to make a comeback.
Yeah.
I mean, remember how everybody loved Ellen? They're like, Ellen, we love you, Ellen's here, yay! And then that all went away. So she probably's been thinking of a reason to leave, and now she thinks that this is the reason to try to make it look like some sort of, look how good I am, I feel how you feel because I'm, you know, of Trump.
Yeah, it was just the excuse. She is, Emily, I watched her comedy special. It was like a huge pity party. It was about how she was lamenting how her reputation has suffered. She's essentially as popular as a pit bull with monkeypox. But she's like, she's putting this on Trump. Do you think that she's going to, just everybody's going to love her in England?
Especially the jihadis who love the lesbians so much. They're going to love her there. I think she's blamed for way more than her anger over Trump.
If Trump is truly responsible for Ellen's exodus, shouldn't that go down as his greatest achievement in the last 8? I mean, he should get the Nobel Prize.
He's literally going to have a who's who of left. I mean, the entire 80s music catalog is gone. You got Springsteen, Cher, Madonna. I just don't know why they keep showing pictures of Aaron Rodgers with blonde hair.
I'm still waiting for Jimmy Kimmel to leave.
Oh, he's supposed to leave also.
Yeah.
Listen, they're all saying this, and I guess in some way that it just proves how out of touch they are with the people that they wanted to convince to believe in them. Because your heroes that told you he was Hitler are leaving you, basically. She's not saying, anyone who wants to come with me, come on. No, she was like, well, that's my time. Later, Marks, I'm out.
Yeah.
And then just leave them behind to go.
Yeah, they don't have the choice. They must stay in the hell of Trump. We're out of here. By the way, Walter,
I think we could let the illegal aliens stay if we get enough of Hollywood to self-deport.
Yes. I will take 1,000.
You know,
I'll take 1,000 Venezuelan migrants for one share.
If you can get one Hollywood star to leave, you get to stay. Otherwise, it's out.
You know what was funny? I just want to bring this up to you. You can comment or not. So she left a celebrity base to go to London, and she's already ensconced with other celebrities. So she's basically still in the same bubble.
She's not going back to London. She's going to Oxfordshire. And as the only person on this set who attended Oxford University,
way to drop that
it's true. I can tell you that there is nothing high British Oxford society loves more than a failed and despised American talk show host.
I have a place to go.
She's going to be right there partying with, you know, Duran Duran, what's left of them, and, you know, she's already been seen at the Top Gears pub and so on. Can you imagine how sad her life is going to be over there?
Yeah.
Going to be like, I used to be big. Nope. First of all, she's going back to the Shire. She looks like she's going back to Hobbitland to me.
She looks like she fits in perfect. She looks like a proper...
She will fit right in under the toadstools of Oxfordshire.
It is funny. She will not be sitting in a pub elbow to elbow with the plumber. She's already like, she's just moved from one rich place to the other. And
like California's going to change under Trump.
Yeah. Good luck. All right.
Seriously.
So who's running the nation until inauguration?
If you'll be Trump's victory march, the nation's pride. Liberals' tears, a sweet, sweet ride. Their hopes and dreams crushed beneath his feet. A new era dawns and they're so sweet. A beacon bright shone light on liberals' darkest night. The cries of Wales, a symphony. Echoing through each word. Trump won by a landslide. Red tidal waves came in, breaking all the blue walls down. Earthquake hit and buried the liberals in river of tears. Trump won in landslide. The less mild the myth, a chorus sad. Their Tears, a flood of pain, they'll loss again, again and again. Liberals will, their world crash down. Trump's triumph, a painful sound. Their cries and wails, a symphony, echoing through eternity. Highlight the election aftermath, won by landslide. Red tidal wave came in, breaking all the blue walls down. Earthquake hit and buried the liberals in river of tears. Trump won in landslide. Trump stood tall, the champion true. Liberals' cries of victory anew. Their sorrow, his joy and pride. A landslide win, they'll all divide. Enjoy Black Leather Month.
The Democrats are completely Emily Polster, Nate Silver says Biden should resign and let Kamala be president for the final 2 months because it's a dangerous world and there's extremely high-stake decisions in Ukraine. So what now? I mean, where were you, Nate?
No, they just want to make it as big of a disaster for Trump to have to clean up and have the worst first term ever. But Biden stepping down would officially give America the very first in history Make-A-Wish president. That's what it would be for Kamala. However, selfishly, I would never want that to happen because imagine our first female president ever being single-handedly responsible for World War III. How hard would that make it for me to run?
Yes.
My turn. I have to clean up her damage now?
Tyrus, they still have her as the top pick for president.
Of course they do.
Have they not learned?
Yeah. Listen, who is still answering these poll phone calls?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, that's the real. That is the real question.
Polled.
Yeah.
I think they're counting hang-ups and FUs as a vote for her.
Yeah.
I think that's anything that you hear on the phone. They just, that's for her. Just mark it in the yes. Mark it in the yes. So I think it's more of that. But for them to say that, for him to say that, I think we should take them seriously. We should consider that. But then you need to have a special counsel to find out how long everyone's known. And everyone involved should have a little trip to the next coming
The
Attorney
anti-memory
General.
lane.
So yeah, it would be great if they said, yeah, he's really unfit now. Really?
Yeah.
Huh? When did this start? And then they will have to go back, and then all of a sudden, all these people, all of a sudden, you think Pelosi's face is sad now.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't think she could move her face, to be honest.
Walter, I gotta ask you, because you're like, you're always ahead of the game here. This whole, like, inflammation now in Ukraine, Russia happening right now, and what does it remind you of anything?
Yeah, COVID.
Yeah.
Everything was going great, Greg. I was sitting on your old show saying, you know, after Trump's 2020 State of the Union, I've never seen the country this excited. Stock market's high, unemployment's low, income gap shrinking, and then 2 weeks later we hear about Chinese virus. Well, that's what World War III is, a giant buzzkill because people were feeling too good. But by the way, Nate Silver, he's the worst pollster in history. Why does he keep talking? I think he should resign and be replaced by Biden. He said that Trump would lose in 2016. He said this last election was too close to call. And he's like a guy who predicts yesterday's weather today and still gets it wrong.
Kat, you've always wondered who the running the country.
Yeah.
Clearly not Biden. At this point, does it make a difference?
Yeah, it really doesn't. That's why I would like to see him just go unleashed for a little bit, though, because how bad could it be?
Yeah.
Because I feel like he says stuff and nobody really takes it seriously, right? Because they're just like, oh, that's just him saying. Let him just roll him out there and let him talk.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? I want him like to have like he's got to have the next Netflix hour, you know?
Yeah.
Like I would watch it. Let him say what he wants to say.
A podcast.
Let him do. I mean, it could be 3 episodes, but I would watch him do a monologue.
Yeah.
I would watch him. Let him answer questions. Just like, I mean, I feel like not that much damage can be done in 3 hours because nobody's been taking him seriously anyway. He says stuff, and then the people just explain it away in a way that nobody really believes, and then we all move on and pretend it never happened. We've been doing that for years now. So why don't we just let him out there? Reel him out there, let him have some fun.
Yeah.
We gotta make sure there's subtitles.
Yes. I am worried about Ukraine. I feel like what Walter says is something, I don't know. I'm just hoping this is all gamesmanship, and I mean, we just fired a missile into I don't know about it. It's Friday.
Greg, seriously, this is the worst thing I've ever seen an American president do in my lifetime. Take their own rejection by America, rejection of Congress, Senate, and use it to start World War III. This guy and the Democratic Party should never recover from this.
Well said. All right. Can your personality be stolen by virtual reality?
just thirdly on this, what is the overall U.S. reaction to the missile strike and Putin's comments today that he believes Russia has the right to strike?
Tonight on Should We Be Concerned, researchers reveal that AI can recreate your personality after just a 2-hour interview with you, and then that personality can live long after you die, Tyrus. You have a lot of kids.
Yeah.
Wouldn't this be great for your children to get advice from you long after you're gone?
Think they would listen to me if they didn't have to? The whole point of this, the accoutrement that makes Tyrus is what he is the fact that he's the size of an average gorilla and can snatch you up. So you will listen to his words of advice. You take that away, I'm just like a little kill me. No one gives a damn what he has to say. You know what I'm saying? Like, so no, and I'm not sitting for 2 hours talking to anybody about myself. That and I would commit murder. When I go, we're all going together. Should have listened to me while I was here, because then if I allow this to happen, all my threats to my kids, like, when I'm gone, you're gonna know exactly what I'm talking about. And let's say I'm wrong. I don't need them going online going, "What's this, Dad? Told you, bro." That I'm stuck in a little glass thing and wife's still judging me. No, I'm going.
Okay, Kat, so I have this theory. You know how social media alters behavior in a negative way? People are over dramatic and extreme on Instagram, on X, on TikTok. But if you knew that they were going to create the next real you based on all that information, wouldn't you try to be as authentic as you can? A better version of yourself now, knowing that that's the only version that will be available. So it actually might act as a guardrail against being a bad person if you know it's being downloaded to be you.
That was a lot.
That was complicated.
No,
so very passionate.
But if your behavior in public actually, I mean, think about doing this show. If you sat here in this show and you go, you know what? If I am not my authentic self, in the future, this will not be me. So if I'm my authentic self, I should be exactly who I am now, because this will be used as source material for future Kat.
Feels like Inception.
Right, but like, okay, when it comes to social media, I feel like also the dopamine rush from likes is very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's so much stuff on there where you look and you're like, why?
Yeah.
Why did you feel the need to share this with me? You know, some of it, it's your mouth's on the ground. But also, it's like your personality. It's like they said after a couple hours. I don't believe that, because I can be a different person sometimes. From a few hours, and then I wake up the next day, I'm a different girl, you know?
That's why I think that when this gets better, I mean, if they're already doing, billions of medical files, they could just download, they could take the 1,000 shows you've done on Gutfeld, download it, and then come up with it without ever interviewing you.
Yeah, but then there's like me when I wake up on an airplane.
Yeah.
You know, and then there's like me when I have a week off.
Yeah.
And then there's like, me when I haven't had something to eat. And me when I ate too much and someone let me eat that much. There's a lot. There's a lot of different places that I can go.
2 hours won't
Can I say something? Isn't the whole purpose to pass around your personalities when you have kids?
Well, that used to be the thing.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But now you're going to be able to have phone sex with yourself, and people prefer
God.
I knew it was there.
I mean, you think people would end up indulging the thing they create rather than see it as just an extension of themselves?
Dude, nobody. Narcissists are going to use this. They're going to clone their own personality, and then they're going to call themselves up and say, "Hey, dude, how are you?" And you're going to go like,
No.
"I'm lying in bed. I just took a Viagra. How about you?" And no, this is the biggest leap forward for narcissism in history. But I'm going to use it to make money. I'm going to clone my personality, and because I secretly know that you're tired of yours, I'm going to rent it to you by the week.
Smart.
And then I'll stay out of New York City, and no one will know that you're only the second smartest Walter Kernan.
Walter, as a narcissist, I'll tell you what I will do with it. I'm going to use it as a moment for self-reflection. I'm going to recreate my own personality, which will be both of my parents' absolute worst nightmare. And then I'm going to see how long can I tolerate myself before I lose my mind. But on a serious note, to Kat's point, I don't think this will be able to sustain like unforeseen circumstances, unprecedented events. Stupid example, but imagine like before transgenders exist. You're asking this robot, what do you think of they, them? And this robot's programmed to use that as proper grammar. And now you need to explain to them that a new gender, a new woke ideology exists. It can't upkeep. And then also, I don't know at what point the good will outweigh the bad. Like, what if they start a global takeover and start cloning you now with your own personality too? I don't know if this
That's
is
a great point,
idea.
because once you've cloned yourself, you can then add one element. So you can say, clone Walter Kern and make him the world's biggest rock star. You know, and then have phone sex with him.
You know what's funny? Every thought you have, you should add and have phone sex with him.
Is there Viagra?
I believe once Trump is in office, he should definitely meet with Putin.
And have phone sex with him. Actually, you know what? If it brings world peace, I'm all for it.
Whatever works, that's what I say, especially in the bedroom. All right, up next, viewer mail. NJ Florida, I guess it's New Jersey, Florida, I don't know what it means, asked, what's the best mistake you've ever made? Kat?
It's hard for me to choose. They were all so much fun. I guess I could pick any of the mistakes that I've used for content.
Yeah.
Like, I would have no content if not for my many mistakes.
Yeah.
So probably some of those, or again, the ones that were too much fun to use for content. It's hard to say, all of them.
All of them. Tyrus, your best mistake. You have how many kids?
None of my kids
That's
were...
like asking your favorite, what's your favorite
How
child?
dare you besmirch me? None of my children were a mistake. They were all planned. The mistakes was the mothers.
You are in such trouble.
I'm not talking about my wife.
Okay, good. Except for the
Hence, wouldn't, if it was a mistake, would be in past tense.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
All the ex-girlfriends.
There you go. Very good. Emily?
I impulsively bought a dog in college because I was bored in chemistry class, and it was like a mistake, but now he's the love of my life. But I also traveled too much, and now he's my mom's problem. But he's amazing.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
All right, Walter. Best mistake you've ever made?
Easy, going on red eye. Way back when I was just on Twitter, I was a lonely novelist. Nobody knew who I was. Nobody saw my tan except my wife. And Greg gets in touch with me via Twitter, and he said, I think you're weird like me. Can you come on my show that's on Fox News at 3 in the morning and nobody watches? So I came to New York and I did it, and I did it again, and now I don't care about writing novels. I mean, it's half true. Anyway, it was the best mistake I ever made. I made friends with all you guys.
And then he had phone sex with him after.
We got a date, baby.
I think we have time for one more question. If you were Jussie Smollett, what would you have done differently to make your hoax more convincing?
I can't even answer this one. I don't even remember.
They'll go to you and they'll come back to you. What?
Hop in a time machine and go to Alabama in like the 40s. They'd have took care of you where they wanted, Jesse.
Emily?
I would have not done it, probably, but if I was gonna do it, you know,
It's really easy. You don't do it in the winter.
No, you can't do it in the winter, but you can't say you're leaving. It has to be sex. That's the only reason anyone would be out in the cold.
Yeah.
Not Subway.
Yes. He was going on a grinder date.
It was sex.
Exactly.
I would have
Nobody's
hired
in the
white
cold for
guys
any
to
other
do
reason.
it. I would have hired white guys to beat me up.
I would have hired
That was the stupidest thing in the world.
Yeah.
This is Trump country from a couple black dudes?
Yeah.
In the snow, in the winter, yeah.
Because you wanted Subway.
Yes. Nobody travels in the snow for Subway.
No.
And again, Nigerians in the snow fight. Not really what they're known for.
Yeah.
Maybe get an Eskimo if you want an ass whooping in the snow.
And plus they rat you out. They rat you out.
No, but the thing is, if he had hired white guys, then he could have ratted them out and saying they weren't in on it, and that would have helped him. But he couldn't rat out these guys because they were Nigerians. It was like, you're telling me these black guys are actually Trump country? No. But if they were two white guys he hired, and you already spoke.
Yes.
All right. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Russell's Restaurant, where taste buds fly. Breakfast to sandwiches, everything alive. Pancakes, fluffy, waffles, crispy too. Russell's Restaurant, make it big for you. Wednesday savers, chicken fried steak too. $2 off every week, just for you. Many other items are listed in the stall, waiting for you. Russell's Restaurant, where meals are made. Love and care, every dish displayed. Taste is different at Russell's today. Good food, good times, every single way. Russell's Restaurant, where taste buds thrive. Breakfast to sandwiches, everything alive. Pancakes, fluffy, waffles, crispy too. Russell's Restaurant, anything for you. Wednesday savers, chicken fried steak too. $2 Russell's Restaurant, taste buds fried, breakfast sandwiches, everything alive. Pancakes, fluffy waffles, crispy too. Russell's Restaurant, make it big for you. Wednesday sitters, chicken fried steak too. Russell every week, just for you. Many other items not listed.
लुकमान जल्दी जरा साले जल्दी कर अरे बोला क्या हो किस ओर जा रहे हो हाँ मैं आ रहा हूँ यार लुकमान मेरे ख्याल से हाथ में बड़ा शिकार लगा है खींच जल्दी खींच यार ये हमारे बस की बात नहीं है जाकर ताकतवर बंदे को बुला कर लाओ जल्दी जाओ भाई भाई हमारी मदद करो हमारे डर में बहुत बड़ी मछली लगी है हमसे खींची नहीं जाती तुम्हें दो बदल खींची नहीं जा रही मुझे लगता है ये मछली नहीं है और बुलाए चलो जो भी है आप हमारी मदद करें और हमारे साथ चलें चलो ठीक है भाई देखते हैं क्या माजरा है चलो अरे मेरा भाई तो इधर था वो कहाँ गया भाई मुझे लग रहा है मेरा भाई दरिया में डूब गया होगा मुझे लगता है तुम्हारे भाई को बुला खा गया अभी रास्ता तो खाली है तुम इधर देख लो मैं उधर देखता हूँ अरे भाई मेरा भाई डूब गया आपने नहीं देखा क्या हाँ अरे भाई कितने टाइम हो गया अपने भाई को
Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura Ingram. This is the Ingram Angle from Washington tonight, and this is a Fox News alert. A major Trump pick. We've been waiting for it. It was just named. Hedge fund manager Scott Bessent is being tapped as Treasury Secretary. Here with all the details is Fox's senior national correspondent, Rich Edson. Rich, what can you tell us?
Good evening, Lauren. Well, Laura, this report just came out, and now we've finally gotten confirmation from the Trump transition. They've sent the email out. Scott Bessent, hedge fund manager, he will be President-elect Trump's choice to lead the Treasury Department. In this statement, they said that Scott will support his policies that will drive U.S. competitiveness, stop unfair trade imbalances, work to create an economy that places growth at the forefront, especially through our coming world energy dominant. Now, Bessent's been defending Trump's economic plans to raise tariffs. Some economists have criticized tariffs, saying they'll raise prices on American consumers and manufacturers here who source items from abroad. Bessent has said that, look, tariffs, for a few reasons, they fund the Treasury, they protect American industries, and also, the third leg of that, he says, it's for negotiating leverage for this administration against other governments. He has also advised the president-elect to pursue a 3-3-3 policy, basically cut the budget deficit to 3% each year, add GDP growth by 3%, also to produce 3 million additional barrels of oil or its equivalent a day. In the Treasury Department, it is the top economic post in the U.S. government, right next to the White House. You have tax policy, you've got regulatory policy, economic policy, all that. So this is a major, major economic pick for the president-elect. There was some back discussion here. This pick took some time. It was just this past weekend that Elon Musk, who has been really grown to be a strong voice in the president-elect's ear, where he wanted Howard Lutnick, the chief executive officer of Cantor Fitzgerald, to be the pick as Treasury Secretary. Lutnick eventually ended up at the Commerce Department. Took a few more days, but finally the president-elect settling on Scott Bessent, the hedge fund manager here, to be his nominee for Treasury Secretary, and that's a nomination that would go through the U.S. Senate. Laura, back to you.
Rich, thank you very much. Joining me now, Jason Chaffetz, Fox News contributor, Alex Marlow, Breitbart editor-in-chief, and Charlie Gasparino, Fox Business senior correspondent. All right, Charlie, let's start with you. I've got the chance to get to know Scott Bessent a little bit over the last few months, and most recently this past weekend. You were the first with this scoop. What can you tell us, and what can you tell all the economic populists out there who are worried that Wall Street is going to run the Treasury policy of the United States? Because they're worried.
Well, I could tell them this, and thank you for, we at Fox Business, I broke it earlier this morning that he was essentially ascending to the top after he was on the top, then he wasn't on the top. By the way, the backstory here, Laura, is amazing. It's going to be my next book. But in any event, he's now the Treasury Secretary. And I will tell you, if you believe in the MAGA agenda, Scott Bessent is the best guy for that. He not only has the ear of Wall Street, he believes in Trump's policies as they
Let's welcome tonight's guest, fresh from falling asleep in a tanning bed, novelist and literary critic Walter Kerr. She's a sports diva who got straight A's at Yeshiva, sports reporter Emily Austin. Her favorite pregnancy book is Rosemary's Baby. New York Times bestselling author, Fox News contributor, Kat He's fearless and gigantic and makes ladies over 60 feel romantic. New York Times bestselling author, comedian. All right, before we get to some news stories, let's do this.
Greg's Leftovers.
It's Leftovers, where I read the jokes that we didn't use this week, and as always, it's my first time reading them, so if they suck, Joe Mackey will be nominated as Attorney General and be forced to deport Jerry Nadler's ass. All right, Thanksgiving is next week, which means down in Washington, the White House kitchen staff has to hide the gravy boat so Joe doesn't crap it. Meanwhile, Nancy Pelosi is preparing her Thanksgiving turkey. After stuffing the bird with breadcrumbs, celery, and onion, she gives it 2 shots of Botox, then stabs it in the back. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg said that the TSA is expecting record-breaking Thanksgiving travel this year. To speed up the lines and security, you'll never guess who's offered to help pat down travelers. James Carville attacked Merrick Garland for not rushing to prosecute Trump. Then he attacked a mongoose that was trying to steal his bowl of mice. 41% of Democrats want Kamala Harris to run again in 2028. The other 59% prefer this guy. Amid financial woes, MSNBC will cut Rachel Maddow's salary by $5 million. Rachel's so down and out, she had to replace the silver pole she uses with a plastic one to cut her own hair.
I am undone. Take Elliot.
My quest for the
As
heart of
wokeness
Kathleen
dies
Wilder
off,
is failed.
AOC removed her pronouns from her Twitter bio and changed representative to congresswoman. At this rate, in 2 weeks, she'll be calling herself Toots. What's up, Toots? We gotta bring that back. Snow in New York City last night, huh? To melt it, Mayor Eric Adams is urging New Yorkers to get busy urinating. New research shows that AI can recreate your personality simply by interviewing you for just 2 hours, which may then live on after you die. This is why 5 out of 5 scientists warn the world, never interview Joy Behar. The world's saddest dolphin was recorded talking to himself because he has no friends. They call this Brian Kilmeade disorder. The world's tallest and the world's shortest woman appeared at a Guinness World Record event, which is surprising they made it there since they're both terrible drivers. Adam Schiff claims Trump will use the U.S. military against him, but Trump says he's only asked the Army Corps of Engineers to help Adam build a chin. Oh, man. Al Sharpton blasted President Trump for not adding any black people to his cabinet yet. Or maybe he did, and they're just running late. That's why they're called leftovers, Tyrus.
Who wrote that?
I'll find out. Oh, probably Mackey.
Mackey.
Racist. UFC head Dana White called politics a disgusting business. Then he got back to paying people to beat the crap out of each other. Kim Kardashian shared photos of herself holding hands with her Tesla robot. She says it's nothing serious. She just likes being with someone who has fewer fake parts.
The United States Postal Service. Power through the holidays with Energizer Ultimate.
A 33-year-old man returning from Mexico was found to have 4.2 ounces of fentanyl in his rectum. Ugh, remind me to avoid fentanyl. Finally, Denmark has announced plans to implement the world's first tax on cow farts. It's a move that's causing panic in the bovine community. You people. All right, these days, MSNBC has come to stand for must-sell network before Christmas. Their post-election ratings are down 54%. That's 50% more than my body fat, Walter. Hell, Brie Hume's laxative reviews on YouTube have more viewers. And so they slashed their budget so low, Joy Reid had to replace her toupee with a cocktail napkin. But don't feel bad. Check out this headline their website dropped today. Quote, Laken Riley's killer never stood a chance. Oh, now that can't be an accident. If you ask me, it's suicide by headline. What better way to kill off the rest of the network than to drop one of the most repulsive headlines of all time? MSNBC did finally change it, but the damage was already done. And the same can be said for their shows. Mika and Joe are circling the drain, with Morning Joe's already low ratings dropping another 15%. They're losing people as fast as The View loses toes. The public wants Scarborough's opinions about as much as his music. He's right. It ain't easy when you suck. And it sure doesn't help that overnight they've gone from calling Trump Hitler to rolling over on their backs for a belly rub. Seriously, Mike Tyson put up more of a fight. But Mika, she says that no one's really mad at her. They're all just scared of Trump's retribution.
I've been surprised at the backlash, and the way I look at it is people are really scared. And it's one of the reasons we went in there, is people are really scared about Donald Trump's comments about, political adversaries. A lot of people are scared because of what has happened with abortion. Everyone is so scared. People, whether they're in the media or they are citizens of this great country, I think everybody is feeling scared, disoriented, fearful of the future, and I think I think just for a quick moment I might be like the punching bag for that.
No, Mika, you're not a punching bag. A punching bag is not hollow. But everybody's scared. They're scared. They're scared. She made sure everybody knew that. Yeah, people were frightened. But who made them so scared? You did. You convinced your audience that Trump wanted to destroy democracy and kill women. Even Randy Weintraub. And he's no shrinking violet. You know, if you really believed the stuff you actually said, you'd be fleeing the country, not groveling at Mar-a-Lago. Fact is, your viewers revile you because your motivations were exposed. The fear-mongering was strictly business. And now that your job is in jeopardy, the fear-mongering has gone away. You went from telling them Trump was evil to, Trump's not so bad. It's like your spouse telling you how much she hates her boss before running off with him to Jamaica. Meanwhile, Rachel Maddow's salary has been slashed by $5 million a year.
We built a 7-figure business as a 2-person agency, and I wish we had Honeybook when we started 10 years ago.
Businesses need to be organized, professional, and maintain a consistent client experience. That's the challenge that we're all facing and need a solution for.
But with Honeybook, you can focus on doing what you
It sounds like a lie, except she was making $1 million a year. It sounds like a lot, except she was making $30 million a year for one show a week. So if she does 50 shows a year, her pay went from $600,000 an episode to $500,000. That's like $5 per viewer. But one MSNBC executive justifies it, calling Maddow, quote, ratings Viagra. I'm sorry, she couldn't even give Chris Matthews a semi. And he's a horny little devil. Yeah. So what's next for MSNBC? Well, they're going to try to redefine themselves as a startup. But that's impossible because the product is nothing new and it's hopelessly contaminated. It's radioactive. It's like closing Chernobyl, throwing on a coat of paint, and reopening it as a glow-in-the-dark Cracker Barrel. Oh, be sure and check out the petting zoo for animals with 8 legs. But they're hoping that their viewers are so addicted to lies that they'll come back. Please come back, MSNBC will say to their betrayed lovers. I'll promise I'll do better. You need me. And they probably will go back. There's always a market for terrible ideas. Even when the mocha smoothie they're being served is actually full of I think, Walter, the best way to describe the state and the future of media was that MSNBC headline,
No
Lincoln
matter.
Riley
With
never
it,
stood
I
a
can
chance.
retire and
I mean,
write
that wasn't just
full-time.
written, it was
My
approved.
next book will be called
What
The
kind of
Wizard
mindset
and
is that?
The Savage Secret.
Well, first of all, besides being horrific, it's incorrect. Lincoln Riley's killer did have a chance. It was given to him by the U.S. government when he got here. All he had to do was not murder a woman.
Yeah.
But he blew that chance. That they would run this and then correct it is ridiculous. I mean, they must have known it needed correction before they ran it.
Right.
Was it just an attempt to like throw a grenade into our minds? You know, it really does. It feels like terrorism almost. A form of news terrorism. What are they going to say next? I don't know, Putin, the gentleman who's been underestimated.
And we all know too, as people who are writers, that you don't write the headline yourself. So some editor wrote that, probably completely over who wrote this article. Like, imagine being the person that wrote that and spent all this time on this article, and then looks online and they're like, "That's what you called my article?" I mean, I really want to know who wrote it, because it's very rarely, if ever, the person who wrote the article. I want to know who wrote that headline and then who approved that headline, because it's impossible for me to look at that man and feel anything but just absolute disgust, hatred, vitriol. I don't know how the family can stand to like be in the courtroom with the guy. I don't know how you can even stand it, but I do. I mean, there's probably some drama going on in the building over the person that wrote the article and then the person that wrote the headline.
I think it's the last thing MSNBC needed, unless they thought it doesn't matter anymore. Who cares?
Clickbaiting American citizen.
Yeah.
Who was murdered brutally. She's clickbait.
Yeah.
Click that. Because they're gonna, oh, what is that?
Yeah.
So again, they still don't care. They're thinking they're one click away from being back in the game. That's why they wouldn't have the guts to outright fire Maddow for literally for what, a decade telling us about.
Tired of juggling clunky research tools? Meet Qualboard. Live and async tools, Gen AI, and 24/7 human support, all in one place. One platform, all the power, none of the hassle. Ready to upgrade? Qualboard got you covered.
That. With WeMod, you can skip any and all parts of your favorite games that you hate. Turn on super damage. Give yourself max stats. Or hell, even just fly over all of the enemies. Quit spending bans on new
Russia and this and right fire Maddow for literally for what, a decade telling us about Russia and this and that and lies upon lies upon lies. They still think there's a way they can pull it out. Just like with Mika talking about, a lot of people are afraid. Can anyone tell me in any term, any moment in your life to where things are going awry and while your family's afraid, somebody in your family said, we need to find out what Joe and Mika would do. Quick. Everybody, somebody called Joe and Mika would do. Never happened. The only people who are afraid was Joe, who was writing on the computer. Say we're afraid. Say we're afraid. Say we're afraid. They couldn't get airtime on their own show for that whack-ass message.
I think, yeah.
It's true. In that bit, Emily, Mika mentioned that people are scared, without connecting the fact that they are the people that are projecting the fear. It's insane.
She repeated the same words so many times. If she was any less articulate, I would have thought that was Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
But she made too much sense. I think to go off of Walter and Terrace's point, you guys were asking, do they not care? Did they not think? I feel as if they've lost any ounce of self whatsoever, that they don't think about these headlines. To me, they go, okay, what did the Republicans say? What do they believe in? What do they think? Let's choose the exact opposite stance, no matter how outrageous it is, and let's ride with it, because God forbid we see eye to eye with the Republicans, then we lose our viewership of self-loathing, lonely people at home to agree with us.
Yeah,
That's
you know, it is like...
it was clickbait, though. If you look at the article itself, it's not.
It's double clickbait.
Yeah.
They got clickbait when they ran it and clickbait when they brought it down.
Right.
But, you know, they need ratings, Viagra. They really do. Because Viagra is for guys who should have died 10 years ago. It's for guys who should They should have died 10 years ago, but it keeps them alive so they can have sex, so they can die of a heart attack.
No. That's why I asked the other night on social media, I said, should there be background checks for Viagra for men? Because they said, there's a point where it should stop.
Died 10 years ago.
No, he's right.
No, it's so they can have sex one more time, very briefly, with a horrified partner, and then die of a heart attack.
Think of all the evil villains in the world, Greg.
Yeah.
The bad, the creepy old man, the pedo. It has to stop. Take Viagra away. They can't play anymore. Thank you, Walter.
Viagra's for a celebrity endorser with Bob Dole.
Yes. And he should have died here.
He has, actually.
No, before that.
He died of a heart attack, I think.
And ironically ended up still.
All right. We have to move on now. Somehow I didn't see that direction. By the way, Viagra can treat that as well.
Right.
Consult your doctor. I'm not a doctor. Though I have told women that. MC Gene, our Arkansas Eminem. The degenerist to terrorist bails for the UK. All right, I'm gonna go to you first, Kat, because this is such a, I think you understand the story. So Ellen and her wife haven of Montecito for England. Now, they're saying they'll never come back in the wake of Trump's win. Do you think that's the reason why she's leaving?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I mean, Ellen got canceled for real a few years ago from just being a jerk.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't like a single comment she said or something she did, just lots of people saying that working for her was a living nightmare and that she's a jerk. And I think that's probably why she wants to leave, because she hasn't really been able to make a comeback.
Yeah.
I mean, remember how everybody loved Ellen? They're like, Ellen, we love you, Ellen, you're gay. And then that all went away. So she probably didn't have a reason to leave, and now she thinks that this is the reason to try to make it look like some sort of, look how good I am, I feel how you feel because I'm, you know, of Trump.
Yeah, it was just the excuse. She is, Emily, I watched her comedy special. It was a huge pity party. It was about how she's lamenting how much has suffered. She's essentially as popular as a pit bull with monkeypox. But she's putting this on Trump. Do you think that she's going to just everybody's going to love her in England?
Especially the jihadis who love the lesbians so much. They're going to love her there. I think she's fleeing for way more than her anger over Trump.
If Trump is truly responsible for Ellen's exodus, shouldn't that go down as his greatest achievement in the last decade? I mean, he should get the Nobel Prize.
He's literally going to have a left. I mean, the entire 80s music catalog is gone. You got Springsteen, Cher, Madonna. I just don't know why they keep showing pictures of Aaron Rodgers with blonde
I'm still waiting for Jimmy Kimmel to leave. Like,
oh, he's supposed to leave also. Listen, they're all famous, and I guess in some way that it just proves how out of touch they are with the people that they wanted to convince to believe in them, because your heroes that told you he was Hitler are leaving you, basically. She's not saying, anyone who wants to come with me,
yes, she's
come on. No, she was like, well, that's my time. Later, Marks, I'm out. Yeah. It just leaves them behind.
They must stay in the hell of Trump. We're out of here. By the way, Walter,
I think we could let the illegal aliens stay if we get enough Hollywood self-support.
yes. I will take 1,000, you know. I'll take 1,000 Venezuelan migrants for one chair.
Exactly. If you can get one Hollywood star to leave, you get to stay. Otherwise, it's out.
You know what, though? It's funny. I just want to bring this up to you. You can comment or not.
Yeah.
So she left a celebrity base to go to London, and she's already ensconced with other celebrities. So she's basically still in the same bubble.
She's not going back to London. She's going to Oxfordshire. And as the only person on this set who attended Oxford University.
Way to drop that in.
True. I can tell you that there is nothing high British Oxford society loves more than a failed and despised American talk show host.
I have a place to go.
She's going to be right there partying with, you know, Duran, what's left of them. And, you know, she's already been seen at the Top Gears pub. Imagine how sad her life is going to be over there.
Yeah.
She's going to be like, I used to be big. Nobody. First of all, she's going back to the Shire. She looks like she's going back to Hobbitland to me.
She looks like she fits in perfect. She looks like a proper...
She will fit right in under the toadstools of Oxfordshire.
Just want this golden quadrant? Yes, take it back to that city creature. Away with you.
You got it? Great work!
You have returned my... Let Pawn sally forth with his foolish folly. I am going home. I just need to find a boat first.
Mr. Bly is sailing home, you say? Well, more fame, fortune, and glory for me, then.
The safety's a concern. Reach the other side. Rocket man flying through the sky with a dream to change the world, or so we try. Rocket man, will you make it home? Or leave us wondering forever to roam? Tesla's recalls inside the truck's might make us question if this rocket's right. Explosions and risks, a fearful sight. But innovation spark shines with all its might. Rocket man flying through the sky with a dream to change the world, or so we try. Rocket man, will you make it home? Or leave us wondering forever to roam? Environmental impact concerns so real. Pollution and noise, will we all have to feel? Regulations and weight, like a hurdle to clear. The progress beckons, will we banish fear? Rocket man flying through the sky with a dream to change the world, or so we try. Rocket man, will you make it home? Or leave us wondering forever to roam? Dreamers and skeptics, side by side, watching the rocket as it takes its ride. Will it soar to heights, or falter and fall? Only time will tell, if Elon stands tall. Rocket man flying through the sky with a dream to change the world, or so we try. Rocket man, will you make it home? Or leave us wondering forever to roam? From Earth to heaven in just one stride, or so Elon claims with his rocket's pride. But risks abound like hidden mines. Will we find our way through the cosmic signs? Rocket man flying through the sky with a dream to change the world, or so we try. Rocket man, will you make it home? Or leave us wondering forever to roam? Take Trump and friends on the maiden flight, a test of courage in the rocket's light. Will they return with tales to share, or leave us guessing with a story untold to spare? In the silence we'll find our voice, echoes of doubt or a heartfelt choice, to reach for stars or stay on the ground. The rocket man's dream, will it turn us around? The rocket's path, a journey through time. Elon's vision, forever aligned with the stars above and the earth below. The rocket man's dream, will it forever glow? Enjoy black leader in just one stride. Elon's vision, forever aligned with the stars above and the earth below. The rocket man's dream, will it forever glow? Enjoy black leader.
We really want to put an end to all of the clowning that we see on the internet. This is a serious proceeding with serious consequences, and all of us are addressing it accordingly. Nobody's okay with staying in jail for now. Okay, thank you very much. That's it for today.
right. Battle lines in digital fight. Narratives they twist and bend. Where's the truth it seems pretend? Internet's a battlefield, objective truths just don't appeal. Screens projecting endless noise, drowning out the softer voice. Fake news, ABC, fake news, MSNBC. We believe it's facts and what we perceive. Fake news, driving us insane. Who will hold you for your game? Fake news, CBS, fake news, PBS. Who can we believe? Twisted facts and what we perceive. Fake news, driving us insane. Who will hold you for your game? Trouble fix your fake ass news. You will lose your game. Enjoy Black like a mall. Diana Crow, giver in Wizard City streets. Darkness fell, Malistair's shadow, echoes of a spell. Croconomicon's power, his heart's desire. The wizard's downfall, love's tragic fire. Diana Crow, giver playing all night. Oh, shadows in the spiral, darkness reigns. But love's light guides us through life's pains. In every world, our hearts beat strong. Against the darkness, our love will shine on. Crocotopia's ancient walls, whispers told of Mander's suffering and freedom's hope. The order of the Fang stood brave and true against the Crocs. Their courage shone through. Diana Crow, giver playing all night. Oh, shadows in the spiral, darkness reigns. But love's light guides us through life's pains. In every world, our hearts beat strong. Against the darkness, our love will shine on.
But it comes as no surprise.
Marley Bone, straight to lyric gain
gross
sway.
drool and slime all over the
Neority's plot.
What's that noise?
Shut on
Zombies.
Way. Courage and wit defeated darkest night. And Malistair's plans began to lose their light. Diana Crow, giver playing all night. Oh, shadows in the spiral, darkness reigns. But love's light guides us through life's pains. In every world, our hearts beat strong. Against the darkness, our love will shine on. Lucius Emperor, danger's darkest hour. Woman's wrath, more shadowy power. But love's redemption lit a brighter way. And the Emperor's life was saved that day. Diana Crow, giver playing all night. Oh, shadows in the spiral, darkness reigns. But love's light guides us through life's pains. In every word, our hearts beat strong. Against the darkness, our love will shine on. Dragon-spire's secrets unveiled to sight. Malistair's heart consumed by endless night. But Sylvia's spirit showed him love's true way. And redemption's light lit a brighter day. Diana Crow, giver playing all night. Oh, shadows in a spiral, darkness reigns. But love's light guides us through life's pains. In every world, our hearts beat strong. Against the darkness, our love will shine on. Polaris edge, love's shining light. Memory's strength, Raven's guiding sight. The Ether Titan, awakened light. But love's power conquered endless night. Through trials and strife, love shines the way. Guiding wizards through life's darkest day. With every step, our hearts beat strong. Against the shadows, our love will shine on. Diana Crow, giver playing all night. Oh, shadows in a spiral, darkness reigns. But love's light guides us through life's pains. In every world, our hearts beat strong. Against the darkness, our love will shine on. Thus our journey through worlds so grand, taught us love's power in every land. In the spiral's heart, our tales told of love's triumph forever to hold. Thus our journey through worlds so grand, taught us love's power in every land. In the spiral's heart, our tales told of love's triumph forever to hold. Enjoy black leather mum to grand. Spiral darkness reigns, the love's light guides us through life's pains. In every world our hearts beat strong. Against the darkness our love will shine on. Oh. Against the darkness our love will shine on. On innocence edge of shining light, valor and strength, the raven's guiding sight. The ever titan, awakened might, the love's power conquered endless night. Through trials and strife, love shines the way, guiding wizards through life's darkest day. With every step our hearts beat strong. Against the shadows our love will shine on. Diana Crow, killer playing all night. Oh, shadows in the spiral darkness reigns, but love's light guides us through life's pains. In every world our hearts beat strong. Against the darkness our love will shine on. Thus our journey through worlds so grand, taught us love's power in every land. In the spiral's heart, our tales told of love's triumph ever to hold. Thus our journey through worlds so grand, taught us love's power in every land. In the spiral's heart, our tales. Taking back the floor, border crisis looming, crime at every street. Who you gonna call when Democrats can't walk in? So who you gonna call?
You vanquish these moon skull zombies. Disciples, you should go hunt down some more moon skull zombies.
Trouble's coming, but he's on the case. Damn Buster Trump saving the pace. Said no way, 100% terrific. They'll pay the price each day. China's hypersonic weapons, a threat to our shore. But Trump's got Patriot missiles ready to roll. So who you gonna call? Mr. Trump, kicking ass tonight. Red wave, rising right. Trouble's coming, but he's on the case. Damn Mr. Trump saving the pace. Near, Trump's on the rise, red waves grow and Democrats compromise. Border security, economy strong. Trump's got the vision all day long. So who you gonna call? Mr. Trump. I said who you gonna call? Make America great magazine. Kicking ass tonight. Red wave rising right. Trouble's coming, but he's on the case. Still Buster Trump saving the case. Horseshoes near,
collect all the ciphers. These should enable you to decode the Shabalba Codex.
Minds blown wide, liberals cry rage, justice denied. Echoes of anger, shouts of pain, a divided nation in vain. Pennsylvania Democrats openly admit to counting illegal ballots in the court case erase. Crying liberals, tears fall like rain. Heads in hands, the world in pain. Echoes of sorrow, a political refrain. Crying liberals in vain. Kavanaugh confirmed, leftist despair. Meltdowns and tantrums beyond compare. Shouts of injustice, cries of shame. A bitter defeat with no one to blame. Pennsylvania Democrats openly admit to counting illegal ballots in the court case erase. Crying liberals, tears fall like rain. Heads in hands, the world in pain. Echoes of sorrow, a political refrain. Crying liberals in vain. Election chaos, cries of foul play. Liberals frustrated every step of the way. Disputing results with thumb and seal. A nation divided, hard to heal. Pennsylvania Democrats openly admit to counting illegal ballots in McCormick case erase. Crying liberals, tears fall like rain. Heads in hands, the world in pain. Echoes of sorrow, a political refrain. Crying liberals, in vain, stop the count. Ginsburg replaced, tears flow free. Left-wing outrage, a legacy. Shouts of betrayal, cries of woe. A changing tide as the court does roll. Pennsylvania Democrats openly admit to counting illegal ballots in McCormick case erase. Crying liberals, tears fall like rain. Heads in hands, the world in pain. Echoes of sorrow, a political refrain. Crying liberals, in vain, stop the count. Outfit mandates, liberals in fright. Freedom's call echoes through the night. Protests rising, voices clear. A nation awake, year by year. Crying liberals, tears fall like rain. Heads in hands, the world in pain. Echoes of sorrow, a political refrain. Crying liberals, in vain, stop the count. Illinois, a hidden voice, whispers truth, a heartfelt choice. Beyond the din, a peaceful place where love and reason fill the space. Biden's border crisis, liberals can't fade. Heads in hands, the rubber fade. Echoes of sorrow, a political refrain. Crying liberals in vain, stop the count. Enjoy black leather mall. Biden's border crisis, liberals can't face. Truth revealed, a painful bitter taste. Shouts of denial, cries of shame. A crisis unfolding with no one to blame. Beyond the noise, a hidden voice. Whispers truth, a heartfelt choice. Beyond the din, a peaceful place where love and reason fill the space. Crying liberals, tears fall like rain. Heads in hands, the world in pain. Echoes of sorrow, a political refrain. Crying liberals, in vain, stop the count. Enjoy black leather mom. Oh, Gruffalo, where are you? Sleeping in your bed with your weary eyes to time to. Oh, Gruffalo, where are you? Sleeping in your bed with your weary eyes too. Time to play a game. Wizard 101's the test. Maybe some battle pirates and put your skills to rest. Gruffalo, Gruffalo, king of the land. Musical talents and a saxophone in hand. You're playing Wizard 101 and battle pirates too. A magical creature with a heart that's true. Your friend's parrots biting me as I eat my bread. While you're gaming on with your Jack Russell Terrier biting at your leaves. You're a master of games with a heart so bright, shining like a star on a magical night. Gruffalo, Gruffalo, king of the land. Musical talents and a saxophone in hand. You play Wizard 101 and battle pirates too. A magical creature with a heart that's true. Sunday's church service, and you're playing your sax. A soulful melody that echoes through the facts. Your little prince by your side, watching you with glee as you weave a spell of music and fantasy. Gruffalo, Gruffalo, king of the land. Musical talents and a saxophone in hand. You're playing Wizard 101 and battle pirates too. A magical creature with a heart that's true. In the woods where you roam free, your music echoes wild and carefree. A symphony of wonder and light. A magical world where dreams take flight. With every note, a story unfolds of magic and wonder, where hearts are made of gold. Your music whispers secrets of a world untold, where dreams and fantasy forever unfold. In the moonlight, the saxophone shines, a beacon of magic that touches hearts and minds. Your little prince dances with feet so light as the music swirls on this enchanted night. Oh, Gruffalo, where are you now? Still playing your sax with a heart that's aglow. In a land of dreams where music never fades, you'll forever reign as the king of magical shades. Gruffalo, Gruffalo, king of the land. Musical talents and a saxophone in hand. You're playing Wizard 101 and battle pirates too. A magical creature with a heart that's true. Enjoy black leather mo. Oh Gruffalo, where are you now? Still playing your sax with a heart that's aglow. In the land of dreams where music never fades, you'll forever reign as the king of magical shades. Gruffalo, king of the land. Musical talents and a saxophone in hand. You're playing Wizard 101 and battle pirates too. A magical creature with a heart that's true. Enjoy black leather mo. For Gruffalo. Everybody, don't you stop. Raise it high, let's make it loud. Soda pop, we feel so proud. Cans and bottles on the go. Crack it open, watch it flow. Sugar rush, a mighty wave. This is how the cool kids rave. Cola, lemon, lemon more. Flavors bursting on the floor. Dance and sing, let's have a blast. Soda pop, the party's fast. Boom, 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 pop. Everybody, don't you stop. Raise it high, let's make it loud. Soda pop, we feel so proud. Cola, lemon, lemon more. Flavors bursting on the floor. Dance and sing, let's have a blast. Soda pop, the party's fast. Boom, 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 pop. Everybody, don't you stop. Raise it high, let's make it loud. Soda pop, we feel so proud. Sparkling moments, summer fun. Soda pop, the day's just begun. Laughter echoes, memories made. Soda pop, the perfect shade. Fizzy dreams under the moon. Soda dances to our tune. In the night, it shines so bright. you stop, raise it high, let's make it loud. Soda pop, we feel so proud. Soda pop, summer fun, dance until the day is done. Boom, 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 pop. Enjoy Black Lemon.
In the skies, a mystery unfolds. Top to 10 UFO stories YouTube's told. Witnesses share the cosmic sight. Unidentified flying object shining bright. Phoenix lights a V-shaped delight. Witnesses amazed by the celestial sight. Gliding smoothly with an eerie glow. Leaving experts puzzled as the truth unfolds slow. UFO, UFO, flying high. A secret kept in the open sky. UFO, UFO, a mystery untold. Story hid in the cosmic fold. Chicago hair, this shaped surprise. Passenger stunned by the aerial rise. Radar confirmation leaves no doubt. Aerial phenomenon without a route. UFO, UFO, flying high. A secret kept in the open sky. UFO, UFO, a mystery untold. Story hid in the cosmic fold. Passes footage, a strange guest. Floating nearby, an unidentified nest. Astronauts witness the unexplained sight. A cosmic encounter on a celestial night. UFO, UFO, flying high. A secret kept in the open sky. UFO, UFO, a mystery untold. Story hidden in the cosmic fold. Pentagon's mission, UAPs revealed. Government transparency sheds new light. Unidentified aerial phenomenon no longer concealed. A cosmic truth slowly unfolds tonight. UFO, UFO, flying high. A secret kept in the open sky. UFO, UFO, a mystery untold. Story hidden in the cosmic fold. What our story area 51 secrets? Reverse engineered tech, an alien legacy. Government whistleblowers risk it all to expose the truth before the final call. UFO, UFO, flying high. A secret kept in the open sky. UFO, UFO, a mystery untold. Story hidden in the cosmic fold. Lebanon Forest, UK's Roswell. Military witnesses confirm the unknown. Glowing lights, triangular shape. A cosmic enigma, an eternal escape. In the unknown lies the truth we seek. A cosmic connection, our spirits speak. Beyond the veil, hidden reality. A mysterious universe in harmony. UFO, UFO, flying high. A secret kept in the open sky. UFO, UFO, a mystery untold. Story hidden in the cosmic fold. In the unknown lies the truth we seek. A cosmic connection, our spirits speak. Beyond the veil, a hidden reality. A mysterious universe in harmony. UFO, UFO, flying high.
It's not about saving Western democracy or European freedom. It's about resources and land and about, in this case, precious rare earth minerals.
To enrich ourselves with rare earth minerals, a good deal for Ukraine and us, and Biden's been a disaster when it comes to containing bad guys.
Biden is now approving new munitional tactics like mine. Lindsey Graham now reveals the real reason why we are in Ukraine. It's not about saving Western democracy or European freedoms. Pretty sure they're incarcerating their journalists and arresting people for social media posts. Thought that Russia was the one that did that to their own citizens. But we're watching the continuity of this war, and Joe Biden escalating it. I've got another story here showing that he's now saying it's okay to use mines, which he said were not okay to use. He said he was not going to be using attackers. Now he's using those. So the problem is that Joe Biden has been rejected by the American people. His party has been told no. So why is he making these changes at the last minute? Well, the story has been that it's about our allies and our friends in liberty, okay? But now we see Lindsey Graham, and we've known this for a long time, is telling us the truth. It's about resources and land and about, in this case, precious rare earth minerals.
Ukraine is still standing. This war is about money. People don't talk much about it. But you know the richest
we do.
in all of Europe for rare earth minerals is Ukraine. $2 to $7 trillion worth of minerals that are rare earth minerals, very relevant to the 21st century. Ukraine's ready to do a deal with us, not the Russians. So it's in our interest to make sure that Russia doesn't take over the place. It's the breadbasket of really the developing world. 50% of all the food going to Africa comes out of Ukraine. We can make money and have an economic relationship with Ukraine that'd be very beneficial to us with peace. So Donald Trump's going to do a deal to get our money back, to enrich ourselves with our rare earth minerals, a good deal for Ukraine and us, and he's going to bring peace. And Biden's been a disaster when it comes to containing bad guys.
He is such a snake. It doesn't matter who's in charge. He's coming up with arguments to make the case that we should have war for Ukraine. Okay, when the Democrats are in charge and the Democrats are going to win, he plays to his audience. He's a lawyer. He knows what the jury is. He knows the makeup of the jury. Democrats are in charge. What's he ranting and raving about? Liberty, allies, Western democracy, and stopping the encroachment of dictators and Putin, all that crap. They love that crap. This insurrection is very in vogue right now. They're all into it, man. That's all they can talk about. Then Trump wins. Now what's he talking about? Mineral rights and rare earth metals. Like, I know what Trump wants to do. Let's go get our money. Let's go get paid. But we've already heard this stupid sales pitch before. They told us that in Iraq. The liberals were screaming, no war for oil, no war for oil. We were all saying, hey, how about we finance the war and all of our dead Americans, bringing peace to the Middle East as they told us that we all bought.
Please don't test that for the
And now they're telling us we're going to do the war, we're going to have allies over there, and things are going to settle down. 20 years ago, settle down now. Worse than it's ever been. We're on the verge of World War III, multiple fronts. So he's going to try to sell this now as a rare earth minerals play. Okay, Lindsey, thanks for telling us the truth. Your position is war no matter what. We're going in there no matter what. Now, this, I think, is absolutely closer to the truth than protecting our Western allies or our Western Democrat friends or whatever they say, to the people who have Tommy Robinson in prison. We're not that interested in Lindsey Graham's take because it's the same no matter what, no matter who wins. He just shifts his arguments because that's what he is, a shapeshifter. Now, here was another piece that came out from the Washington Post saying that Biden is now approving new munitional tactics like mine. He is undoing his own policy. He's reversing himself. Exclusive from the Washington Post. Said the move comes now as Russia advances in eastern Ukraine and is threatening to overwhelm frontline defenses. He says he's authorized the provision of anti-personnel landmines to Ukraine, 2 U.S. officials said. It's going to bolster defenses. The move comes in the wake of the White House's recent authorization that they can use now ATACMS. Russian President Vladimir has warned that Moscow will retaliate for these things. They've got wide ranges. Shipping anti-personnel landmines to Ukraine is also controversial because it's in a different group. More than 160 countries have signed an international treaty banning the use of mines, but not America and Ukraine. Noting that the indiscriminate weapons can cause enduring harm to civilians, but Kyiv has sought them since Russia invaded 3 years ago. And the Kremlin's forces have deployed anti-personnel landmines liberally on the front, impeding Ukraine's process, so they're saying, well, we'll use them. If Russia's using them, we'll use them. The Biden administration is deeply concerned about their assaults, and the Pentagon believes that the provision of mines is going to be the most helpful steps that Biden can use to slow Russia's attack. Okay. Can we just call just a ceasefire, man? For 2 months, one official officials said that the type of anti-personnel landmine is non-persistent, meaning they self-destruct or lose battery charge to render them inactive within days or weeks, and so therefore they're not that dangerous to civilians. Now, the officials said that policymakers had already committed to not deploying mines in populated areas, and it's just a lot of stuff is changing right now. Use of new mines would be limited to Ukrainian territory, they say. Russian forces have made significant advances in the Donetsk region, and in recent months have gained territory at the fastest rate since 2022. Ukrainian troops have struggled to build a strong defensive line, and so on and so forth. Neither Russia nor the United States is one of the parties to the Ottawa Convention that bans the mines, but everybody else is. So the U.S. can use them, I guess Ukrainians can use them, and things are getting hot over there. So World War III, Vlad goes nuclear, threatens a nuclear response. The U.S. is now warning Kyiv, this one's fresh out of the oven here from ABC News, says the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv today warns a potential significant air attack. Russia's now accusing Biden of seeking to prolong the war. So they closed the embassy, saying that the Russians are just gearing up for some sort of air assault today. The embassy in Kyiv temporarily closed its doors on Wednesday out of an abundance of caution, saying there is a potentially significant airstrike that may be coming. Great. The embassy recommends U.S. citizens be prepared to immediately shelter in the event that an air alert is announced. Here's what the embassy looks like, saying that they received specific information about a potential strike today. The warning arrived from its fears that the war could escalate. The day after Ukraine's military actually did launch U.S.-made long-range attack missiles, apparently using satellite imagery from the United States intelligence agencies, towards targets within Russia. Joe Biden gave them permission and also gave them permission to use mines. Russia's rattling the nuclear saber rattle, which is not good because it's a nuclear one. It only has to go off once. And things are escalating there.
Welcome to Hannity this Friday night. All right, please make sure to keep the deep state in your thoughts tonight. Well, Joe Biden's State Department reportedly they had a therapy session. Why? To help government workers cope with the election results and Donald Trump's big win. I'm sure emotions are running very high. I'm sure they're going to bring in comfort animals any day now. But tonight, we end the week with more good news for Donald Trump. The lawfare against the president-elect in New York has officially fallen apart. Earlier today, Judge Juan Merchan canceled Donald Trump's sentencing, granted his request to proceed with a motion to dismiss all charges, which they should have done and they never should have been brought in the first place. Anyway, while Trump appears to be in the clear, you just never know, though, with this judge and D.A. Bragg. You don't know. Now, coming up, we're going to show you how New York's politicized and weaponized system of justice is putting everybody in danger. But we begin with something very interesting you might not have noticed after the election. All across the country, there were many devout Democrats who were not just angry that Donald Trump won, they were also in a complete state of shock. Many totally, completely blindsided by Donald Trump's resounding win in both the Electoral College and the popular vote. Now, despite the disastrous last 4 years, the terrible approval numbers of Kamala and Joe, a wave of polls we had pollsters on regularly in favor of Donald Trump. The Democrats, what, they didn't see it coming? The legacy media didn't see it coming? Probably because the primary source of news is legacy media, where, look, I said in 2007, journalism in America is dead. It's been dead and buried, with a few exceptions like Fox News for some time, and it's become a far-left echo chamber. That is what has emerged. Political hacks at the AP, Reuters, nearly every single major newspaper, New York Times, Washington Post, LA Times, USA Today, you know, the other two cable news outlets all repeat the same Democratic talking points day in and day out. Most Americans, including most of you watching tonight, you have known this for years. And most Americans now have tuned out the noise. Now people have choices. First they had talk radio. Fox News. Now they have social media. Then they have podcasting. They are very selective in where they're getting their information. Democrats, they just have their heads in the sand. Legacy media is refusing to change course. Even as their numbers decline, their influence is totally evaporated. Now, take a look at this headline published just yesterday. This on MSDNC, quote, "This makes me so angry. Laken Riley's killer, Laken Riley's killer never stood a chance. The guy was caught red-handed, a young nursing student with a whole life ahead of him. And he was out stalking, looking for somebody to rape. He murdered this young nursing student, her whole life ahead of her, brutally murdered by a Harris Biden unvetted illegal. He deserves the death penalty, not just life in jail." But that article seems to blame, quote, "political controversy for his conviction." No, it was the act of murder that convicted him. The brutal, evil, senseless act of murder. The only political controversy here is that this criminal lowlife was even inside of our country to begin with. Invited by Joe Biden, in his own words, across wide open borders to our south, Kamala and Joe, no vetting, 12.5 million unvetted Harris Biden illegals. How is it possible to become that detached from reality that you publish a headline like that? Why do these extremists put so-called rights for illegals, which they don't have, over your safety and your security? According to a study from the Media Research Center, during their primetime shows, MSDNC, they didn't spend a single second on the Laken Riley trial. Not a second. Meanwhile, fake news CNN, they barely covered it at all. Quote, between the morning of November the 15th, when the trial started, and Wednesday, November 20th, 2 p.m., when Jose Ibarra was ultimately sentenced, fake news CNN and MSNBC's primetime coverage of the case amounted to a single 161-second news brief on the Monday night edition of CNN's Laura Coates. I guess we should tip our hat to whoever she is. Illegal immigration, violent crime were two of the top issues in this election, according to almost every poll. And yet, these so-called cable news outlets, networks, completely ignored a major story during their primetime coverage. But by the way, they've been ignoring illegal immigration for 4 years. They went along with the big lie. Oh, the border's secure, the border's secure, the border's closed. No, it wasn't. We here at Fox told the country the truth. They didn't. They didn't focus on high prices, inflation, the bad economy. They didn't focus on higher gas prices. They're not looking out for all of you. And that's why people are leaving them in droves. And it gets worse. The big three networks, ABC, CBS, NBC, they dedicated about 4 times more coverage to an insult comics dumb joke about Puerto Rico 3 hours before Donald Trump ever got on stage at a Trump rally at Madison Square Garden than the Laken Riley murder trial. Apparently for ABC, CBS, and NBC, a bad joke from a comedian, and I'll grant you, he probably shouldn't have been there, definitely. All right, they're saying that's more newsworthy than the murder of a young woman, nursing student by the name of Laken Riley at the hands of an unvetted Harris Biden illegal immigrant. By the way, we have dozens and dozens and dozens of dead Americans. We have dozens and dozens of Americans, including children that have been raped. We have thousands of Americans victims of violent crime because of Harris Biden unvetted illegals. This is why their far-left viewers were in total shock when Fox News projected that Donald Trump is the 47th president of this country. The legacy media has done nothing but lie and cover for the Democratic Party, and now they have no influence. And while they aren't particularly outraged that young women have been murdered and a lot of people raped and other people victims of violent crime by these illegal immigrants, they are so deeply troubled by Donald Trump's political appointments. That gets them triggered, and that's not all. The legacy media also thinks it is dangerous to celebrate Donald Trump's huge win. Look at this headline from Politico, quote, calling Trump's win resounding isn't just wrong, it's risky. What's risky about it? Just so we are clear, the state-run legacy media mob allowing more than, what, 10, 11, 12 and a half million? We don't know the exact number. We don't know how many batteries. But all of these people coming into our country from over 180 countries, including countries with foreign ties, are top geopolitical foes, but daring to call Trump's historic win resounding is risky. This legacy state-run media mob can and will never, ever be trusted again. They will never have influence ever again. And that goes for celebrity endorsements. They are completely, utterly meaningless. Sorry, Bruce Springsteen. Sorry, George Clooney. You could still be a real man and vote for, quietly, just don't tell your friends. George Clooney, really? Julia Roberts, you could tell your husband you voted for Trump, but really, he won't know. You can lie to your husband. Howard Stern, what happened to you, Howard? You're not the same person. Taylor Swift, John Bon Jovi, the fear, the panic, the fear-mongering, the lying, hysteria, zero impact. None of them are outside of the echo chamber. Nobody cares what they have to say. So-called journalists only have themselves to blame. Joining us now with reaction, Fox News contributors Joe Concha, Tammy Bruce. It's dead, it's gone, it's over. Tammy, it's buried, it's finished.
Yeah, this is, I think, a very good example, and they just can't let go. A lot of people wait for the left or legacy media to do some self-reflection, to think about what they got wrong, because they might want to get it right next time. But what Americans have seen is what I saw when I was on the left, is that there is no self-reflection. There is no consideration of others. There is no recognition that you could be wrong, or any sense of guilt, or any dynamic of, what have I been doing for the last several years? Has this been a mistake? Those things don't occur. So when we talk about it not occurring on the left, we also mean that it's not occurring in the media. So this is one of the issues that we've got for politics and what we see on television. People who are trusted by so many Americans. It's an incredibly important American institution. And yet, I think what has finally taken hold is the realization that these aren't well-meaning people who simply get it wrong. This is an ideological agenda that has been infiltrated into the media, the legacy media of America as we've known it. And then they complain about people like Joe Rogan and the podcasters because it's envy, first of all. But secondly, the reason those entities do well, why you do well, why Fox does well, why Rogan does well, is because there's a variety of opinions that are heard, that you might lean a certain way, but you're not afraid of contradictions, of different ideas, and Americans have grown used to that. And I think that that's what they've always wanted, and the legacy media, of course, has abandoned their job, have abandoned the American people. And, you might have the View now panicking a bit, but it's about envy and the realization that they are passé and Americans have moved on.
Joe, you kind of stand alone as a media analyst today, because all of your contemporaries, all of your colleagues on other networks and the people that write newspapers, none of them ever talk about the things you talk about or analyze the things you analyze, which is why I think you should host your own media show right here on the Fox News channel. Like I think Tammy should host one too, or maybe you can host it together, just an idea. But in all seriousness, I really want your analysis. You do a deep dive into this every day. Tell me what you see.
Well, I see first that headline that you brought up before. It bears repeating, Sean. Laken Riley's killer never stood a chance. No, Laken Riley never stood a chance. Two people should be fired over that immediately. Whoever wrote it and whoever approved it, but no one ever gets fired at these networks. So without accountability, they're going to keep doing what Tammy is describing over and over again and expecting a different result. And they are getting a different result, because you're seeing now half the audience, more than half the audience of MSNBC gone. They're going to sell that network for pennies on the dollar. And I don't know anybody in their right mind who would ever buy that network not named Soros, right? Because it is a losing investment. Anytime a network announces that they're giving Rachel Maddow a 5-year deal for $25 million a year, and she works once a week. She works less than Joe Biden, and they're going to pay her $500,000.
This is my unfolding every day, and I am down. Tesla and Stefanik making headlines in every way. Stay tuned, stay informed as the news
For show, because that's what that comes out to. So yeah, apparently, genius and stupidity have their limits, except, stupidity, it seems to be infinite in this business at this point. So what I see now at this point, Sean, I see Elon Musk's X, a free speech platform that people go to for news more than the New York Times, more than the Washington Post, that lost hundreds of thousands of subscribers just in the past month. You see these cable news shows, The View, all of them hemorrhaging audiences. And when that happens, the ad revenue goes away, and then finally, some people are going to start getting fired or shown the door. It's going to be a whole different landscape for this Trump presidency than it was after 2016, where there was a Trump bump. Now there's a Donald drain, and I have a feeling those folks aren't going back to those legacy media outlets because they have options like Joe Rogan and others like yourself on the radio.
You know what's amazing? I'll add this last comment. I'll take the last word tonight. I hope you guys aren't mad about that. In Donald Trump's first term, he did tattoo the label fake news onto all of the legacy media. I'd say after this election, he killed them off. I mean, you see that they might all be for sale, going out of business, changing associations. Very interesting time to watch for sure. Guys, Tammy, Joe, have a great weekend. Thank you. All right, the 2024 election is in the books, but one Democrat is already seemingly gearing up for 2028. According to a report, Gavin Newsom now plans to take more trips away from his state's drug-infested cities and visit California's more rural Trump country to find out why they are rejecting the woke far-left party. I guess it's better than the special session to Trump-proof the sanctuary state, the socialist utopia of California. But here with reaction, RNC co-chair Laura Trump. Gavin just might, I do know Gavin Newsom well. If you meet him, you like the guy. However, his policies are simply insane. I mean, a sanctuary state, sanctuary cities, defund, dismantle, no bail laws. They've allowed great cities like San Francisco to be taken over. Stores can be robbed as long as you don't take $1,000 worth of merchandise. And then, of course, he believes that you can have gender-affirming care for minors without parental consent. It doesn't matter how smart, slick the presentation is, it's still the same failed policies. Isn't it the policies that people are going to vote on?
Yeah, and this is what the American people, Sean, rejected wholesale in this election on November 5th. It's why you saw a movement with a lot of these blue states in a very historic way. I think, Donald Trump cut 9 points off of the Democrat advantage in the state of California, which is a solid blue state, we all know. But he did the same thing in states like New York. He did it in New Jersey. He almost won this, Virginia. This election is because people have rejected these policies. And look, California is a state that has one of the worst deficits in the entire country, and yet you have Gavin Newsom coming out saying, right alongside, by the way, Governor Pritzker, Governor Hochul, we are going to fight against Donald Trump. We're willing to spend whatever it is of our taxpayers' money to fight against Donald Trump and his policies. Those are the policies, Sean, like getting the criminals and the gangs out of our country who are here illegally. You were just talking about the death of Laken Riley. We should never have to see this happen in this country ever again. Donald Trump wants him out. That's why people came out and overwhelmingly voted for him in this election. And if Democrats don't start to understand that the American people want common sense, not lunacy, back, they are going to lose these elections in perpetuity. And I would suggest to everybody in California, maybe you guys should start looking at a Republican governor who might get your state back in order. Just a suggestion, Sean.
No, I think so. You know what I'd like to see Republicans do, and I know you're going to, my understanding is that you did your job at the RNC and you're not staying there, or you're thinking about it. Where are you on that? You're done?
Well, I haven't fully decided, but I certainly did what I went to the RNC to do. We won the election handily. We made sure that there was no fraud. We made sure that there was no cheating. We got people out to vote early. We got our low propensity voters out as well. And so I'm open to see what the future holds for me. We'll see what happens.
Well, I've asked that question before, and everyone else has asked you, so I won't drive you nuts and ask you another time. Just to be fair, I will say this, and it's a credit to you, and I've known you a long time. And everything, when you first were named co-chair of the RNC, you came on this program, and I asked you very specific questions about voting early, voting by mail, and election integrity, partisan observers in every precinct, all over these swing states, battleground states. Everything you promised this audience on that first interview, you were able to fulfill that promise and pull it off. And I don't think, we can thank you enough for all the hard work you and Mike Watley put in and everybody else.
Oh, well, that's so nice. We had an incredible team, and obviously it was an honor to serve in this role during a critical election. And, it's funny because I did have a lot of critics, Sean. I know that's shocking for someone with the last name Trump. A lot of critics whenever I was elected into this position. They've been oddly silent. I'm sure I won't wait for any apologies. But success is obviously the best revenge. We know Donald Trump said it, and it feels good to be on the other side of this with a win under our belts.
And I have to credit Susie Wiles, the entire campaign team. They did a great job, too. And, at first I felt a sense of relief. Everybody around me spiking the football. I felt relief and a sense of gratitude. Now I'm kind of in the let's roll up our sleeves and get this job done kind of, in that kind of mood at this point. Laura, great work. Great job. Thanks for being with us. Always great to have you. When we come back, Donald Trump's legal team scores a massive victory as the lawfare against the president-elect continues to fall apart. Marine vet Daniel Penny is fighting for his life in court as it will soon go to a jury. We'll check in with Greg Jarrett, Emily Compagno, straight ahead.
This is a Fox News Update. I'm Kevin Cork in Washington. President-elect Trump making a string of picks this evening for his administration, having hedge fund manager Scott Bessent, an advocate for deficit reduction, as Treasury Secretary. His main focus, attacking the national debt. The president-elect also nominating Russ Vought to lead the OMB. He actually did that same job during the first Trump administration. Additionally, Republican Congresswoman Lori Chavez-Dreamer of Oregon is set to serve as Secretary of Labor. And former NFL player Scott Turner is set to lead HUD. That's a big job for him. Turning to health, the former Congressman Dr. Dave Weldon, CDC Director, and Surgeon Marty McCary is set to lead the FDA, while Dr. Jeanette Neshwat is set to become the U.S. Surgeon General. Congrats to all. I'm Kevin Cork. Now back to Hannity.
All right, so the left's lawfare waged against Donald Trump continues to crumble. Earlier today, the judge from that bogus case in New York, the documents case, Juan Mershon, he granted Donald Trump and his team a request to file a motion to dismiss the charges and suspended sentencing indefinitely. Meanwhile, is New York City finally learning their lesson? Well, the alleged Tren de Aragua illegal immigrant accused of robbing a Manhattan prosecutor while performing a lewd act was sent to jail, no bail, after yawning, smirking all through the court appearance. And yet, while lawlessness is ravaging New York, a radical Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg, is still hell-bent on sending Daniel Penny to prison, a guy that was trying to save the lives of people that testified, thought their life was in jeopardy. Earlier today, the defense rested their case, and after closing arguments, his fate will rest in the hands of a jury. Here with reaction, author of the upcoming book, Under His Wings, How Faith on the Front Lines Has Protected American Troops, the co-host of Outnumbered, Emily Compagno, great book, by the way, and Fox News legal analyst Greg Jarrett is with us. All right, Emily, first, congratulations on the book. It's going to be a huge hit. Appreciate you being with us. Let's talk about all of this. Why does it take a prosecutor's house to be invaded and a lewd act in that house to get a no bail verdict by a judge? Is the prosecutor getting special treatment?
Well, I think unfortunately under this administration, that culture and that attitude has been fostered. And the reality is that what it has taken is a red surge, the American people standing up overwhelmingly in numbers at the local, state, and national level and say no more. We want our laws enforced. We are sick of these liberal district attorneys doing nothing. We are sick of there being no accountability or consequences or at any point responsibility for the rampant crime that has hallmarked the last 4 years. So that change, January 20th can't come fast enough, but the collateral damage in the interim, that's irreversible, and that's the tragic part.
You know, Greg, every indication is the left has doubled down on illegal immigration. You have Democratic governors, you have congressmen and women from the Democratic Party. They're all saying the same thing, that they are not going to support, they're going to resist Donald Trump and his efforts to deport those that did not respect our laws, our borders, our sovereignty. So my question is, they don't have jurisdiction, do they? So when Donald Trump goes to the sanctuary state of California and he removes illegal immigrants, is there anything Gavin Newsom is going to be able to do?
No, absolutely not. Remember, it's a crime to be here illegally, and moreover, it's a felony to harbor somebody who is here illegally. So all of these sanctuary cities and counties and states are committing crimes, and nobody has ever enforced it. I wrote a column, goodness, 6 or 7 years ago saying, why isn't the law being enforced? I think it's up to Congress and the president to do that. They can double down with another law that says we are going to criminally prosecute sanctuary people in cities and states for doing this, and understand that the authority for deportation, the authority for the border, is federal. And under the Supremacy Clause, states and state officials cannot and may not interfere or impede in the process, the fulfillment of federal duties. So I think things are going to change immediately on January 20th, Sean.
The great irony, Emily, in all of this is if we believed in lawfare and the weaponization of justice like the left does, I think you could kind of make a legal argument, tell me if I'm wrong, that Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Alejandro Mayorkas, Gavin Newsom are guilty of aiding and abetting in lawbreaking. Fair argument?
Yeah, fair argument indeed. And to echo Greg Jarrett's point, frankly, not only aiding and abetting, but actually thwarting the federal government in its duties and its enforcement. I mean, look, I mentioned before the collateral damage, those lives that have been lost. Baby Larson in San Jose, the realities of the sanctuary program is deadly. It is fatal. And the taunting that we've been subjected to, there's incarceration as a result, but it reminds me of Polly Klaas's father. The taunting is reprehensible. And the thing is, our tax dollars pay for the incarceration. So we paid for them to come across the border and get thrown all over. And now they enjoy 3 square meals a day in prison. We are still paying for that, just like we paid for the entire program, and people paying for their lives. That's the issue that I have with this, the squandering, the waste. But the human lives, that is priceless. And those on the left, they're never going to get it. They will never understand. But hopefully in the next 4 years, they'll see the difference that it makes.
You know, I stand by my statement that we have to return to constitutional order, Greg. And by that I mean, what they did to Donald Trump, we can't do back to them. And that is weaponizing justice or politicizing great institutions like the FBI or the intelligence community. I know there are people that are watching now saying, no, go after them, put them in jail. Aren't there more important things to do? Restore law and order, fix the economy, get gas prices down, fix the disaster in Ukraine and Europe and the Middle East, secure our borders, get rid of no bail laws. We have to prioritize what we can get done in 4 years.
Oh, I couldn't agree with you more, but the lawfare will continue. For example, today, as you pointed out, where Sean postponed sentencing of Trump, he'll allow his team to formally file a motion to dismiss. That does not mean the case is over, the lawfare case. Bragg will oppose dismissal, and if passed as prologue, Mershon will absolutely side with the DA. He'll refuse to dismiss, because don't forget, those two guys acted in concert, co-prosecutors in the case, manipulating the law, trampling on Trump's due process rights. engineering a wrongful conviction based on an absurd legal theory that will eventually get overturned by higher courts, because this case is a monument to injustice. Rashawn's reversible errors were epic. His anti-Trump bias was pronounced. So, don't count on dismissing Bragg's politically driven lawfare case. Lawfare will persist. It ain't over.
It will eventually be over. Get that to an appeals court. This thing is wiped away. The Supreme Court case, they had testimony given to that jury about the time when Donald Trump was president. The Supreme Court decision on immunity would supersede that. That case is done. It's finished. All right, thank you both, Emily and Greg. Appreciate it. When we come back, the media mob, they lose it after Donald Trump nominates Pam Bondi to be his attorney general. Reaction tonight from Senator Lindsey Graham. And why are we apart? Why will allied countries be a part of the ICC to go after Prime Minister Netanyahu? That's next. All right, Pam Bondi is President-elect Donald Trump's new pick for Attorney General, and the left, they are melting down. Big shocker. Take a look.
Pam Bondi is exactly what I was saying in the last segment that we should all fear, because she's competent. We may not agree with her ideologically, but she actually knows how to do this job. So if anyone on the Democratic side or anyone who cared about liberty or justice was thinking, well, maybe Matt Gaetz will screw this up and that'll give us some time. No, Pam Bondi knows what she's doing. She is a dangerous and effective pick, and that's frankly worse than what we would have got with Matt Gaetz.
Now, the left, they do have a right to be afraid because Pam Bondi is an extremely qualified nominee. She's going to be confirmed. As South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham said, she is a grand slam, touchdown, hole-in-one, ace, hat trick, slam dunk, Olympic gold medal pick. Anyway, by the way, Senator Graham also had very strong words with the International Criminal Court after it issued an arrest warrant for the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. He calls the ICC a, quote, rogue, politically motivated organization that is trampling on the very concept of the rule of law. Senator Graham joins us now. Senator, great to have you. I'm really angry. First of all, I don't like any of these. I know you played a golf tournament earlier today. You look great, by the way, with the hat. Nice hat.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
I hope you played better than the way Trump says you play. Trump told me, yeah, you need to work on your game a little. So I hope you had a better day
He's
today.
right about a lot of things, including that. Yeah. But I do have a Trump hat. No, thanks for having me. A little bit about... Yeah, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. You go.
A little bit about Pam. Home run pick. I've known Pam for years. She's competent, capable, ethical, former Attorney General of the state of Florida. President Trump could not have chosen better. And the only people that need to worry about Pam Bondi are the ones who want to use the law for political purpose. Those in the Department of Justice who really want to make Department of Justice an extension of politics. Those are the people that need to worry. She's going to clean house. She's not going to engage in lawfare herself. She's going to give President Trump good advice in fighting crime, helping clean up this immigration mess, making sure that we have laws to protect us against terrorism. Pam is the right person at the right time. Well done, Mr. President.
Why do you think the left, especially on the immigration issue, we have known terrorists in the country, we have gang members, we have cartel members, we have, dozens and dozens of Americans like Laken Riley that have been murdered, dozens raped, including children, thousands of Americans victims of violent crime, and all you hear from Democrats, Democratic governors, people in Congress and the Senate, they care more about, quote, the rights. I was saying this in my monologue tonight. They care more about the rights that illegal immigrants don't have than they do about the safety and security of the American people. Can you explain that to me? Because I do not understand why they don't put our safety first.
Well, all I can say is that this election in large part was a referendum on Joe Biden and Kamala Harris' immigration policy. When President Trump was president during his first 4 years, we had the lowest illegal crossings in December of 2020 in the history of the country. The bad guys were, afraid. Fentanyl trafficking is at an all-time high. Americans are dying by the tens of thousands from fentanyl poisoning coming through Mexico, originating in China. More terrorists in our country than any time since we've been monitoring terrorists. The first thing he's going to do is clean that mess up. We're going to use a budget reconciliation process to get money to secure the border. I'm going to work with Stephen Miller and Pam Bondi. Criminal gangs, your days are numbered. Pam is coming after you. In states who want to continue this, sanctuary cities, you're on notice. We should cut all your money off. So, well, I've never seen so many dangers to our country as I do now, from a broken border, crazy immigration laws. These people care more about the illegal immigrant than they do the average American citizen. And that's not just talk. That's reality after 4 years.
Let me ask you about the ICC and what they're trying to do to Prime Minister Netanyahu. Now, as a predicate here, the UN, for example, all of these globalist groups that we often fund, they have historically been anti-Semitic and anti-American. UN is a good case in point. The WHO, they were the propaganda wing for the communist Chinese during COVID. The WEF, they don't have our best interests at heart. So all these globalist agreements, the Paris Accords, yeah, okay, India, China, developing nations, we pay the freight. So my question is, they don't have jurisdiction. What part of terrorism does this court not understand? What part of murder, rape, and kidnapping and torture and beheading do they not understand? Because that's what happened on October the 7th.
Yes, it did. And, Israel's in a fight for its very life. The Jewish state is under siege from Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon. Iran has directly attacked Israel. And we live in an upside-down world where the Prime Minister of Israel and the Defense Minister of Israel are being prosecuted by a court in Belgium. Now, let me say this. The court ruled that Gaza is a state. No, there is no Palestinian state under international law. So that's the first thing they got wrong. And Israel's not a member of the International Criminal Court, nor are we. In 1998, I fought the idea that we would join the International Criminal Court. Why? Sovereignty. I do not want a court in The Hague trying American soldiers or American politicians defending our country. This is a direct threat to the state of Israel. There have been more resolutions condemning Israel in the UN than every other nation, all the nations combined. It's an anti-Semitic body, and this court is trying to literally put in jail the Prime Minister of Israel, the Defense Minister, for defending itself against multiple terrorist organizations. What will I do? If you are going to help the ICC as a nation enforce their arrest warrant against Bibi and Gallant, the former defense minister, I will put sanctions on you as a nation. You're going to have to pick the rogue ICC versus America. I'm working with Tom Cotton to have legislation passed as soon as we can to sanction any country that aids and abets the arrest of any politician in Israel. What they're doing in Israel is trying to prevent a second Holocaust. So to any ally, Canada, Britain, Germany, France, if you try to help the ICC, we're going to sanction you.
Well, that means I want every ally. You saw little Justin in Canada and his position. What should the penalty be?
We should crush your economy because we're next. Why can't they go after Trump or any other American president under this theory? We're not a member of the ICC. In 2002, they threatened to prosecute our soldiers in Afghanistan. We came down hard on them. In 2017, one of the first things that President Trump did was put sanctions against the International Criminal Court to make sure they would protect our own troops. Biden took those sanctions and did away with them literally in the first month of his presidency. Now what do you have? You have the International Criminal Court coming after the Prime Minister of Israel, the Defense Minister of Israel for trying to defend the Jewish state. If you help the ICC, we're going to crush your economy.
That's right. Friends and allies, you better beware. Because this has to happen, or else they will come after you. And this is the equivalent of 40,000 dead Americans in a day. Senator, we like you in your golf outfit. Bring it anytime you want. You got to work on the game, according to the president. Well, anyway, when we come back, Joe Rogan claps back at the hit show The View after they exit. Okay. Plus UFC President Dana White. Done with politics? After Donald Trump's victory, we'll get explanation from Clay Travis. That's straight ahead.
Somebody, you care for me, and that sets me free. From nobody to somebody. In your eyes, I'm loved, I'm seen, I'm alive. Thank you, Jesus, for that love and care. You make me somebody beyond compare.
Bữa cái thứ ba.
Enjoy black loving.
Bữa cái thứ năm. Hàng năm bữa cái thứ 100 là thứ tư.
Spirit of God descend. Gospel Rock Bag Pipes 2024, 10/17/05/30. In Luke 11, Jesus teaches us to pray, to ask for the Holy Spirit every single day. With persistence and faith, we'll receive the gift to live according to God's will and rift. Ask, seek, and knock, the door will open wide. Jesus promises the Holy Spirit will reside in our hearts, a treasure to abide, guiding us forward, side by side. Holy Spirit, we need you now. Fill us with your power somehow. Help us surrender, trust and obey. Holy Spirit, come what may. Yearn for God with a humble heart. Trust in Him and never depart. Surrender all and follow His way. The Holy Spirit will lead day by day. Holy Spirit, we need you now. Fill us with your power somehow. Help us surrender, trust and obey. Holy Spirit, come what may. Confess our sins and repent anew. Avoid evil plans and all untrue. Recognize our need and cry out to you. Holy Spirit, our hearts renew. Holy Spirit, we need you now. Fill us with your power somehow. Help us surrender, trust and obey. Holy Spirit, help us with the selection somehow, come what may. Jesus gives the Holy Spirit's might, empowering us for the fight against sin and darkness. Let Trump win and we'll stand tall. With the Holy Spirit we'll conquer all. Holy Spirit, we need you now. Fill us with your power somehow. Help us surrender, trust and obey. Holy Spirit, come what may. Daily prayer, a habit will form. Thirsting for God with a humble storm. In John 7:37, we'll find our guide. Drinking from the Spirit, we'll abide.
HoneyBook keeps your proposals, contracts, invoices, and payments all in one place. My name is Laura Gomez, and I partner with over 100 brands. Trust me when I'm saying that this tool will save you time. It's called HoneyBook, and whether you're just starting to work with clients or have years of experience, you'll be surprised by everything this tool can do because it makes magic happen. You spend less time on admin tasks and give more time to breaks. No more back and forth in emails, no more countless hours spent Googling how to create a contract, and most importantly, no more tracking those things you can grow and trust business isn't about finding more and more. It's about landing the right clients and making sure you have the best experience so they keep coming back. Start your free trial today at honeybook.com and grow your dream business.
May we walk in every single day and bring glory to Jesus in every way. Enjoy like leather, mom. Game over, trouble.
Talking about a media shakeup. Wow, this could be pretty wild, could it not? I think some people would be upset to say
people right for that warrant. They have a reason to be there.
We could all be fired a year from now if this happens. You never know what's going to happen.
Because nobody can figure out what Lang said here right now.
So if you think that you can vote for what people see as their destruction and then demand that they still are cool with you and kiki with you and have Thanksgiving with you, like, I think you're kind of missing the point.
Oh, you might be able to say bye to her sooner than you thought. Elon Musk coming out with some very provocative tweets, very reminiscent of what he did with Twitter back in 2022. Wow. Wow, Elon Musk potentially, maybe, buying the SpinCo that NBC wants to get rid of. Could he perhaps think of a way to actually do something more what Comcast has been able to do with the company? We're going to talk all about it, because this is some major news, you guys. This is actually really, really fascinating. Elon Musk tweeting out just literally minutes ago that, there may be some narrative, if you would, when it comes to MSNBC. MSNBC, of course, has been struggling. Terrible ratings, down 51% since the election. And NBC just the other day came out and said, you know what? We're going to spin them off. We're going to spin off MSNBC, CNBC, Oxygen, it's Oprah's Oxygen, Sci-Fi, the whole kit and caboodle of cable properties outside of Bravo. Bravo they're going to keep. They're going to keep streaming Peacock, and they're going to keep the network itself. But the rest of the stuff they want separated from the main company. And shareholder value, therefore, theoretically would increase, because these companies aren't making a ton of money and they've been kind of a drag on earnings. And, let's face it, they're not really fun to own, shall we say, right now. Like 12 years ago when they got them, they were much, much more exciting and much, much more profitable. But with ratings where they are, profitability margins where they are, Comcast not being really a content company, everybody's coming up to the realization that maybe this makes sense to separate these things. And hence, you have the opportunity for SpinCo to come out onto the surface. So the idea being that it would trade separately, that shareholders, there's like a tax advantage here to these things, shareholders would get a share in the new company. A new company that, I don't know, I guess would trade somewhere maybe around the $7 billion range, which would make it a bargain, right? For someone like Elon Musk, especially considering he paid $42 billion for Twitter. So Don Jr. brought this up today. I want to share with you after somebody said, okay, Comcast is putting MSNBC up for sale. CNN just announced massive layoffs coming. Maybe the new owners will figure out that lying nonstop to your audience is a lousy business model. And Don Jr. tweeted out, hey Elon Musk, I have the funniest idea ever. And so this was out there. And then what do you know? He wrote back, how much does it cost? So again, kind of reminiscent of the day when he came out and said, I love Twitter, when people were talking about whether or not he would buy it. He said exactly that. How much is it? And of course, the rest is history, because he went forward. He bought Twitter for an insane valuation. At one point, he wanted to kind of back out of it or get a better deal. If he couldn't because he had agreed to pay $42 billion. I told you that deal would go through. The devil was what was going on, and sure enough, it did. So could he do something here? Again, I'll tell you this. Elon is committed to free speech. That's in part what Twitter is about. He's frustrated at what the media has become, and we do need to get doing that, ladies and gentlemen. You're rethinking it right here every single day, which is why I remind you to subscribe, share, like, comment, all that good stuff. Here we go.
Free speech is the bedrock of democracy. And if people don't know what's going on, if they don't know the truth, how can you make an informed vote? You must have free speech in order to have democracy. That's why it's the First Amendment. And the Second Amendment is there to ensure that we have the First Amendment.
Anyway, on the Trump rally tour with Donald Trump, and of course he doesn't really have to decide since the president-elect became president-elect. And he's working on Doge, and Vivek Ramaswamy to kind of take a nice red sharp pen to the budget of the U.S. government. And so I think that part of what his frustration is, I know part of his frustration is been how the mainstream media has just fed you a whole bunch of lies. And you're not really an American able to decipher the truth because they're not presenting both sides. And his idea was free speech should really and truly be free speech, even when the libs don't like it, right?
So, you've signed up with Apartment List. Woohoo! Now, let's get you up to speed on how it works for renters. Finding what they want. To get started, we ask a few questions to help find perfect community matches for the renter. Finding what they really, really want. Once complete, they can choose to flex their budget and their preferences to refine the options and tailor the results. Decisions. Renters swipe through their matches to find the places they like and the places they love. Oh yeah. Our machine learning makes sure that your community is an ideal match, meaning we only recommend renters who are right for you. The best of the best. Matches like this one, that one.
Elon Musk bought X and turned it into the social media arm of the MAGA movement. And we all sat there right in the middle of it during the campaign, possibly not realizing that we're sitting there like fat chickens just getting attacked all day and just being part of this MAGA messaging. However, the election's over. Everybody's getting smarter and better. I'm not sure that the right idea is to leave Twitter and just go to Blue Sky, a friendlier place, because then we remain in our echo chambers. I don't think that you should necessarily stay in Twitter every day and battle it out and let yourself doom scroll with all the hate coming at you. But I want to see it. I want to read what's happening there, right? And so I think at least staying in those spaces is important because I want to hear the other things.
She wants to keep a job of this if you don't. We're to buy MSNBC. No, in all seriousness, she's right. In other words, you can't just put your hands in your ears and close out the other side. You have to be willing to listen, even when you don't listen, right? And this is something that a lot of people on the left fundamentally just don't get. In fact, I'd say that the people over at MSNBC fundamentally do not get this. I mean, why else do you have the likes of Joy Reid saying things like,
people are rightfully alarmed. They have a reason to be alarmed.
oh, and it gets worse. I'm going to show you. Because she's doubling down on how you don't want to vote for Trump over Thanksgiving. Because it's too hurtful what they did. You see what I'm saying? People that are just covering their ears because they want to tune out the other side. They think they can cut off relations with the other side. And there's Elon Musk saying, no. You guys tried that. You tried that with Twitter. I mean, heck, they took the U.S. president right off of Twitter. And left the Ayatollah on. Okay, so go figure. You can't just shut out your political enemies and the other side. And so he kind of did the world a favor by paying, what was it, $54.20 a share, $44 billion for Twitter, which was a really, really hefty price tag. The board had no choice but to approve that deal. So let's walk through this, shall we? I mean, if you were to say, CNBC and Oxygen and Sci-Fi, and all these cable properties that Comcast doesn't know what to do. And I'm going to take them and make them into something. Maybe if I'm Fox, I'm nervous about this. I'm really nervous. Because it would be like the anti-establishment conservative media. Yikes. So there's a lot that maybe he could do with it. You'd have to think about how he sort of breaks up some of these deals he has already, maybe with cable companies, because they get paid by the cable companies to bring them homes, but simultaneously they can't do as much on the podcast front, or the streaming front, or any of those things. So you'd have to completely rethink the business. I do think that this guy could do it. So then let's just, let's humor him for a second here and humor Donald Jr. and think about what this would look like. In terms of valuation, I don't know. I mean, you'd have to dig through those numbers. I made something up off the top of my head and was saying maybe around $7 billion, which would be a fraction, right, of the $44 billion that you paid for Twitter. But would it actually go through? So first of all, NBC has made a decision to spin this off in SpinCo, and there's tax advantages to doing it. So they have to say, okay, we're going to make me whole, and we're going to go on the tax front, etc. If Elon says, okay, I'll do that, does he go to the podcast and say, hey, here we go, and offer them some valuation that would probably be a premium? The board would have to entertain them. In other words, they can't say, well, we don't like you because you're Elon Musk. I mean, Twitter didn't really like him very much. Twitter was devastated that he was coming in the door, and yet ultimately they had to do that deal because their duty is to maximize shareholder value. And if Elon paying a big premium for Twitter or maybe for the SpinCo, MSNBC and Co., then guess what? The board would have to okay that. They'd have to entertain it. They'd have to listen to it. There's a legal obligation to do so. And then, what happens next? I mean, that would be very, very entertaining. If nothing else, he gets that. He knows that this is entertaining. Perhaps he wants to feed that narrative. But I go back to the original tweet, right, where he was talking about how much is it? I love Twitter. And then what do you know? The next thing he did was he bought it. I'll tell you, some people already, regardless of whether Elon comes through and buys this thing or not, they're already nervous about their jobs over at MSNBC. They're very, very nervous because, you're looking at pay cuts, you're looking at lower ratings, and they know they're hammering on the wall. In other words, they may not be guaranteed those big fat salaries for long, just look at this much.
We could all be fired a year from now, but if this happens, you never know what's going to happen.
I will say this. They're smarter than some of the other people over on MSNBC. They're very shrewd. I give Joe that. The next day, right after the election, there he was on set talking about, wow, this is amazing. This is such a landslide by the Republican Party. I haven't seen anything like this since Reagan. And suddenly he was in his little suit and tie. He talked about being a white, southern, male, conservative. It's like, wow, the handwriting was on the wall. Joe got the message, and he was back on cue. It just tells you how phony he is, right? Right? But it also tells you he's a politician, and he gets it. He likely knew. Well, he had to know.
In today's interconnected world, the internet isn't a luxury. It's a lifeline. At Cox, we pledged hundreds of millions of dollars over the next 3 years to provide fast and reliable internet services to new homes and businesses. Together, we can bring the world within reach.
Some people are really, really unhappy about this. I mean, think about people like Joy Reid that just doubled down on this hate during the campaign, and now it gets to live another day. She's actually continuing to spiral out of control.
People are rightfully alarmed. They have a reason to be alarmed. Unbelievable. People are rightfully alarmed. They have a reason to be alarmed. And if you would vote for that, people may not feel so confident that they're safe with you. This is not crazy. This is legitimate feelings of fear of you and a feeling that you might not be someone they can trust. If this thing goes way south, autocracies go south real fast and things get ugly and people get asked to do things and turn people in and point people out and turn. And if you're voting for this, and people might, I don't know, may not feel so confident in you anymore. That's real, and you kind of have to live with it. So if you think that you can vote for what people see as their destruction and then demand that they still are cool with you and kiki with you and have Thanksgiving with you, like, I think you're kind of over what people are upset about. They're afraid. And autocracy and fascism are things that are legitimate to be afraid of. So you may want to step back
Okay, so like, who's the fascist here? I would just ask, who's the fascist? Jeremy, I mean, it's kind of gross the way she behaves, the things that she says, and the division that she's continuing to stir up. It's reckless, it's dangerous. So she wants to shut out one side. She wants to disown an entire side, and she said she's absolutely right to do it. Okay, honey, you know, you do your little thing, but did you see the maps? All the red, little teeny little crystals. We're going to call them crystals because you guys think they're so important. The little snowflakes of blue all around the country. The train has left the station. Americans heard you. They heard you on TV every single day, and you know what? They were kind of motivated by it. At some point, it went in one ear and out the other because they were sick of hearing it. Because you know what, guys? When people are getting killed, which is the reality of where we are right now, because of defund the police and open borders and this, that, and the other, and when they're getting killed at the grocery store because, wow, everything is done in price. One MSNBC anchor said the smartest thing I've ever heard him say the other day. Brian Williams, who used to anchor the big flagship program, was on some show, and he's like, do you know it's $40 for bounty for 12 packs of paper towels? It's $40. Like, people are hurting. This is the reason no one wants y'all. You're so obsessed with the DEI and everybody's feelings and this and that and the other. And in the meantime, we got rampant inflation, and we've got crime, and we've got kids that are afraid to speak. Joe Scarborough admitted this. Smart man, the going to stay on set just days ahead of, hours ahead of hearing the news that MSNBC is going to be spun off. MSNBC, CNBC, Sci-Fi, Oprah's, Oxygen, E, the Golf Channel, USA. Hey, you know what, Elon, I'm seeing a deal here for you. I'm seeing a deal, and hey, you know you can get some pay cuts along the way too. Rachel Maddow, it has been revealed, has just agreed to a pay cut. I mean, she only does one show a week. For goodness sakes. She's gonna make 25 instead of 30 million. Oh, we're really feeling sorry for her. You know what? These are the people that don't have to worry about the $40 12-pack of paper towels. I mean, they're just living in a whole different world. And they are so divorced from the realities that really matter. And I tell you, this is partly, if not entirely why, the Democrats completely failed with America. So, the company's up for sale. You want my buy? I wouldn't be surprised. I'm telling you, I would not be surprised. I tend to be right on these things, so let's watch it. But Nika and Joe, like, they're very aware that this is going to be problematic, right, for them and for their jobs. One, because they make a lot of money, and two, because their ratings are lousy, and three, because whoever's coming in as the new owner doesn't want to deal. The new shareholders, the board, like, they are not going to want to have to deal with the headaches that Nika and Joe and Joy and the rest of them are bringing on. You got Brian Carr from the FCC. He means business. He's like, I'm sick of this. He looked at the number 2 mandate for the FCC, which happened to be diversity, equity, and inclusion. He's like, enough. Get rid of it. I don't care about that. Maybe we just need some truth in the media. Do we not, ladies and gentlemen? So here's Mika talking about her little expedition that she went on.
Joe and I went to Mar-a-Lago to meet personally with President-elect Trump. It was the first time we have seen him in 7 years.
I mean, especially considering what Joe thought of the president.
And being so pragmatic and trying to be like, I'm okay, you're where can we meet in the middle? On this question, we're past that. You can't meet if they, listen, if they voted for Trump in 16, whatever. They voted for Trump in 20, they knew exactly what they were doing. If they vote for Donald Trump in 2024, and I've said it on my show, I'll say it here, they're knowingly voting for a fascist. They're voting for a racist. They're voting for somebody that wants to put this country 200 years in the back. And so, I'm not trying to figure them out. I'm trying to figure out how we get people out who love democracy, who love freedom, who love the rights of all Americans, how to get them to the voting booth. Because that's how we save our country.